We made it before, well, the turn of the hour. So.
Ooh, it sounds like The Fog. At the turn of midnight.
At the turn of the tide.
The turn of midnight.
Fog is such a good film. I need to rewatch that.
I just watched it last night, buddy. It's so good.
Yeah, but which Fog?
So
there are
good.
multiple, right?
Yeah, so the Carpenter Fog came out like 3 years after or whatever for Halloween, and very similar. It's a good double feature. I recommend it. But there's a new Fog too. Never watched it.
Like a remake in the past few years, or like one of those
like mid 2000s, maybe.
One of those kind of remakes. Yeah.
And there's the
Wait,
Mist
didn't it
as well,
star
which
the
is
Mist?
Like
that's what I'm confusing with. Yeah,
it's the Fog, but it has aliens instead of ghost pirates. It's not as good as the Fog.
Yeah, not even close. Yeah.
No, I confused the Fog with the Mist. The Mist is they did a remake with the guy who played the Punisher.
Yeah, Tom Jane.
Yeah,
Paul
Thomas
Giamatti.
Jane. Yeah. The Fog.
Yeah.
That was the Stephen King one, right? Or the Mist was.
Yeah. The Mist is a Stephen King short story, short novella. And yeah.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Things have changed around in my neck of the woods. I moved to a new apartment, so I got a new office, and it's not done yet, but I finally got a cool neon light. It blinks. And yeah, it's been a few weeks, but I figured why not come back and it's October, and we did this last year on Mr. Brown's channel, I believe, and I think that's how I met Andrew too, because you and I hopped on your stream about Halloween, right?
Yeah. I think we met for She-Hulk, but we did talk about Halloween.
Oh yeah. But I figured, hey, why not come back with something that I actually love? This is one of my favorite movies ever. It's in my top 10, and I think it's been in my top 10 since I was a little kid, and 36 now, so it's been there it's got some longevity. It's got the legs. But yeah, I love this movie, the original 1978 John Carpenter's Halloween. We have a smaller crew, and this is by design, so we could actually get some. I don't know. It's different. We're going to be breaking stuff down. We'll see how it goes. But as always, my co-host, the Little Platoon, who is festive as shit.
Yeah.
See the Silence of the Lambs thing. I just saw that.
Silence of the Lambs, Little Pumpkin, the Cobwebs. Yeah, it's nice rocking out the Halloween stuff again. But if it's the still picture avatar, then he turns into a vampire, but I haven't decided to torture the guy who does my VTube thing by making him redesign this whole shtick. So maybe I'll do that at some point. But he's all ready for Christmas because I can just do that. Oh no, I can't because my keyboard's weird. Can I do that? I pressed a button. Something was meant to happen. It didn't. So okay, just forget everything I was just saying. I can't do it.
Your eyes are blinking at separate times.
It's in slow motion. The software.
You look very drunk.
I know. Or it could be high or something. Who knows?
Too much wine, Platoon.
Not the right one. That's the sunglasses.
Hey, the sunglasses are here now.
And now I can't get rid of them. For fuck's sake!
You're just trying to match the slow camera movement of a John Carpenter movie. That's all. Yeah.
We of course have Spoopy Andrew. What's Spoopy?
It's just spooky with 2 P's.
Okay. Spoopy Andrew, BSUP's favorite guest.
I am.
We can't have a BSUP return without Andrew, so that works. And returning for the 3rd time is Lofty Pixels, who is also editing my videos now and doing an amazing job. So thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, man. It's very fun.
Yeah.
I like working with you.
I like working with you too, and I like you as a guest. It all works out. This is great.
It does work out.
Fantastic.
This is fun. Oh, by the way, this is AI art behind me, if anyone's curious. I have a bunch of them. I have like a creepy ventriloquist doll. I have a zombie. Where's the zombie? There's the zombie. This is for my channel. I'm doing funny AI art stuff for Halloween.
Yeah. What do you like? Which program are you using?
So this is for Midjourney. The artwork is Midjourney, and what I'm doing is I'm narrating ChatGPT stories that I just prompt, and I turn it into a Twilight Zone episode with some like intro and outro that I write, and it's on my channel. I did 3 so far, and people like them, and it's funny. And AI, AI writing is kind of stupid, but sometimes it's clever randomly. It's a funny experiment, but I like it. but ChatGPT and Midjourney is the art.
So you're basically being the old guy from the beginning of The Fog, and then the twist at the end of the horror story is, and it was all written by a computer, and then all the people online get mad because you're breaking the strike or something.
Yeah, that's basically it. Instead of the this is a dimension of whatever in the Twilight Zone. It's I have to say this is the dimension of artificiality. I can't remember. I just tweaked it a little bit because it's all creepy computer stuff. The Black Mirror does a really good job of creepy AI horror stories. If anyone's looking for that kind of genre stuff.
I've only watched one episode of Black Mirror ever. It was pretty intriguing. It was the one with like John Hamm in it.
Oh,
I know
that's
it's an anthology. One.
Yeah.
That was the one that like I think my girlfriend got me to watch it. That was the one she said would convince me to watch the show. I didn't watch the show, so it didn't work. But from what I saw, it was all right. It was all right. But yeah, we're discussing Halloween, the John Carpenter one, the really good one, the one that everyone kind of, I think, universally says is good, except Vex Electronica, who's not here by design.
Really?
Yeah, I asked her
by design.
I did. I asked her. I was like, I was going to invite you, but you hate this movie, right? And she said, yeah. And I was like, well, you're not.
Hey, do you like this movie? No. Goodbye. Blocked.
No, I wanted to have a fun conversation today, not an argumentative one.
If it's a controversial statement, like I do not hate this film by any means. I always enjoy this film when I watch it, but I wouldn't say this is a brilliant film. I would say this is an excellent example of a mid film. It's a really good mid film.
Interesting.
Like, it's so simplistic. Everything in it you've seen 1,000 times before. If you've seen
not before Halloween.
Yeah, but not before Halloween.
Black Christmas. Like Black Christmas is basically Halloween before Halloween. It's the Halloween is like it's the unofficial sequel to Black Christmas. I think John Carpenter actually asked, what was the director for Black Christmas? He asked him what his ideas for a sequel to that film would be if he were going to do one. And he said, well, I'm not going to do one. And Carpenter said, well, what would you do if you were? And he said, well, I'd probably have, the guy is arrested at the end, but the sequel, he is in an insane asylum and he escapes, for example. And like so many of the stylistic techniques, like all the heavy breathing stuff, that the setting with young sort of, teenage girls, and that sort of innate fear for them. Like a lot of this has been done before. And, the soundtrack quite clearly is calling back to The Exorcist. Like loads of this, what it does really, really well and what makes it a really solid film is it's not actually trying to be completely brand new and innovative. It's saying, what are the great horror movies of the recent past? What did they do? How can I do that in the same way in a different story? And that it just does. It's like a greatest hits compilation of good horror films. And that's what makes it really solid.
I gotta disagree with that though, because like it's not the first slasher movie, but it's the one that created the tropes that I feel like you really do see. Like I don't think John Carpenter, when he made this movie, he made it on a whim. Like it wasn't really I'm gonna change the fucking world or anything. But it's the stuff that he just happened to do along the way that he, the things that had to happen because of budgetary constraints that always puts an artist in a corner, and then great artists will think of something to come out of that box and get out of the corner. And I think that's where this movie stands really tall. I mean, it has a future Academy Award winning cinematographer behind it too. I think it's like it's one of the originator films with with all the talent behind it, Sorry, go ahead, Lop.
Well, I never saw Black Christmas, but I guess Psycho. There's some others. There's a really good creepy movie called Shock Corridor. It's like a 50s Sam Fuller movie. It might even be the 60s. About an insane asylum, and it's really good, based on a true story. But there's some influences before. That's for sure.
I mean, Psycho came out before this.
Yeah, Psycho. But I think when you say you've seen it all before, most 99% of people will have seen stuff like this before, but later, if that makes sense, like things that have. But there are Platoon's right. This movie isn't coming out of nowhere. I'm trying to think of a movie that's totally innovative. I can't really think of any. Citizen Kane, maybe. I don't know. I
mean, Jesus Christ, we're going back.
It's a long way back. I think one of the criticisms of it at the time, because this is one of those films that went through a critical reevaluation. It actually wasn't massively popular when it originally released. It sort of gains its popularity over time. One of the first criticisms was that Carpenter has just taken everything from everywhere else. Which I don't have a problem with intrinsically. We were talking about this on EFAP on Saturday. Should you be striving after the completely brand new, or is actually the genius in combining old things in new ways. That's what this film does. But a lot of people, I think at the time, critics were pointing out, well, like everything in the cinematography is, he's trying to do Hitchcock and he's trying to do Black Christmas. He's trying to do this, that, and the other, and he's just bundling all of these things together. It's only later on that you start to get people say, well, actually, yeah, but it's not been done in this way before. And it makes for a really, really solid, grounded production. It's innovative as opposed to derivative, which is key. Again, I'm going to stress I like the film. I wouldn't hold it up as this absolute masterpiece. I just think it's incredibly solid.
Yeah. I actually prefer The Thing. This is like maybe in my top 5 Carpenter, if I'm just being honest. I think I prefer The Thing and The Fog. And oh boy, I'm not a fan of Assault on Precinct 13. I think it's really corny and has aged poorly. But but The Thing is just a better movie.
Yeah, this movie was massively popular at the time. It made $55 million in 1978, which is the equivalent of like $200 million today.
I should say by popular, I meant as in critically well received. I should have clarified. So like, obviously it gains its critical reevaluation because lots of people were looking at it and saying, hang on, no, you're missing something here, critics. And that prompts this reevaluation. But in terms of critical reception, like it was not overly well received when it first came out.
Right.
Yeah, because I know Black Christmas kind of had a reevaluation, but I kind of like, from my perception, ever since I was a little kid, like in the early 90s, my perception was just that everyone thought Halloween was just an amazing movie, and I wasn't allowed to see it until I was like 12 years old. So
same.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I would love to look up like kind of like a retrospective on how it is, because if you go to like Rotten Tomatoes, you can find, critic reviews obviously of it, but they're not the original reviews. So
there's a few. Sometimes Rotten Tomatoes will have ancient reviews, and sometimes they'll have newer ones.
In a while.
I'm trying to think
but I saw Halloween.
John Carpenter has done. I mean, the Thing I would hold up as absolutely and by some considerable distance his best film. I mean, The Thing, especially if you compare it to the original and how very different it is. And it's a fun little reference actually in Halloween when they're actually watching the 1956 version of The Thing. And then, in like 4 years' time, he's going to go on to do The Thing himself in a completely. But I mean, that's such a good film in every way. It actually makes up for some of the faults in Halloween. It obviously has a bigger budget. They've hired better actors, and consequently, the acting is significantly better, and it really helps carry something like The Thing, which is so atmospheric. If anything you can fault Halloween for, I think some of the acting is probably high up there. But that's, it's a budget thing. You're working with like new people who've not been on the scene long. Some of them won't be on the scene again, consequently. So occasionally it'll fall into a bit like clunky, and I don't know how well John Carpenter really directs actors. I think he takes very good people and does good things with them. I don't know if he really elevates poor people so much.
Yeah, I don't know if he really does too. So,
especially
with this one, like that doesn't require that much,
Yeah, Jamie Lee's fantastic in this, but she's also in The Fog, and she's the same. But everybody else in The Fog is on her level. I think it's just a better acted film. This movie has a lot of. I don't know, like the one girl who's always like, totally.
Oh god. There's a fun thing about that. Who was the person he wrote this film with? What's her name?
With his wife,
is it something Hill?
Deborah Hill.
She wrote. Deborah Hill wrote all of the lines of dialogue for the female characters.
Yeah,
and I don't think coincidentally all of them sound shit. So
they're terrible.
You can probably blame her for that one.
Yeah, he had her write all the dialogue for the female characters, and he wrote, he obviously took the plot and Donald Pleasance's dialogue. You can night and day, obviously, but like the actresses didn't really have a lot to work with. Like if I were to actually say that a lot of the acting in this movie was stupendous, which they actually say multiple times in the movie, it's stupendous. I would be lying. It's not great. Jamie Lee Curtis is pretty good though, and this is her feature film debut too.
Well, the chat's mentioning Big Trouble, Little China. Like he has this apocalypse trilogy.
Yeah, he does.
That's like not horror, but it's really good. It's been a while since I've watched them, so I can't comment too much on them. But I know they're really good. And then he did Vampires with James Woods, right?
James Woods,
Vampires. John Carpenter's Vampires. I'm sorry. Let me correct the title.
Everything is John Carpenter's. Yeah, it is.
I think that's what it's called.
It's John Carpenter's Halloween, John Carpenter's Vampires.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew, what do you think of this movie? You saw it for the first time last year, right?
Yeah. I saw it because I don't like horror. It's not. I don't know if I'd say I'd hate it, but it's not my favorite genre. And I watched this and Scream with a friend, and both of them I really liked. This one had it did a lot of, I could tell it was doing a lot of stuff that was new for the time in terms of the production. Of course, you have the opening scene, and it had a lot of stuff that I liked. A lot of just a lot of cinematography that was really good, and really well done. The story was simple and pretty solid. Overall, was surprisingly pleased with this. I was expecting to go into it seeing if it was completely dated, but the only dated part was the acting. So
yeah.
So
yeah,
pretty much.
Yep.
I mean, some of the, you don't see too many Hitchcockian cinematography anymore. The way that he shows in the first scene, I'm sure we'll talk about it, the knife stab. Some maybe that style of photography is dated, but I kind of wish it came back. I like that aesthetically sort of absurdist, like I'm staring at my hand while I'm stabbing the lady, kind of weird, awkward photography. I think it's awesome.
Oh, yeah, right in the opening scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought we'll get there for sure, but I always thought that was amusing. I'm like, oh, they obviously have to show what's going on for the audience to see, so he has to look up at the knife, and that obviously
but that's a
looks
style choice.
Maybe. It is. Yeah. I don't know. This is a movie that has lots of faults, because I remember even when we were discussing it last year, I was pointing out problems that I know are there that aren't even there on multiple observations, just because I've seen it so many times. But all of its flaws and everything, it's kind of like the Dark Knight at this point for me. I put it in that kind of category where I have all of its flaws fully exposed to myself. But I just really appreciate what it did for cinema, what it did for me and my appreciation of cinema growing up, and even still now. Because both of those movies are two of my favorite movies ever, regardless of flaws and all, and warts and all. So I want to get to it, but I'm trying to get this fucking mouse to work.
Is the mouse not working again?
It's seriously being a piece of shit.
That's a good point, though. Sometimes your favorite movie of all time, or what one of, has flaws, or it has you can acknowledge that. For me, it's Pacific Rim. It's I will watch that movie 100 times. Clearly the story could be a lot better, could be way better. I could probably just delete some of that nonsensical side drama and then make it better. But I love the movie. I love it.
The movie's really fun.
Yeah, I love that movie. There's a bunch of movies like that, really.
And then Pacific Rim 2 happened.
Oh God, don't remind me.
I didn't even see it. One of my friends told me a specific spoiler about it, and I was like, all right, I'm out. I'm not going to deal with it.
Poorly. Everything's bad.
My Bluetooth keeps turning off. I'm going to have to restart.
Your Bluetooth? Dang.
Yeah, I have, because I just have it's a gaming laptop, so there's only so many inputs for whatever.
Lame.
And
wait, you gotta wait.
I know. I got a what? Wait.
You got a gaming laptop?
Yeah.
I have a gaming laptop. I can play pretty much anything on it. Call of Duty.
I thought you got just a PC.
No, it's I went to the store and I needed something, and I told them what I was going to be using it for, and they're like, "Well, a gaming laptop pretty much has that."
I was using nothing but a gaming laptop until about 3 months ago, and then I got this PC, and the PC is technically better. I have never had so many troubles with fucking computers. The gaming laptop is so much more reliable. I've done all my work on my laptop since I got this PC, because the fucking PC had to go back to the store as soon as it turned up. But now it's back, and in theory, it's working.
Fine.
Everyone was giving me shit because I edited my entire channel for a year on just an iPad Pro. Guess what's never given me any problems? A fucking iPad Pro. Yeah. So, I'll be back in a second, I guess. If you,
I used to edit on an iPad, but
don't.
I know people who edit on Sony Vegas.
I don't even know what is a Sony Vegas.
It's an editing software.
Ancient editing software.
Yeah.
So I was talking. Logan Paul's editor does. Oh no! It's Dr. Disrespect's editor uses DaVinci Resolve. Or no, Sony Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And just some people do. It's weird. I use DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah, I've been meaning to switch over to DaVinci. Premiere has been giving me some problems over the past month.
Also,
Just
chat,
like,
and if you want to be an editor, you don't have a computer, download CapCut. It's actually pretty solid editing software in your phone.
hello, David.
Hey, you know, older things. If older things still work, you should praise them and champion them for that. It's a rule for life as well.
Yeah, especially if you're Dr. Disrespect editor, just still doing badass shit with old software. Yeah,
I think my dad still uses like a really old version of Final Cut, just like an ancient version on an ancient MacBook that he has. He's just like, it still works.
Chat was saying They Live as what we just forgot to mention as a Carpenter, iconic movie. That is a great one. They Live.
I'm not sure I've ever seen Carpenter's version because didn't they remake that in the 2010s? Or am I thinking of something else?
They might have. You never saw the one with the guys like, I'm here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. You never saw that one?
Oh, wait, of course. No, what am I talking about? Of course I've seen that. No, I was thinking of something completely different. Yeah, no. Yeah, I have seen it,
yeah. There is a remake. Yeah. There might even be an original.
I think they are planning on remaking They Live.
They are.
Which will be really tragic.
Yeah. That's true. Well, yeah. I'm not a fan of remakes, to be honest, but sometimes they can be fine.
I'm fine if it's in a different medium, like Harry Potter going from movies to TV show. They have a lot more time with the format, so it could be interesting.
I think it's more like, can you remake something like They Live today when it will be a big studio-backed proposition and it will be everything that the film is kind of ostensibly warning you against, like this hyper-consumerism. Like They Live, as sponsored by Coca-Cola, is just the antithesis of what that film is supposed to be about. It's the kind of thing you can only make when you're outside the studio system looking in, I think. I would hate to see what they do with it. Either it'll be just generic pap, or they'll get completely the wrong message, and all the conspiracy stuff that they're trying to unwind will be like the stereotypical left-wing person's idea of what conspiracy is. It's like, it's just going to be just cringe. I'd love to be pleasantly surprised. I just don't see how that's going to work. It's like if Jurassic World comes out and Jurassic World takes shots at massive corporations who always want bigger and flashier things, and that's all Jurassic World is. Right. You're not paying attention to yourself. You're the wrong film to be making this message, backed by the wrong people.
Yeah, that's true. I was not, but like The Thing and The Fly and some other movies are good remakes. They're separated by 30 years, So can we do that again? I mean, the new Exorcist movie. Oh no, that's a sequel. I'm sorry. But yeah, I think it depends on if the person is immersed in that, and they're not captured by like you said, the industry or something. But if they're like, like if Jordan Peele wanted to remake, Candyman or something, like I didn't have a problem with it. It turned out not great, but it just, it could have been good. He wasn't involved really. He just produced it. But I think it would have been better.
Stuff like The Thing and Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which are the two horror remakes, which I'll always sort of elevate as probably the best remakes can be. But they both share this same thing, which is they are charting this massive social decline from sort of trust in institutions and trust in neighbors to the Cold War era, absolute distrust in everyone and everything around you. And so it goes from, like, if you watch the 50s version of The Thing, everyone is quite happy and chipper and they work together against this extraterrestrial threat. It's all uniting and it's really charming and it's a really good film. But it looks so naive when anyone who grew up after the 1980s. It's so naive, and it's so, in a way, nice for that reason, because people did actually used to like each other. But then the 80s version of The Thing it accurately really does translate the shift in societal mood. Everyone distrusts everybody else. Your enemy could be your neighbor. You have no way of telling from visual outside clues who is the good guy and who is the bad guy anymore. And it works incredibly well. It's so atmospheric for that reason. I prefer the remakes, if anything, but I really do appreciate the originals of both of those.
Do you like the Daniel Craig Invasion movie? I actually didn't think it was terrible. It was mid 2000s, another one of those remakes.
I didn't even know that one existed. What, Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
I think it's Nicole Kidman and Daniel Craig. It's called Invasion. Yeah, it's another remake. It's very different. The original and the 70s remake are like very similar. But yeah, chat will know I'm talking about. Somebody's seen it, I'm sure. I like Daniel Craig, actually, to be honest.
I like him too.
Unless he's playing Bond or that guy in Knives Out when he's trying to do accents that he can't do. Otherwise, he's okay.
Yeah, the old Daniel Craig.
I liked him in Road to Perdition. That's a throwback. He was the villain in that movie.
My Southern American accent's probably better than his is, and that's really saying something.
I don't know.
Hold on, let's pull up a super chat for him to read.
How's
Yeah. Here.
No. I'm absolutely stone cold sober, so I'm not doing accents on this show. But I can read the
Do it.
From Rene Felipe Rodriguez for $5. Hey, little platoon, just wanted to let you know that your voice is really cool. Also, how long were you a journalist? Thank you for your time. Thank you for the super chat.
It would be cooler if it was country.
It wouldn't it? I know, yeah. Maybe like half a bottle of whiskey later, come back to me and I might do that for you. I was a journalist, an employed journalist for 18 months, I think it was, and then the YouTube thing kicked off. And then before that, I'd been doing sort of freelance and independent and student stuff. So like technically, if journalism is more a state of mind than a career, which it used to be, that I've been a journalist for a lot longer. But as a professional journalist, it was just 18 months.
And what he meant to say was, "Hi, little platoon. I just want to let you know that your voice is really cool. Also, how long were you a journalist? Thanks for your time." All right. Thanks for the super chat too. Well, all right. The fucking mouse is working. Shall we?
We're
Actually,
gaming.
pull up the movie.
Do it.
Brilliant.
Let's do it. Okay.
Mike Myers, Halloween mask.
And just FYI, Bagface is supposed to make this. He's supposed to make this layout for this show better at some point.
How do you do that? How do you even do that with
I don't. He doesn't use
StreamYard.
Yeah,
he does OBS. He uses OBS for slight tomfoolery.
Oh, that's right.
So
it looks better, to be honest.
It does. It
looks so much more stuff with it.
Yeah, me and Bagface had a conversation. We're like, all right, we're not using Streamlabs, all right, or StreamYard, right? And he's like, yeah, no.
No, it's legit. It's user friendly, but it's like so boring.
Yeah. I'm using Streamlabs for my background on this. Yeah. It's like, it normally works better as VTube Studios letting me down, but you can do anything with it, and you can just use like virtual webcam, or you can plug it directly into streaming software, but you can just customize it infinitely, and you can have chat on screen, which would be nice. So when Bagface gets out of whoever's basement he's currently in, we will.
I think he's in his own. I think he's
Jamie Lee Curtis's basement.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not in mine. I got and Lofty doesn't even stay down there for long. He busts out videos.
Yeah, I come out of my lair every day.
He's just like, I'm here, man. All right, so I can only skip ahead 30 seconds and rewind 10, but I don't know. I feel like it's better than felt like it was better than trying to get slides all day. I feel bad for Mr. Brown when he does that. It looks really good, but I'm like, damn, that's time consuming.
Oh wow, yeah, I bet.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he's wild. Because he'll get like a 4K, and it'll look stupendous. But
man,
so as it starts out, it is these opening credits, which we really don't get in a lot of movies anymore. This fad kind of started to die in the 2000s of these extended opening credit scenes. But I always found that this one, like, I'll sit through it just because the music is it's the draw here.
The soundtrack's great. I mean, you can tell there's a bit of Tubular Bells influence in that it's structurally it's just around effectively, but it's so simple to do, but it is so effective. It's instantly memorable. I was playing on the piano earlier after watching the film. It just gets stuck in your head. It's a great little soundtrack. I think didn't he only get paid something like $10,000 to do everything for this? So soundtrack, script, and filming. Obviously, in today's money, that's more, but it's still a budget.
Yeah, an interesting little tidbit too is for Halloween H2O, which ended up being the 7th installment in the franchise. It was going to be the 20th, and it ended up being the 20th anniversary film. And it was kind of a sequel to the second film, and it skipped all the other ones. But he had been offered the job to direct that movie as well. And that's why Jamie Lee Curtis even hopped on board. And he said he wanted like $10 million. And he's like, that'll make up for all of the money you guys have taken from me and earned from my creation. And they said no. So the guy who directed Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3, Steve Miner, he ended up directing that film. So I think in John Carpenter's eyes, he has still not made all the money he's supposed to make from this movie.
A24 is next.
Just interesting notes too. Mustafa Akkad. He was the financier of this. That's why it's Mustafa Akkad Presents, and you will see that on every single Halloween movie up until I think the recent ones, the recent reboots. And actually, his son Malik took over, so you still see an Akkad there. But yeah, they
if you had a
essentially
name
own it.
like Mustafa Akkad, you would want that name at the front. It's a good name. It's a
cool
strong name. I do
Yeah,
like the name.
Strong name. It's a good strong one.
Mustafa.
But the atmosphere during this is, you know, he does John Carpenter does everything. So he does the soundtrack, and it's, you know, he did the entire film too. But he really wasn't like an insanely talented musician or anything. The theme, I think he said he stumbled. It was something that he remembered from his childhood, just the 3 notes in that 5/4 time.
Wow, jeez, classic.
Yeah, and one of the producers too, when they were watching like the final cut of the film after it had wrapped up, but he hadn't put music to it, they hated this movie. They thought it sucked. Yeah.
God.
And then he was like, well, let me put some atmosphere in it. And he added the soundtrack, and they rewatched it and thought it was brilliant. It just goes to show just how unbelievably important music is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It carries it as well because of the way this film is shot. That there are a lot of long, lingering shots and slow panning out shots. Which there's 1 or 2 which I think really work against it, and that's where like they have to try and fill with dialogue. It's the bit we'll come up to later when she's bitching about her carrying books around, and she just has to carry on bitching about books because there's a long, drawn out shot that she has to fill. But for the rest of it, the music is what, it really creates this really, really strong, powerful atmosphere to the whole thing. And it is so simple. It's just around. Even the sort of the intervening soundtrack stuff is really just a play or a riff on the opening theme. The same chord progression is there. The whole thing is simple, straightforward, and effective. Very, very good.
Yeah, it's just this 3 notes in a 5/4 structure. That I don't even want to play it because I don't want to get copyright struck. But either way, like everyone knows this, the theme to the Halloween. It's unbelievably iconic. But either way, like it creates this unbelievable sense of tension and dread. It's just like that minor note that really, really kicks it into overdrive. But it's just, it's incredible. I think this movie, like I was saying at the beginning too, it's like this kind of film where he has no budget. Like you were just saying about the extended shots and how you have to drag these things on. It's like, yeah, they had to do that. So the fact that they had to figure out how to make that entertaining, and it's like, okay, we have to, you know, this movie has to be an hour and a half long. There's not much of a story. How are we going to add time into the movie? Well, I don't know, like have these long extended shots and this really dread filled music playing the entire time. It just builds up to the climax of the movie, because once he actually starts killing people, it's not until like the final third of the film, because he's, you know, the opening act is the setup, him getting out, and then the stalking is the second act, and then the third act is when he finally hits. And I feel like the tension by the film and how long they actually had to, like, those long ass fucking tracking shots you see throughout the entire film, I feel like it just it was an accident and it works.
Oh, I hear it.
Ooh. Yeah, that was sorry. I have a piano right next to me, so I can just jingle around. The problem is because the whole thing's in piano, it will register as the actual same song, so we'll still get copyright struck for it. But yeah,
that's it. That's
girl.
it.
How do you not know
I'm sure
this?
you've heard it.
Yeah, here. Maybe I can play like a split second of it.
Yeah.
You may not be up. Oh, there you go. Nope.
Audio's.
I don't
know.
No audio. I can do the opening bit and we can risk it.
You do it.
Yeah, you play it, and then we can just counter by saying, no, this is Platoon's version.
I pulled my headphones out of my socket. That's not good.
That's what she said.
I can't hear anything. Professional streaming.
This is why Bagface is going to fix
can't hear anything, so fuck it.
I can grab my guitar.
Oh no, it's all good. Better.
Yeah.
I'm getting chills, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting chills. Oh my god! I just watched this last night.
And so on. Hopefully that won't get us copyright struck.
No, we're good.
I would say Black
Stream
Christmas
just
does
turns
not have
off.
that going for it.
X-Ray Girl, you gotta watch it.
Yeah, you definitely do. And
it's only
welcome
90
to the
minutes.
chat too,
It's 90 minutes
X-Ray
long.
Girl.
Yeah, welcome. It's a short movie, 90 minutes. You can do I like binging 90-minute horror movies. That's like you can do 3. It's actually pretty easy to do 3 in like one night.
Yeah, I find it hilarious. Like there are multiple Halloween timelines if you're a fan, and I like this one, part 2, and then Halloween H2O as like a kind of trilogy.
I hear that's a pretty good one. I've only seen the first one, and then when I was 9 years old, I watched one of him stabbing some lady with an eye in the eye with a needle. Does that ring a bell?
Oh yeah. That's I mean, something. He does that multiple times.
He chases some people into a hot tub or something and like burns them.
Oh, is that the second one?
Oh, in the second one, he burns 2 people alive in the hot tub. Well, no, he follows 2 people into the hot tub. He drowns one in the tub and burns her face off and chokes the other guy to death.
My babysitter was watching it when I was a kid, and I remember pretending to go to bed and then watching parts of it, and I was like, yeah, it was scary. But at that, like at 10 and 11, I was actually playing Resident Evil, so I don't know. I was just kind of into that stuff.
You know, it's weird. When I was a little kid, my parents would not approve, but they would let me get away with watching like RoboCop and Friday the 13th, but they would not let me watch this movie.
Well, this one
there's like no blood in this movie.
Nudity and there's blood.
There's boobs.
I was watching Friday the 13th Part 4. That is like the most nude-filled Friday the 13th there is.
The only Friday the 13th I've seen is the one where he fights Jason.
Oh, you're gonna have to get lucky.
No, it's Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, that's
Freddy Krueger versus. Yeah, I've watched that one, but all the other ones no.
Everyone pray for Cynic and hope he gets lucky by not landing on a boob in one of his time skips.
Yeah, there's a few boobs in this one.
Good luck.
There really is. Oh shit!
I'll just tell you when it's coming up.
Just
I know where it is.
As possible.
I say I know where it is.
You know what a boob looks like? You could if you know what it looks like, you can skip it.
I know right where it is in the movie.
If you know what it looks like.
I'm kidding, Cynic. I'm joking.
What's a boob?
Yeah.
So the film starts out Halloween night, 1963. This shot here, which I'll rewind since I can only go ahead by fucking 30 seconds. This shot here is, I know we were talking about how Platoon doesn't think this is necessarily like a revolutionary film in a lot of ways. This scene in particular was only the second time they were able to use tracking shots in a film up to this point because they didn't have a Steadicam. And this is only the second film to use the Steadicam. And they shot this entire scene twice, and it's all one shot. And what he's going to do is he's going to go inside this house. He's going to go out back, inside, and then up the stairs.
Wait, that can't be. It can't be true that this is only the second film, because Lenny Riefenstahl was doing tracking shots for the N-words back in like the 1930s.
Well, it might be the only the second use of a Steadicam. Yeah, that might be.
Yeah, like this is 74. Wait.
78.
78.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then the 80s was the invention of like the actual technology, the gyroscopic technology. The 80s was the time they started using that kind of stuff, wasn't it? And then, but before that, you had like Touch of Evil, you had like The Conversation, which but those are tracking shots with this looks like a Steadicam.
This is fully a Steadicam. So it's a dude in like the full-on fucking attire. You know what I mean?
The whole kit.
The whole kit.
He got the exosuit.
Yeah. But they had to shoot it twice. They could only shoot it twice. And there are people in this house that are running around and moving the lights around and everything. It's really incredible that, again, this is like an astonishing way to start off a film and showcase the fact that, like, hey, we have no budget, but these are hyper creative people. You know, like this is John Carpenter at his he was so young, but what better way to start off a film like this? It really establishes Michael Myers as a character too. Like it's just this, he's supposed to be the essence of evil. And you don't find out until the end of the shot that he's
now.
only 6
One
years
thing
old.
I will say, maybe somebody maybe knows better than I do, but did this movie sort of invent the concept of the POV of the killer perspective in terms
I
of
don't
like
think so
as a main
because
villain kind of character?
no,
Or
because they
maybe I'm
did
thinking,
have that shot in
well,
Psycho.
there's a
Yeah.
couple. Oh, wait. I'm thinking, but was that from his perspective? Wait.
Yeah, because like you saw the killer walking up to the shower curtain,
That's
right?
when she's in the shower and you see the arm going down and the stabbing,
Yeah.
and it's definitely his POV shot. They do it through a mask in this, which is, I guess, an innovation. But
Right.
And
Okay.
interesting
Yeah.
connection too is the woman who died in Psycho at the beginning is Janet Leigh, who's Jamie Lee Curtis's mother.
Yeah.
And isn't she in?
Oh yeah. I'm stupid.
Which of the Carpenter? Isn't she in
She's
one
in
of the
Halloween
Carpenter films?
H2O.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Carpenter didn't direct that one. That was the one that he was offered, and he said $10 million. Sure. And they said no.
Jeez. Cheap ass studios.
Yeah. But so he is going to be stalking his sister. So here we have Michael walk up. He's looking into the window, and she is supposed to be babysitting him. And she's hanging out with a boyfriend, and they're kind of fooling around on the couch. He asks her, "Where is Michael?" And she says, "I have no idea. He must be around here somewhere." And they decide to go upstairs.
How many takes did this take?
2.
Only 2. That's
Yep.
crazy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it was a low number, but 2 is insane.
Yeah, and the thing about it too is it's all, this is all one shot. By the time from where it starts, from where it ends when he walks outside to see his parents, it's one shot. It's wild.
So it's called a Panaglide. I just looked it up. It's a Steadicam competitor. It's a Steadicam competitor called Panaglide.
Gotcha.
But it's interesting. There's a whole article about it. IndieWire.
Yeah, so he's moved into the house through the kitchen and the back door, and so all the lights have changed now. So the light guys, everyone in there is just running around like crazy. There's an interesting part too where I don't have the still frame or anything, but as he's walking by, you can see the actual camera in the shadow, which I always thought was hilarious.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, I'm wondering if different people's TVs have different, HDR settings or whatever that have like better black than other people's TVs. If this movie might look way better subjectively for other people. What do you guys think about that? Because for me, there's a shot later in the movie where, and then right here where it's like you're not supposed to see what's there. It's supposed to be dark. But maybe if you have a bad TV, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Did you have a good viewing of it?
Yeah, I've seen this on like so many different transfers, and they just keep refining it too. And the latest transfer is super clean, so you can see pretty well what's going on. This is like this copy that I have for right now it's shit. But no, the cinematographer Dean Cundy, I think he won an Academy Award for, I can't remember what movie. I think it might be Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Oh, yes, you're right.
But he did this movie, and when you watch it in a really clean transfer, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's breathtaking. The blues and oranges are they really stand out. Like when I think of this movie, I think of the colors black and blue and orange. Thanks, Dean.
Yeah, mine. I thought this was. It looked really good. The budget was the budget for this was sub 500K, right?
It was 300,000, and then they gave him an extra 20,000 so he could pay Donald Pleasance for six or 7 days worth of work, something like that.
Didn't they also approach? I think I'm right. They approached Peter Cushing, and he said no because there wasn't enough money. They also approached Christopher Lee, and he said no. But after the fact, told John Carpenter that he regretted that. It was one of the biggest regrets of his career, was turning down the option to play Dr. Loomis in this. So we got Donald Pleasance instead, which is, he's pretty good. He's not bad.
Yeah, I thought Donald Pleasance was
I will watch
pretty good
Cushing and Lee in everything, though. So like he's always going to lose that comparison to me. But
I can't see anyone else as Dr. Loomis at this point.
Yeah.
So they're so interconnected.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, the boyfriend is already walking downstairs. He's been upstairs for all of, I think, 30 seconds. I think someone in the chat pointed that out too. He didn't last very long. But he said he'll see her later. She said, "Will you call me?" And he goes, "Yeah. Yeah, I will." And now Michael has made his way upstairs. And again, you're like, imagine being the guy who's wearing that giant fucking suit, that giant mechanism to do the Steadicam, having to walk upstairs.
Yeah. It's creepy seeing that. It's because like you feel like you are Michael in this shot, and it's just
right.
Like, I don't want to stab this girl. Like I guess I have to.
Thing. That's the thing. Like, put yourself in the seat of an audience member who has no idea what's going on.
Yeah,
and they don't know that this is, in theory, they don't know that this is about to happen. But he finds the mask on the floor that the boyfriend had, and he was teasing his sister with. Oh boy, I see the boob.
Yeah, watch the boob.
There was only side boob.
Cringing so hard right now.
YouTube is about
cringing.
YouTube is watching, sweating.
Yeah, YouTube people have like Kim Jong-un binoculars. They're out here just peeking at us.
Yeah, they're looking at every single stream at all time.
But he picks up the mask, and I can't get I can only do so much. But the arm that reaches down and picks up the mask, which is also the again, we couldn't see it in the kitchen because of how fast I have to go through. Yeah. But the hand that picks up a knife out of the kitchen, that is actually Deborah Hill's arm. She is playing mini Michael Myers. So someone else is in the Steadicam, but standing like right behind him is Deborah Hill, ready to reach down and be Michael Myers.
Interesting.
So he puts the mask on, and that's how it blurs, gives you that perspective. In the TV edit here in America, you could barely see because they had to not just blank out like her boobs, but they also have to, it was like too violent for TV, even though this really isn't that violent. But they had to make it so tiny you could barely even see what's going on in the TV edited version.
I don't know. It's not that violent compared to stuff today, but this movie has some grotesque, shocking things that for the 70s was like intense, right? Or early
kill
70s.
a dog.
I guess
if you're not Italian.
No, because like they had to hide a lot because of the budget too, because they couldn't do a lot of gore effects. Because you had like when did House on Haunted Hill come out? Is that movie like gory as hell?
Well,
and that was in
sure
the 70s.
I mean, that whole decade was just gross, and like the late 60s. What that was like, a lot of European movies were way more graphic, and but I think for mainstream Hollywood, this is still kind of intense. But
they were pushing boundaries with this. I was remembering in Black Christmas, because a lot of that, the villain's first introduction in that is mostly through sort of either cold calling or by really creepy phone calls. So you never see him, you just hear him over the phone.
Right.
He says some absolutely vile stuff. I mean, vile by today's standards. You'd be shocked to hear it on today. It's like, I'm going to lick your, where's my swear button? Your word. Like, yeah, it's really quite like, even I think like you can see at the time how that would be really shocking, but even by today's standards, I think that film is probably slightly edgier than this one is even.
Oh yeah, and The Exorcist. And The Exorcist.
Yeah, The Exorcist, the famous F me, Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. Good Lord. That was an intense movie too. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I think people boycotted that one, I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to think if it's the one that the movie I was thinking of is the one that was directed by Wes Craven, and I think that was Last House on the Left. That was like fucking brutal. That's how he got on the radar to end up directing Nightmare on Elm Street too.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, well, he did do Last House on the Left. Maybe we should let him.
Didn't he do the Chainsaw Massacre before that?
No, that was Tobe Hooper.
Oh, the original? Oh, okay.
Texas Chainsaw, yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna press it. Let's see if we get boobs.
Oof, thank God.
We don't.
Well, I probably ought to not push the luck. So he runs down the stairs. I pushed the luck.
We're getting closer to boobs.
All right. I'm not going back
from
anymore.
boobs.
Chat, close your eyes.
So he stabs her to death, and there is this, like we were talking about earlier, there's this moment where he looks up at the knife as he's stabbing her, obviously, so that you, the audience member, can see what he's doing. And yeah, it's like this surreal moment. It's a artistic choice, but it can also be, Michael's like shocked at what he is doing. You can read into it if you want.
Yeah.
But
so the theme for Michael Myers, and it's expanded a little bit later on. There's the scene, again, we'll come to it later, but the scene in the classroom when Laurie's English teacher is talking to her about two annoyingly made up writers. Because whenever I hear literary references in film, I'm the kind of person who goes and tries to find out which books they're talking about. I spent so long doing that, only to find out later on that they just made the fuckers up. But the point of they're juxtaposing these two fictional people in order to drive home a point that there's a difference between the religious concepts of morality and good and evil, and the idea that good and evil morality is effectively fate, and fate is settled and unchanging. And what they try to do, and I think quite cleverly in that scene, that it begins here, is to say that Michael Myers he's not just sort of volitionally bad, and he's not immoral by any kind of twee religious sensibility. He's not bad in the Christian sense. He is actually the embodiment of evil. And I think it's the second film when Lumis has the line basically confirming the fact he's not human. He is just evil.
Because that's I shot him 6 times.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's real.
That's not like always that common in horror movies, because a lot of bad people are portrayed as immoral people, or people who've made bad choices, or people who are just nasty. They're not the embodiment of evil. They are not literally kind of, the devil, I suppose, is the analogy to make. Whereas Michael Myers is that.
I like that better. I wish more movies would just embrace like just the normality of having, like, not having to subvert things and do some sort of play on like grief or some sort of allegory that, like, even though It Follows was sort of an allegory, I think those things, and that's kind of like, the movie's not bad, but they did play that allegory up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you compare that to Hereditary, which is straight, it's literally just Paimon, he's a demon. And I like that better. I think that's more fun.
Yeah, it's nice because the tendency in a lot of modern films is that bad people have been done an injustice to, so they're only bad because society was bad to them. So I'm really surprised the Halloween remakes didn't have like Michael Myers' origin story. Oh, he was abused by his father, and that's the reason he's bad. Because they're doing it with everybody else. They did it with Cruella de Vil, of all people. Like, she's actually not bad. She's just misunderstood. Like, I would be surprised if we never got something like that with Michael Myers, but I'm happy that we haven't, because I like this basic grounding of good and evil, and there isn't actually any crossover between those two. Really, really sets the stakes out very clearly. There is such a thing as evil in the world.
Oh yeah. And then they had Rosemary's Baby, and do a similar thing before this, and like that. That's been. We're like I said, we're still doing it today with Hereditary. It's not like modern day horror is all like abstract, like garbage, like kind of trying to be subversive, but it's just more common and it's annoying. But
if anything, horror is probably one of the only genres that's still kind of immune to that tendency. I can't think of too many horror films off the top of my head which have gone the direction of every other basically genre around and trying to humanize villains.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. It's like I've probably seen more horror movies this year than any other genre too.
It was a good, decent year. Last year was great.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's there's something about horror too where it's not everything has to be Halloween. Even a shitty horror movie, I'll go see. I don't know.
Right.
It's just fun. It's like schlock. You know what you're getting into. It's going to be a shitty time, and you're going to love it. But he stabs her to death, and he makes it outside to run into his parents. And I always thought it was hilarious. So the dad rips the mask off and asks Michael. And then this is very artsy fartsy. They both kind of freeze, and it zooms out. So the dad standing there very dramatic with the mask, and it's like he's still almost in like an action pose. And Michael's standing there with just a knife. But I always thought it was hilarious that the mom seems so fucking unconcerned. She just shoves her hands in her pockets and just goes, "Huh."
I was thinking that earlier when I was rewatching this. This is one of the drawn out shots that I really think kind of undermines what it's trying to do. The kids come out. He's got this huge kitchen knife with blood on it. They've ripped the mask off him. They stand there. The mom's got her hands in her pockets and looks mildly displeased. And the dad's
looks
like
she needs a
not this again.
What have you done, Michael? And then they just stay that way for a good 30 seconds as the camera slowly pans away from them. And you think, well, if you're going to keep them in motion, then have them reacting or run into the house. And if you're not going to do that, make it an obvious freeze frame. But the weird in-between they've gone for, I don't really think works.
No, it doesn't, because the mom doesn't even stay still. She ends up putting her hands in her fucking pockets and just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to wait until he yells cut. I've never been in a movie before. It's kinda like the feeling it gives off. But I honestly have never heard anyone really talk about that, except, well, now you along with me. Like
I thought about it last night when I was watching it. I was like, they should have ran into the house, right? Like,
yeah, just run into the house and let him stand there or something.
At least the father, because the father would be more in maybe, or I think the father probably should have ran in the house instantly.
Yeah,
and the mother maybe like try to console the kid or something, but
I don't know. It's still.
Well,
it doesn't.
It's iconic shot.
100%. It is an iconic shot, but it doesn't hold up 100%.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. And yeah, so that was the first seven minutes of the movie. Is the this whole opening shot, the opening credits, and kind of setting up what the rest of the film is going to be. Because now we cut to, if it'll let me see a timeline here,
dude.
It's not going to. Fucker.
This is timestamp. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, because I think it shows. But they're in. Anyway, so now they're going to Smith's. We're going to Smiths Grove, Illinois, and it's been 15 years. So what is that? 1978 now. And Michael Myers is 21 years old, and it's a dark and stormy night. It's the night before Halloween, and we run into Dr. Lumis and what's her name? Nurse Brackett, I think her name is. I believe.
It could be the origin story for Nurse Ratchet. Given that she's about to get really pissed off with some mental people, and then she turns into this really strict disciplinarian.
The funny thing is, she has been in, for whatever reason, she's like a fan favorite, or the filmmakers think she is. So she is in this one, part 2. She's in Halloween H2O. So if you watch that as like a trilogy, she's in the whole trilogy. And she's also in the latest trilogy that they just dropped, the 2018, 21 and 22. She's in like 2 out of 3 of those, and she finally eats shit, like she dies. But and that's an entirely different timeline too.
Kill all boomers. I'm kidding.
I was surprised she didn't die in this one, because we're going to get to the bit in a moment. It's leading up to Michael Myers' escape from the asylum.
Oh, right.
And so they're driving up there and having to talk about, and Loomis refers to Myers as it, and she scolds him and says, "Can we at least refer to him as him?" And Loomis says, "If you insist," because he doesn't think that he already believes that Michael Myers is something more than human. He is, the embodiment of evil, essentially.
Right.
But they get there, and there's a bit where he goes out of the car, because you see all of these nutters essentially on the loose. And he goes out to try and find out what's happened. Someone jumps on top of the car. We're going to get there in a second. Someone jumps on top of the car. And like, if you're in this situation and it's all dark and it's stormy and it's rainy and there are mental people everywhere and one of them's jumped on top of your car, what do you do? Do you lock the doors? Do you drive away? Do you reverse? Or do you wind the window down and stick your head out of the window to see which of the nutters is on top of your car? And then inevitably she gets dragged out of it and everything, and he jumps in the car and gets away, but he doesn't kill her, which I always thought was a slightly strange decision.
Oh, she does.
Does he? Yeah.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt does die via ice skate in the face in Halloween H2O. She gets her throat slashed in H2O. Anyway, sorry. Now we can go back to this one.
Do you think he plans to kill people, but sometimes doesn't? I haven't watched enough of these movies. Does he ever like try to kill somebody and he just can't do it, and he moves on to the next person besides the main girl, obviously? But like, is that a thing that he like, or does sometimes
it depends on the continuity. He has done it,
but is he very They explained that he's intentionally choosing targets, or is it?
No, in this movie in specific, it's supposed to be
Okay.
totally at random. Like it's supposed to be he was in Haddonfield because he wants chaos. He just has no set plan, and he sees Lori and her friends, and they yell at him and catch his attention, and that's who he decides to stalk. And that's supposed to be what this is. Yep. But he's given up before in other other timelines and whatever, but in this one in particular, I think it makes sense for him not to kill anyone. Like he does, the only person he kills between now and when he gets to Haddonfield is actually the mechanic where he steals his attire from. Otherwise, like it's almost like he's I don't think intentionally, but he is reliant on everyone not believing he's as serious of a threat as Lumis is making him out to be. If there was a dead nurse, people might take it more seriously.
Yeah, that's wild. But no,
I've always read the murder pattern as being it really depends on how much of a goal the film gives him. So in this one, his goal is quite loosely defined. It is get back to place,
just get chaos,
get mother's headstone. That's a part of it as well. But otherwise, it's just it's because he has no real defined goal. He will just kill seemingly at random. In other films where he has a stricter, more defined goal, he tends, I think, to kill people who get in his way, but doesn't go out of his way looking for people to kill, if that makes sense, besides the people who he needs to kill for the goal to happen.
Yeah,
it's really there are no set rules, man.
But he doesn't kill people in the asylum ever, correct? Like,
no.
Is there any lore of that, of him murdering people?
In the shitty Rob Zombie version, he sure does, which we will be discussing as well.
Dude, the asylum in this creeped me out, man. Can you imagine pulling up on people just wandering around outside that they're escaped asylum patients in the middle of the... It's creepy.
It actually used to happen. So this is one of the things that dates the movie probably in a good way, because both, I think in the UK and in the US, we've both sort of made these moves to close down asylums.
Yeah.
So we don't really have these places anymore where it's known that a whole bunch of mentally deeply unstable people are being housed. But it used to be kind of not uncommon if you were driving past a place where there was a known asylum. If you were to look out into the woods, you probably might see somebody in a white gown sort of wandering aimlessly and ghost-like through the woods, because people escaped periodically from those things. And a lot of this film's sort of iconography and its horror tropes actually do derive from real life mythology around. So that every village, every town in America has this haunted house myth at the time. Everywhere that's anywhere near an asylum, probably someone has at some point driven past these ghostly people in the woods. Like, some of this stuff is rooted in normal everyday experience, and it's what makes it probably more powerful. And because we've sort of lost that experience, now it seems more uncanny and probably therefore more effective. It is more creepy now that we see this kind of thing.
That's interesting. Yeah, we're more creepy to modern audiences, perhaps in a different way. Creepy in a different way. Lady Snowblood. Yes, that's a great movie. Tale of Two Sisters. That's a fantastic.
And Zombie does suck.
And so is Lady Snowblood, by the way. That's a great movie too. It's a good Japanese movie.
Dead Schooled. He does kill people in the asylum in the theatrical version, just not nearly as violent, because I remember he escapes while he's being like let out during the theatrical one, and then during the director's cut, he's accidentally let loose and he kills like everybody. Either way,
I said this before.
Fucking terrible movie.
I can't recommend this enough. There is a movie called Shock Corridor. It's about an insane asylum, and I just want people to watch it. 1963. So it's based on a true story about a journalist who went into an asylum. She won a Pulitzer Prize, I think, for doing this, but commits herself into an asylum to study these people. But I think they turn it into a guy in the movie. But it's a really interesting, fantastic, like old horror thriller from the 60s. If you like creepy insane asylum people, it's probably the best one I've ever seen. Shock Corridor. I love that movie. Yep.
She asks him during this conversation too, before Michael attacks. She asks, so like what they are going to do with him, like what are they going to give him? And I think he says Thorazine. And she's I think that's it. Yeah. And she says that he'll barely be able to sit up if they do that. And he's like, yeah, that's the idea. they're like, well, and she asks, well, why are we even having to do this? And he's like, because that's the law. Otherwise, I'd let him stay locked up forever. This happens really fast because I only hit this skip once. But yeah, so they see all the mental patients outside and have no idea what the hell's going on. Yeah, so he gets out. Yeah, he leaves her alone to try and figure out what's going on. And that's when this shot here is we see Michael jump onto the roof of the vehicle from I think from the windshield. And then she's looking. I don't know why she decides to roll the window down and look around to see who's on the roof.
We gotta investigate.
Damn, Nudder's on the roof again. She's gonna go. Damn it! Give him what for? Oh shit! No, he's grabbed me.
There is a shot too where he shatters I think the right side, the passenger side window, and you can actually see the hammer in the hand they used to smash it. It's like someone had like a giant hammer that had a hand around it and smashed the window. But it frightens her enough to get out of the car, which apparently was his intent. And then he gets in and takes off. And Dr. Lumis is left screaming in the darkness, "The evil is gone from here! The evil is gone!" And that's all he refers to him as, is the evil, or Michael. And in the credits, he's known as the Shape, actually. He's not credited as Michael Myers.
Yeah.
That's
Wrench,
weird.
not hammer. Thank you. Yeah, because he's a shape in the shadow. You know, he's supposed to blend in and out of the shadows, and he's just a shape.
There's a little bit of a hand wavy thing that goes on here as well, because, you know, you might be asking, how does a guy who's been locked in an asylum since he was, 5, know how to drive a car?
Well, they asked that.
This is a problem. Yeah, the film understands that's a problem, because the question is posed of Dr. They ask Dr. Loomis, or someone asks, like, he can't possibly drive. And then Loomis's response is something like, well, someone seems to have been doing a good job teaching him. And it's like, well, I'm not sure that really works, but fuck it, we'll move on, I guess.
Or he's
much, but
to be fair, it's not that fucking difficult to drive. So like, it could just be he's evil and he just fucking can figure out the basic mechanics.
Never met my mother in that case.
So. He is quirky and can learn fast.
Yes.
Well, evil
I press
things.
This thing to go, this thing to stop, and this thing to direct where I go. Gotcha. I got it.
Yeah, and evil entities can just at will do things that they wouldn't normally. Maybe that's the logic.
That is kind of it, because he is evil, so he can survive things he otherwise shouldn't. And I guess maybe evil is teaching him how to drive old Mercedes as well, because evil can do that. It's like downloading programs from the Matrix, but evil instead.
Or Platoon. AI. What it actually is if you want, for the rest of this month, we could go over the entire Halloween series.
Oh God!
And go through the timeline where it's actually a druid cult that taught him how to drive.
Is that true?
No, that's not.
Yep. You can't tell me. No. It's called the Cult of Thorn.
What?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's actually kind of creepy. I like druids. They're creepy.
Halloween
and that movie
3,
has
which has absolutely nothing to do
way.
with any of this. Like Halloween 3, if we're going through all of them, that you might wonder, well, why are we? But Michael Myers isn't in it, and there's a factory which makes masks, and the plan is to make everyone wear masks, and then a TV
kill
signal
the kids.
Causes bugs to come out of the masks, and everyone dies because some evil wizard guy is reviving Stonehenge. It's like, what the fuck is this got to do with Michael Myers? And the answer is nothing. They just thought, well, let's try and expand the franchise, and it really, really didn't work.
Oh fuck! And this is the following day. It's Halloween. We're back in Haddonfield, where the movie began, his hometown. Smith's Grove is where the asylum is and where he escaped from in the previous scene. I think they say that's something like 160 miles from Haddonfield. Like that. Yeah. And if you guys will notice, there are some leaves on the ground, but there are no dead leaves really in any of these trees. Does anyone have the trivia as to why?
Bags of fake leaves.
You remember? I told you this one. Yeah, they could only find and really afford like 3 full bags of fake leaves, and they were filming this. It was not filmed in fucking Illinois. This was filmed during the summer, I believe, somewhere in California, and so they threw. It looks like a typical suburban neighborhood, though. And with the dead leaves on the ground, like I don't know, I would have never thought anything of it. That's just Dean Cundy for you, being a genius. But yeah, so they had like 3 bags of leaves, and they had fans that would blow them around and stuff, and then they'd have to sweep these fucking leaves back up to reuse them in other shots.
That's like, oh no, that's not even that's not even a problem. Imagine being Peter Jackson and having to clean up a trillion tiny little skeletons, skulls for that one scene in Return of the King. They have to drop all the skulls around Aragorn. You remember that?
Yep.
Oh my god!
Hell.
Yeah.
Oh, there was like, I think there was like 1 million of them or something.
Well, in this one, the leaves just deteriorated and just didn't look
because they're just sitting. Yeah, they look like shit.
I think there are a couple shots where I'm like, wait, this isn't Illinois, like just from like the infrastructure there. But
yeah, I think you can also see, the infrastructure, like how the houses are built, and I think there are a couple of like fucking palm trees hanging out somewhere in the background.
Do you think people like geoguessers are like super nitpicky about location? Like, oh, that's Iowa,
100%.
not Ohio.
Like that guy on TikTok who's like, that guy on TikTok who can just find your house. He's just like,
instantly.
I know where this is.
That's funny. Pisses them off.
Yeah, tell them Alabama, Wyatt. Peter Jackson had CGI and money, baby.
No, but that was all practical. That was practical.
The skulls were practical.
Yeah,
but
they dumped them on Aragorn.
And we are introduced to Laurie Strode.
Yes, we're introduced to the all of the high school kids that look like 30-year-old women.
Dude, what the fuck? Okay, so
and men.
I was who was saying this the other day? Someone was, I think Brittany was saying this the other day. She was like, all people from like the 70s and 80s look like they're fucking 40 in these younger movies. And I told her, I was like, no, in this film, Jamie Lee Curtis was 17 years old when she filmed this movie.
Well,
she's 17.
Some of her
other I know, because when we watched this, she was like, I swear to God, she's 40 years old.
But she does have a uniquely sort of old, structured face, I guess.
Yeah.
She's always looked kind of older than she is. The fashion probably doesn't help, but no, I would have said she was way older. Even acknowledging both of those things, all the people in this look old. But it's always the way, isn't it? Yeah, you say teenagers in the 70s are always at least 30.
Yep.
It's how you justify making them naked all the time and showing boobs all the time.
That's true. That's wild.
And
the guys just look like college guys. Like I don't
know. They look old too.
Like older than that even. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the hairstyles. The perms. It's the perms.
Yeah, it could be.
Moustaches also helps Andrew. Yeah, makes you look older.
When I get rid of this, I'm gonna look like a child.
For real, man. Have you seen True Lies?
Hey, Henry Cavill doesn't look younger when he takes his mustache off. He looks the same. You should just gain some muscles and you'll be fine.
Yeah, but just don't have that. Don't have that crazy haircut they gave him for that new movie that he's in.
That's true.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I did. It's embarrassing, but it's stupid.
So she is walking out of the house, and this is Strode Realty, is what this sign says here on her father's car. I'm sure that was a very expensive prop to slap on there. But
it's probably a piece of paper that they just put double-sided tape, one piece.
But as she is walking out, I can't apparently catch it here, but her father asks her to drop off the keys at the old Myers house, which, as you know, is the house where Michael Myers murdered his sister at the beginning.
Haunted and abandoned, and he is a realtor, and so he's tasked with selling it. And it is a fun fact, haunted houses or houses where people have been murdered tend to go for significantly less than the usual asking price in the area. So if you're if you're a first-time buyer and you're looking to get on the market, you can exploit people's stupid superstitions and pick up really nice houses for dirt cheap, as long as you're prepared to, maybe there's a bit of a blood stain in the wood somewhere, but ignore that, and it's a good house and it's cheap. So just go look for murdered houses and you'll be fine.
Or go kill people, but that's not the right choice.
Or hire someone to kill someone in a house, and then 10 years later, when the reputation's there.
Yeah. Look at all those dead leaves. It looks like it's October 31st indeed, in the northeast.
One of the things I really do like about this film is how it like everyone is so very normal. Like there are no abnormal characters, with the exception of Michael Myers, who obviously is evil. Everyone here is absolutely normal. They act pretty believably in the situations that they find themselves in. At no point in this film does Laurie pick up a shotgun and say, "Evil dies tonight," or whatever the fuck.
Evil dies tonight.
Evil dies tonight.
Evil dies tonight.
There's a lot in common with funnily enough, with Terminator between this film. I was watching this film earlier and thinking, actually, this looks really familiar. The first Terminator film, she is very much like Sarah Connor. When Michael Myers is going through houses killing babysitters, it's very much like when Schwarzenegger is going through killing Sarah Connor's friend and her boyfriend. Like, the setup is very similar. It's shot quite similar. Some of the action, some of the violence is quite similar. The characters are very similar. A lot of this actually is kind of Terminator-like. And obviously, Terminator comes later. Given how much James Cameron likes stealing from people, I wouldn't be surprised if he stole this as well. But it's nice because she's not supposed to be sort of the later stage Sarah Connor in this. She is first film Sarah Connor, who has to sort of discover a bit of bravery, but she's still absolutely terrified and relatively powerless as well.
I'm moving my desk. Sorry. I wanted to sit down.
Home decoration during a stream.
No, I gotta.
No,
I
it's
was
automated.
telling him I gotta. Yeah, I have a mechanical desk now.
Oh, is
It's
it
on,
one of the ones where you press a button and it can go up and down?
Yeah, it's a secret lab one. So it's on hydraulics and shit.
That sounds quite cool. I've been sort of looking at those, but thinking I don't need that, but it would be cool.
Oh, I didn't need it, but I like it.
But I wanted it, so I got it.
I fucking like it. Tell you that.
I do
Very
like
nice.
that the characters are way more normal in this, and they're just kind of passive. Like, yeah, they're just passive. They're just kind of living life, and then Michael Myers is interrupting that, and then they're more reacting than acting on anything, which is refreshing because you don't see that often, I think.
Yeah. And now little Tommy Wallace, who she will be babysitting later, is going to be walked to school by Laurie.
But no, the normalcy point I think is an important one because for all some of the acting, a lot of the acting, especially from the extras and sort of the ancillary characters, is terrible. For the most part, one of the things that makes it so believable and kind of, I guess, so horrifying is that these are not superheroes and these are not action heroes. They are your neighbors and they are you, the babysitter. You know, I think the working title for the film was something like The Babysitters or Attack on the Babysitter, something like that. Anyway, they changed it to Halloween after the fact, but it's supposed to be as normal and relatable and human as possible in order for the horror to really come through. And I like that. I want more of that sort of thing. Just so long as the ancillary characters can also, you know, being normal actually does require some acting talent somehow.
Yeah.
And it's a shame some of the people in this, particularly her friends, do not have it. But, you know.
And little Tommy Wallace is understandably terrified of this house. Like you were saying earlier, like it's the classic, you know, every house or every town has a kind of urban legend, a haunted house. I know my town certainly did. And he does not want her going up towards this house whatsoever. But yes, her father's trying to sell the home, Strode Realty, as it said on the side of the vehicle. And she's just going to drop it off before school. But this really sets everything in motion as far as what's going to go on for the rest of the film, because someone else was in the house.
Oh, this shot was crazy.
Yeah,
when he comes out of the screen door, very good.
Freeze frame here. So she's walking up. Damn. You can play 8 seconds at a time. And pause it for a sec. Cynic is straight up reminding me of an 11-year-old right now with this angle.
You're tiny.
My tiny in the corner here.
Let's play some Fortnite.
I'm just trying to hide.
Michael Myers is Michael Myers in Fortnite?
Boom.
Hold up. I think so.
I think he is.
Wait, no way.
Wait,
is he really?
Somebody is. Maybe Jason. Maybe I'm thinking of Jason. I don't know.
I haven't figured out how to set up my camera yet, Vex, really. I was like, I bought this new lens and I was told that it was going to do what I wanted, and then it didn't. And it still cost $400.
Did you guys hear about the creator was filmed on like a $4,000 Sony normie camera?
I
Sony
did.
FX3.
Yeah, that's really Crazy.
Did you see it, Lofty? Did you see the creator?
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
I'm very busy, but I want to.
Platoon, have you seen it?
Again, not yet. No, but I want to. I plan on seeing it.
Yeah.
It is a visual treat. The story is very disappointing.
That's what I heard. It's kind of, well, it's from the director of Rogue One, so obviously it looks really pretty, but the story is light and the characters are shallow, which is kind of.
It is. Well, there's
Godzilla.
also like way more plot holes than Rogue One. I'd say it's Rogue One before it was reshot.
There's a rumor going around that was written by AI, so maybe that's actually makes sense. That why it doesn't really very.
I think Jay might be onto something here.
Like,
maybe
wouldn't
not
that be
100K,
crazy
but yeah.
if he did? Wouldn't that be crazy though if that was written by AI and like he just didn't tell any? I mean, he would be a dumbass for not telling people, but like, that would kind of make sense with the plot of the movie being about AI. I don't know.
But it's believable as well, given that AI always will recreate the most common tropes that it can search. And so if you're telling ChatGPT, write me a sort of this apocalyptic sci-fi story, the chances that AI comes out with, well, artificial intelligence went bad, pretty high. I can believe that was written by ChatGPT. The problem is that you can't really tell the difference between automation and Hollywood writers. So it's really hard to say for sure. But it's believable.
That's funny because I'm doing, like I said earlier, I'm doing this AI ChatGPT horror series on my channel, and one of the first ones I did was about a zombie, and I told it to write a story about a zombie, and the first sentence is once upon a midnight dreary, while a zombie weak and weary pondered a life both bleak and dreary. That's like the first thing it pumped out, and it's like, well, it's just
quite
copying.
Good, but it's just Edgar Allan Poe and any number of other people.
Yeah. It's I could have changed it if I wanted to, but the whole point of the experiment is not to do that.
But the creator falls into the pit of really cool sci-fi idea, terrible execution, but it looks fantastic. Like
that's why I went to see Saw 10 instead of that over the weekend.
Oh wow.
And was that the right decision?
Well, I'll tell you what was not the right decision was not like doing edibles for 3 days and then doing the same amount I was 3 days ago right before the movie, because then I had to leave the movie about 30 minutes early, so I didn't get to finish it because I had a full-blown fucking panic attack.
Oh boy. In Saw? That's horrifying, dude.
Well, I was sitting there like I was really just like
oh my god
finger, and I looked over to Brittany and I was just like, I can't right now.
That's terrifying.
It's not the film I'd normally associate with a good trip. So
yeah, that's a bad idea, dude.
Yeah, she had to drive home. I wasn't in good shape.
Oh my god.
But the interesting thing about Saw X or Saw 10, I don't know, whatever. I got to go back and finish it. But I was gonna review it for the channel because I was shockingly, I don't know, it was like surprisingly good. They have him as the star of the movie, like he literally is the main character. And they actually have they create some empathetic moments for him and stuff, at least to get you more invested in him. And Tobin Bell's just really good anyway. So it's probably the best Saw movie. And I didn't even finish, like I didn't even get to the super gory stuff or anything. It was just a really good movie up to that point. Yeah.
Bagface watched it, and then he talked about it on Slight Tomfoolery, and he said it was pretty good, like for a Saw movie.
Yeah, it's surprisingly good, especially for a Saw movie.
Mm-hmm.
It took place, and it's like this weird timeline too, and it takes place between like part 1 and part 2, I think. But anyway, we're talking about Halloween. We'll probably get back to that. But this scene in particular is boom, right here is where he pops up, and it has this super. I don't even know what kind of sound effect that is. It's like this. It's almost like
vibrating.
It's like a synth, but it's also like. It almost sounds like something letting off a steam, like if you're blowing like a steam engine or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's super fucking loud.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't do it. Oh, it's the sound effects are great in this movie.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll be predictable, and other times it'll happen before he's on camera. Like I think it was this shot. Are you mirroring this? Because oh no, I'm thinking of another shot. on the other side of the camera when he's before it pans back and you're waiting for him to come on camera, and then there's a sound effect before you see his shirt. And then other
it's his
times,
breathing.
yeah, other
isn't
times
it?
it's his breathing. But then other, like the one time when he sits up at the end of the movie after he was stabbed again, he sits up and there's no sound effect. It's just him sitting very slowly. And then there's a sound effect way later, like a delayed. It's just really clever. Like it's unpredictable. You never know where he's going to come from. Like there's so many shots in this movie where they do intentionally show things. You're like, well, what's the point of this shot? Well, it's because you're supposed to be in the frame of mind where you're looking for him in corners of the frame. And that's why that's why it's a wide, I think it's a 235 wide panorama or whatever.
Yeah, I believe so.
Panavision. Yeah, Panavision film stock or whatever. Yes, that's the whole point. It's like you're supposed to we're looking for everywhere he could be at all times. I love that.
And this was cool too. Like I get frustrated a lot in horror movies nowadays. Like if there's a stalker or something, I'm just like, how do you not fucking know that someone's just right there? But for Halloween, like this, the original film here, like this just works. Like it's
just works.
They're oblivious to him. Like she doesn't recognize that he's just fucking standing there right behind.
Like well, she does. She's the only one who recognizes him. But yeah, we're not right here. Yeah, but she doesn't.
Yeah, there's a couple of moments later where they undercut that problem common to any stalker horror, where she does actually see him and she does think that there's something wrong. It's everybody else who thinks it's just a stranger. But the kid goes on and on all the way through this film about the bogeyman. And she's always sort of, the bogeyman doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. But she sort of is amenable to the idea that maybe something like that is out there. And it is her final line in the film as well, isn't it? It refers back to the bogeyman. So she spots him. She thinks there's something wrong. She doesn't know quite what, just senses that there might be something. Her friends dismiss it. Her friends die.
Yeah, her friends are dismissive. They think it's, just another student playing pranks because it's Halloween in a Halloween mask and stuff. But yeah, Laurie can definitely tell something's wrong. And Michael Myers is a mouth breather. Just wanted to point that out.
What did you? But they take that. See, that's one of the inspirations I think they did take from Black Christmas, because there's a huge amount of mouth breathing in that, which really sort of drives. There's a few signs where not dissimilar to this, where the guy is sort of looking at these girls through an open window, or either on that or over the phone, and all you hear is this really sort of muffled, close-up, heavy breathing, and it's very effective.
Very much.
Nerdy Film Girl. Yeah, Cobweb was really good. It's weird. It's not I don't know if you've seen a trailer or anything, but it'll subvert your expectations if you're gonna watch it anyway, and just based on a recommendation, just go in as blind as you possibly can.
I watched it.
So bizarre. Did you like it?
I didn't like no.
Okay.
No, I thought it was
Barbarian.
I like Barbarian a lot. I thought Cobweb
my friend still wants to show me that movie.
Cobweb has good acting. Yeah. Oh, Barbarian's a really interesting movie. Cobweb has good acting. I think it's very tropey and doing I don't want to say what it's just doing the same.
Don't see
monster.
I
trope.
disagree. I know that's the thing. I disagree.
It's not scary anymore,
because I remember thinking when I was leaving theater, I was like, I did not expect that. Like it wasn't what I thought it was. So I actually appreciated that. I thought that was because the same people who did Barbarian did Cobweb, and I was like, oh, this makes sense. Like this is like their new thing. They're subverting.
Well, they twist in the middle of the movie, but this twist is more plot related. I'm talking about the creature. It is very.
I suppose.
I've seen it a million times. I'm not scared by that kind of thing anymore. Like Mama did it.
I've always felt like creatures are better hidden anyway. I prefer not knowing what they look like or not knowing their origin stories most of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm interested to see what you think of that, Nerdy Film Girl. And now we cut back to Smith's Grove, where Dr. Lumis is having a chat with, I don't know, I assume the head of the asylum. And this is that scene where the script recognizes how goofy it is that he can just hop in a car and drive off. So they mention it. And so now it's not goofy anymore because they brought it up. Perfect. We addressed the problem. It's good now.
Yeah, but now the asylum looks nice and friendly and very inviting. And
yeah, there are no crazy
in the
people
nighttime
around outside.
In the nighttime, it was horrifying, like a Silent Hill movie.
Yes, Dr. Wynn. And this is what I was talking about. If you follow certain Halloween timelines, Dr. Wynn actually ends up playing an important role because he ends up being the druid cult leader. And he's the one who is giving Michael Myers lessons this whole time. But that's not this film. Because we're not following that timeline. But yeah, it gets really extreme.
I was waiting at the right here for him to, because I haven't seen it in a while, for him to I watched it again just yesterday. I was waiting for him to leave, and then the doctor do some sort of like tell or give away that he's like in on something. But I guess they addressed that in like another movie, because he just kind of walks away. Like, you know how sometimes in a horror movie trope, like a character will leave, and then the guy gives like a mysterious look, like letting you know that he's like in on it or something.
Yeah, or to throw you off.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
No, they really didn't. Like this movie, if it just stands on its own, it's just that he doesn't find it to be as big of a deal as Dr. Lumis, that some fucking psychopath who murdered someone escaped out of a mental asylum. It's not that big of a fucking deal, you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're freaking out.
Oh, here's Platoon's most hated scene.
Yeah.
With Zilliam Blake sphere.
I really like the scene. It was just really annoying Googling who the writers they were talking about were and not finding them, because like the summary she gives, I thought that sounds like it could be a really interesting book. I'd like to go away and read that book by Samuels, is I think his name. Only just discover that Samuels doesn't exist. They just made it. But there are books they could have used, I'm sure, which might have made the point better. But nevertheless, I like what they're doing with this. It's quite a clever one. And setting up that overarching theme, which is evil is unchangeable, inevitable, and not moral. It's not a moral proposition. It's just there. That's pretty good, and it's a good way of showing it as well.
And it's an interesting. Maybe I'm reading into it, but it's fun that that she's actually a good student. She knows the topic, and she knows the concept of fate, and when she understands it. However, when confronted with it, it's like she's blind to it, and you know what I mean? Like, some people can understand like a sort of a concept, but then when they're confronted with something, it's just they don't want to believe it. You know, I don't know if the movie was trying to do that or not, but
I think it probably also is trying to convey that she is the personification of goodness as opposed to his evilness, and this idea that evil will come after even the best. So if you watch something like Scream, and Scream makes good fun at, it has fun lampooning various horror movie tropes, like, well, if you lose your virginity, you're going to die, because virginity is one of the things that keeps you alive, and all the rest of that. But actually, she's pretty straight-laced all the way through this. She's a good student. She takes care of kids. She reads her book. She does her homework. She is pretty much as nice, as good, as moral, as straight-laced as you can possibly get, and still ends up being the target of this evil, the personification of evil.
She doesn't even think about
it's a good juxtaposition. No, she doesn't. All her friends around her, and I think they probably did that deliberately. So all of her friends around her do what you expect American teenagers to do. They sleep around, they smoke, they take drugs, they get killed. And the natural way of thinking is, well, then because she's good, she won't be. But actually, she's still the target, and she has to be saved at the last minute. So evil does not discriminate between your good actions or your bad actions. Evil just hates you.
Yep.
Saw this in film class, and it was
film class. What is film class? I hope it was a high school class. Dude, I went to school. I had film class stuff, and I did film studies. Sometimes they just show you shit that you've seen before, and it's like, or the stuff that you'll watch anyway. I mean, it's good. I'm happy they do, because there's a lot of kids that will never watch this outside of film class, and maybe that's awesome. I'm just like, why? Maybe there's a reason to show this in a film class. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I have bitter memories of my film studies class.
They did that with The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly for me. They showed the last scene, and I'm like, I know this. And then a bunch of people are talking about it like it's like ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, and they're just like,
if you're talking about like literary. I get it. Maybe I'm being too cynical, but I'm telling you right now, I watched Metropolis, the 20s sci-fi movie, 3 times in 3 different classes. And the third time I went to the professor and I was like, buddy, you you guys need to coordinate your curriculums better with each other, because this is the third time I saw this movie and I analyzed it the same way in all 3 classes. It's like, it was a history of film, and then it was technology in film class, and then it was like chronology and it was a waste of time. And this was a college, level courses, and I watched. It's just bad, man. It was
It's one
not
up on
good.
me. We did not have film class. What we had was our English teachers, or any teacher actually for that point, got bored or ran out of material in the curriculum, and they said they put on any given film and said, "Yeah, this is relevant."
Oh,
So you
that's
think,
what they
okay,
do.
what does Billy Elliot have to do with physics? I don't know,
Oh
but
boy.
we've got nothing else to teach you, so just watch it. It's near the end of the year, guys. It doesn't matter anymore. Just watch whatever you want. Scream. You're only 12. Fine, watch it. Don't care.
That's funny. Yeah, I did the same. That happened to me too. Although I did stuff like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in a psychology course that made sense. Iwo Jima in the Clint Eastwood Iwo Jima in a history class that made sense. But in college, it's like it should be way more seriously scrutinized the curriculum. But in my college, it was not, and it was terrible.
I was lucky because I did philosophy in university, so that obviously means we had to watch The Matrix several times.
Oh God!
Yes, of course.
That's relevant, right? So that's good. It's actually educational. It's Plato's Cave and all the rest of it. That's not bad. And then otherwise, the only film stuff that ever popped up in my college course was some guy who just thought it would be funny if he could work in the Blade Runner monologue at the end in every conceivable context. So the lecturer would be talking about something, anything, and this guy would say, "So, in what way does this relate to the idea that tears in rain mean that it's time to die?" It's like, okay, well done, Sam, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about just like, I don't know, biology. But he'd still persist. He was very good. That was kind of film education.
That's kind of based, actually. Show your favorite movie and like pretend that it's relevant. That's awesome. Man.
While she is getting this lesson from the authors who don't really exist, Michael's vehicle is sitting outside. I don't know if I can get the... There it is.
There he is.
And he is standing right here.
Yeah, there's something menacing about if I saw somebody standing in the most like figurine-esque looking way just staring at me, it would be uncanny. And because people don't normally stand like that, so you could, even far away, you can tell this is an awkward person, right?
Yeah, he decided to get out of the car and stand beside the car
and just start looking.
Yeah,
he'd go well in Ahsoka though, because they do nothing but staring in that
show.
That's true.
I think Ruin Johnson made a great meme of how to play Ahsoka. It's just
well, Sabine, if you take off all her armor, which she does regularly, she does look like she could play Michael Myers with her coveralls. So
same range of facial expressions as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, she looks back and he's gone. That's what the shape does. I always love this scene. There's an homage in a recent horror movie I watched, and it reminded me of this scene. I can't remember what it was. It was a recent horror film I really enjoyed. But we're gonna see little Tommy Wallace carrying a pumpkin and being picked on. Oh, it's in Cobweb that this happens. Do you remember this scene, Lofty?
Oh, wait a minute. What was the bullying?
Yeah.
Well, there's bullying in literally every.
Yeah, no, but like the pumpkin and the whole shebang is like involved again.
Oh, right. You're right now.
I remember seeing that in theaters and thinking that was a homage to this. For real, but he is being he's being bullied that the boogeyman is going to get him.
Yeah.
I don't think that you're going to hear too many boogeyman bullying stories nowadays, but
but this is a pet peeve of mine. That maybe my number one in Hollywood annoying pet peeve is just there's always bullying and everything, and most of the time the bullying is just not realistic and it's completely exaggerated.
And
it really gets to the point where do we really need to have exaggerated? But like Megan was the worst example of it by far. Megan, and the one that the bully died. Over the top, stupid kid should not have been bullying.
Yeah, but that movie's a satire, so you can give that.
Oh my god,
it's supposed to be.
This film isn't though, and it's annoying in this film. Like quite clearly, the director has stood there and told these three children chant in complete unison, just chant "Boogeyman, Boogeyman, Boogeyman" over and over again. It's like, and I want children out of film generally, but it's very annoying when they do that. They're not good actors. The bullying isn't realistic.
Terrible.
I don't even think it's necessary to drive home the point the film is probably trying to drive home, which is effectively nothing more than keeping the boogeyman concept in your mind, because that's the thing it wants to pay off at the end. They are just annoying. I wanted to punch every single one of them.
I agree.
No, I totally agree. The acting's atrocious here, and it's almost like it reminds me a little bit of how I felt in that opening shot when the parents are like frozen. It's almost like this artistic choice because there's this fucking cadence to how they're chanting and stuff. But for me, it didn't go on too long.
No, it's fine.
And I do like the scene because it confuses the viewer if you've never seen Michael Myers do anything, you've never seen Halloween. The way he interacts with Tommy here in a second after he smashes the pumpkin is really interesting because you're like, is he a protector? Like, why is he interested in him?
Yeah, it sets up. That's true. It does set up a good Michael Myers thing with the kid, but then it doesn't really address it too much later on. Really,
is he? It just makes it. Is he like a different P word? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, what's his intent here, man?
Why is he loitering around the school?
Yeah, so I don't know if I'll be able to catch it. No, I won't. That's too bad.
Some other bullying scenes in horror movies. The It movie has some just obnoxious bullying. Not a horror movie, but the movie Power Rangers, the most recent one. Oh my god, the kids try to break the dude's arm. Yeah, they just they just literally try to shatter the guy's elbow, and he did for no reason other than the kid's just annoying. And then, but he has superpowers, so it doesn't work. I'm tired of bullying. Whenever I see it, I'm like, here we go again.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah,
it's always poorly acted.
Yeah. And then
it's my biggest problem with like the Sam Raimi movies.
Boom.
There's just a bully.
The Fablemans.
The reason of having a bully.
The Fablemans had a good bullying. That was like straight up anti-Semitism, but that was like actually made sense. I believed it. It was like the only time I could think of. Anyway, we're getting off track.
No, it's all good.
ADHD.
Get off track. This is I have ADHD too. That's what we do. But no, it's get off track. I think it's fine, man. We're doing breakdowns.
This is creepy.
Yeah, so we didn't even mention, but Nick Castle is the man who played Michael Myers throughout the majority of the movie. There are a few instances where he's not, but he's the primary one. He's the one that John Carpenter specifically directed and created his gait, how he walks, everything like that. As simple as it is, it's incredibly effective. But yeah, this scene here, so they end up tripping poor Tommy over here, and he smashes his pumpkin, and they all run off, and ha ha ha, you suck, kid. And then this one runs right into Michael Myers, who stops him and lets him go, and he ends up watching Tommy instead. So yeah, you kind of, if you don't know Michael Myers, you really don't know what his intent is here. And I thought it kind of created a nice little wrinkle to his character anyway.
It does.
Yeah.
Jay says it's an example of Mike Myers not killing everyone he encounters.
That's true.
Yeah. Yep.
And so he ends up following Tommy, and for whatever reason, Tommy does not notice. I mean, like, how far away was he standing from him right there, realistically? 20 feet.
Evil will not be noticed if it doesn't want to be.
Fair enough. And I
just made that up.
No, but it could be the artistic intent,
Yeah,
like
probably.
I mean, it is a little surreal, but it's a little exaggerated, but it's supposed to be Halloween. So like, yeah, dude's in a Halloween mask. That's not terribly shocking. He's not in a like super threatening outfit. It's just a mechanic's outfit. So it makes sense. But he hops in the car and just follows Tommy along the street here. And again, you just don't know what his intent is. You just know he has murdered, but you don't know what his plan is. And I think that's the point. He doesn't know yet either.
Doesn't doesn't Arnold drive a cop car in the Terminator movies around? Doesn't he drive around?
No, in Terminator 2, the one takes on the guise of the cop. I think you might. Boy, does Arnie steal a cop car in the first one?
That's what I thought. But
I think you're right. When doesn't he steal a cop car when he's chasing Sarah and what the hell's his name?
He's
in the first big chase, like out of the club.
Yeah,
that scene. Yeah, the first big chase.
He does drive a cop car there.
I'm just wondering if they were like, well, these are very similar characters, and the cop car is kind of like a thing where being inside of a cop car as like an evil entity or maniacal Terminator villain or something is like a kind of a cool concept. So maybe they got it from this. I don't know.
It's good. It's like emblematic of like authority is not trustworthy anymore.
That's true.
It's a good way of undermining trust in people who should be trustworthy.
It's interesting. Yeah, you never know who's in a cop car exactly. What kind of person they are.
And now we can cut to Dr. Lumis. He is heading towards Haddonfield, but he decides to stop at a payphone. I find this I don't know, it's convenient, but it's also makes a lot of sense. It's like, you
might have to explain it to me because I was lost. Like, how did he happen to park next to the engine of the car that died?
Because I think what makes for me why it doesn't come off as too contradictory or just too coincidental is because like it's on the way, and clearly this is probably like the lone payphone or one of the few. So Michael probably waited there until someone stopped and needed a payphone and then took what he needed.
Oh, maybe that might be. You're right.
And then Lumis is trying to track him down, and I think already believes that Michael is going home for a specific reason. And so my guess, it would be a read into the film, but I don't think it's an unbelievable one, is that he's tracing the most probable route back to the most probable destination and has come across this place. I'd actually forgotten how little Lumis actually has to do in this film.
Right, yeah, he really doesn't do much.
I remember him much more from the second one when he's way more involved and slightly more actiony, whereas this one, he is just following a paper trail, essentially. Until right at the end when he manages to step into all the detective work and
we'll get to that plot hole.
Well, ironically enough, the faith in evil being evil is what gets him to the right place at the right time. But otherwise, no, he's just there occasionally narrating, occasionally expositing, but really not doing a huge amount. And I don't mind that. I think I prefer that to the later depictions of him being more of this all action, like burned-faced, cane-wielding, shotgun-wielding pistoler. It's Yeah,
I like it. Like he's the one who knows this character well and is trying to warn everybody, but no one will listen. But yeah, so he walks over for whatever reason after he gets off the phone. This is when it catches his eye that there's this truck back here. It's probably like right off screen is where the payphone was, so it's not too far away. And he sees these sheets blowing in the wind, which is exactly, that was what Michael was wearing. He also finds, is it going to show it? I don't think it is. No, I can't. He finds a thing of matches, and I think it says rabbit and red on it, I believe.
Yeah, that was what the nurse was wearing or had, right?
Yeah, at about 10 minutes ago, in the scene when they were going to pick up Michael when he first escapes and steals their vehicle. She's smoking a cigarette in the vehicle, and he notices that she was lighting it with matches that say rabbit and red on it. And that's where he finds the box of matches right here. So the sheets, the matches, he's like, shit, obviously Michael's been here. But what he doesn't notice, you know what? I'll let it play.
Shit.
Oh, okay, so you see the rabbit in red.
You're going to be copyright struck by some ancient cigarette company.
The rabbit in red lounge. Wish it would let me. He's going to run off. I'm going to hang on for a sec because we got to see it. But now this is the one victim on his way back to Haddonfield that we're aware of. And it's the mechanic that he ended up stealing his stuff from.
Which is good as well, because it answers, it precludes one possible question, which is going to be, wouldn't it be terribly unlucky if the car he stole originally ran out of gas on the way back home? What would he do? Would evil tell him how a gas station works and how to refuel your car? No, it doesn't need to happen that way. It runs out of gas, I assume, and he steals
and he gets a new one.
Yeah.
He does. He even does that in Halloween H2O. Yeah, like in Halloween H2O, they kind of build off that because he's driving from like Illinois to California, and it kind of follows him a little bit, and he's just stealing cars when they break down or run out of gas. He's just stealing a new car. I thought that was great.
There's the corpse.
No, that was the corpse.
This is, I think, probably the weakest part of the film for me, because it's the extended segment with her and her friends, and it's the extended dialogue that What's-Her-Name Hill wrote, and her friends are awful, and the dialogue is all kinds of cringe. It's not helped by the director taking a long time to get from place to place, which means there's a lot of filler dialogue, and it's not good.
Yeah, that was definitely because he was married to Deborah Hill at the time too. So that was clearly all right, honey, you got this scene. Like, you take care of this part.
Do you think they wanted to like draw an audience of like maybe young women to the movie and give them a little bit of a reason to kind of be invested, and maybe that's why they included this like the whole scene? I don't know.
I don't think so, because I think I think the demographic just for horror in general is a younger audience anyway, and it's just if it's going to be teen girls, you might as well have an actual woman write it instead of you, I guess.
What's the scene after this?
Well, this whole thing, I can go through it. They come out of school, they run into Michael Myers as he's driving, and that is officially locks his attention onto them.
Okay.
And then they're getting ready to go about their evening. So they get high, and then they go to their respective houses where they're going to do babysitting, which is just across the street from each other.
Yeah. Okay.
My guess for the purpose of it would be sort of twofold. In the first place, it wants us to at least know the people who are going to go on to die, as opposed to just having random girls we're told by exposition or her friends die. So in that way, it's supposed, I guess, to be building up our affection for these characters. Fails in that regard because they're all insufferable. Nevertheless, that's the attempt, is to actually humanize them. But then the second order point is also really driving home the contrast in behavior and morality and norms between the main character, the protagonist, and her ostensibly less moral friends and counterparts. Like, it doesn't matter that she is better than they are, even though that's what this scene shows. What matters ultimately is that, it doesn't matter. That's the point. It doesn't matter how good you are. You are still going to be the target for the serial killer.
Yeah, we are introduced to her, one of her good friends, played by PJ Soul, and she is easily the most insufferable character in this entire movie. And she knows it too. It's almost like she was written to be that way. And I think, 50 years ago, people would find this really endearing. Totally. And that's really
totally.
I wish the school they showed they showed earlier with the younger kid, and then this is the second time we're at the school, right? Is it the same school?
No, different school.
The different school. That was okay.
Yeah.
There's a scene in a movie called It Follows where it has to be a reference to Halloween, because there's this school, there's a courtyard in the middle, sort of similar to the last time we saw the kid and Michael Myers, and there's this old lady that's just like very still and slowly moving towards the camera, and the camera's rotating in a 360, and every time it comes back to her, she's closer. And it's like, I'm telling you, that movie has some really cool. If you like Halloween, you haven't seen It Follows, you gotta watch it. It's really cool.
It Follows. I think I watched that last year.
It's another allegory kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I did watch that. Yeah,
about like SPDs or something. Some of it's creepy, some of it's pretty good, but yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that. I went on like a 20+ horror movie binge last year. Yeah.
David Robert Mitchell directed that one, so he's the guy who did oh boy, that's it. Okay. Under the Silver Lake. Yeah. Anyway,
honestly, there's really not much to this scene, because the dialogue really it's just fluff. It's not, and it's not particularly good. It's really not. Like you said, it's establishing the characters and their personalities, and it shows the juxtaposition between like the good-natured and more quiet Laurie Strode character versus her clearly outgoing friends. I mean, that's what they're ragging on her about in particular.
Oh, that girl's from Carrie. Jay says she's also in Carrie, the annoying one.
Yeah, she is. Well, I don't know. Annie and her, they're both pretty annoying, because I think someone said in the chat too. Yeah, Annie's the one that keeps yelling, Lindsay! And it gets really fucking old. Yeah, it gets pretty bad. Oh, look, the leaves that were spread across the ground.
Yeah.
And this is the bit where he's driving past and they think it's somebody else, don't they? They think it's some guy they know who's supposedly hot, I guess. Then he drives back and then just, cringe levels increasing when she says, speed kill. kills.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the
that's
editing is
not-
actually
Don't
really
do drugs.
he's
stupid.
driving by pretty slow, and then when she yells speed kills, the next cut is to him going at least 35-40 miles an hour and slamming on the brakes. So like even the editing in this particular spot's a little wonky and weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I really enjoy it. I don't think I can catch it as it's going by, but you can see him just kind of it's almost
Yeah.
it's very human. Like you see him the way
kinda
he's
looking at her.
moving within the car and looking, yeah. See, he's peeking right here.
Oh, yeah,
Don't want to get copyright.
See, this is the other thing we need Streamlabs for, because we can just do what EFAP does and put a copyright shield over it.
I know.
How did that work, dude?
It works.
Just doesn't pick up the image? Because
Well,
if you
put
Yeah, if it's like
to-
50% opacity.
I think they have
okay.
a mod has at 70%, I think, opacity. So
Yeah.
like most of it is EFAP, and then you just put it on periodically for a long enough time that it stops considering it the same clip, and then you can just carry on. Unless you're doing an actual video like me, and then it doesn't give a shit which order you put clips in. It will still in copyright strike you all the damn time.
Which one was that?
Still currently underway, Mandalorian Part 2. Yeah, 4.5 hours, and
Man,
so no, you cannot have this 7-second clip. Why? Because you can't.
That's
I've
crazy.
just appealed that. So yeah, within a week it should be fine. Or my channel will get 4 copyright strikes and I'll be gone. But we'll see.
No,
Goodbye.
don't do it.
I haven't been hit by anything for
I haven't
Ahsoka.
either.
I don't know.
I mean, that
doesn't care about
would
us.
be Lofty. That would be your fault if I was hit with something. So
Yeah, it would be now. It would be.
What Cynic
No,
really
it's
likes is if you
technically-
subtly insert hentai boobs just for a couple of frames. He
One
really
frame.
likes it when you do that because YouTube likes it too.
it's
Yeah,
my
one
favorite
frame.
thing. I love staying up at night wondering if I'm still going to have YouTube as a job. Because
That's wild. No,
Yeah.
the what bother I don't understand how you can be talking and like have dialogue over music, but it still picks up the music. Like I guess they have a way to separate the algorithm of the audio and the I always get struck with that when I try to do that.
it sounds like shit when they try it. Like you can go in and try and manually remove it or use the whatever YouTube Studio tools, but they're shit.
I don't have too many problems with the music side of things because like Premiere has the automatic ducking against dialogue option if you designate it as background music against designated dialogue, and then you just make sure it's not too loud, and the mixing's usually okay, and it doesn't actually pick it up as soundtrack. So normally music is fine, but footage they're an arsehole about. But it does depend on the studio. So that's where she's saying speed kills, and I
and you see how fast
I wish speed would kill you whiny bitch.
I like how they say speed kills while while her other friend is holding a cigarette.
Yeah.
But he definitely heard that at least.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. How did he hear that? Because he's driving quite a long way away inside a car with a loud engine. Going
maybe he just saw her like do the
Evil
head
did.
thing.
Evil increased his hearing at this particular moment.
He's the Eye of Sauron. Sauron, sorry, I got mixed up with Ahsoka there for a second.
So the thing that Hereditary does that I really appreciated was it gave the evil entities actual references to demonology, like so it explained what exactly where they were, and I think that's pretty cool. And this like when it doesn't bother me when there is no explanation, but I just think sometimes having an explanation is cool. But I don't know, it doesn't bother me at all in this movie that like he's evil. I don't know. But maybe I haven't seen the other movies, so maybe it gets wacky with that concept.
It gets really wacky. But if you that's why there are so many timelines, because they just get so fucking out of hand. They're like, well, what if we just kind of forget these movies and pretend like we're doing another sequel to this
Isn't the character from The Exorcist also a specific demon that they reference? Like it has a name and everything? Like they explain who it is and stuff. I think it's like a demon's name from like Latin, whatever, demonology. I don't even know where they get this stuff from.
I don't even know.
Not in the Bible, I don't think. Is it? Is it? I don't think it's in Revelations. Like Paimon and all these things. Anyway.
Fuck if I know. That's Platoon's area.
Oh, demon. That's rude. Not all British people are evil, okay?
It's not rude. I have one in me
Prove
right
it.
now.
Let's see. Can you prove it?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I saw Train Spotting. They're all kind of fucked up, so maybe that's true. That may be so hard to watch.
I have never finished Train Spotting, actually. Should I?
Man. Depends if you can tolerate really annoying
I know a baby
behavior.
dies, and I don't like that.
I don't know. Something about it bothers me.
I don't know, I was not happy about that one scene where I'm just like, nah, maybe this isn't for me. I don't need to see this.
Some people, yeah, I don't know.
Jesus, I think it's gonna come up to what I want, and then it takes forever. This is a classic shot here. But yeah, so he's decided to park the car and just get out and continue stalking them on foot.
It's almost like he knows he looks scary.
Mm-hmm. Lori does not like this. I'm trying to find where his car is. I guess that was it right there, huh? Right here.
It's somewhere. Maybe it's that one. It looks
That's
like
it.
that one.
Yeah.
But
Close
yeah,
enough.
you notice as the movie has progressed, I don't know what order they shot it in, but the leaves are non-existent at this point.
I was gonna say also I found a palm tree in the
Bunch of
earlier
green leaves.
shot.
Oh yeah, I see it.
There's
right
one there behind that tree.
Yeah,
There's
it's
another
weird.
next to the house.
Yeah, where's that?
I don't know.
It was in the previous shot of him.
Oh, okay, yeah. But still, I mean, this is supposed to be like a Midwestern town.
Did they
It
make
worked.
those hedges darker
Illinois,
than the
no.
other hedges, as
So
though
that
he
it looks
infected them
calm?
because he was standing next to them? Is that like an
They
aesthetic
spray
choice?
painted him.
You know what I
That'd be
mean? Like sometimes when an
Yeah.
evil person walks by a plant and it dies, like is that it? Like you can tell they're darker than the one behind
Yeah,
it.
it's like in Rings of Power when evil is there, cows bleed black milk.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
ugh.
Or it's
Yeah.
in Princess Mononoke when the demon makes plants grow and then when he leaves they die. Like
It's a good spot. It might well have been something like that. Yeah, like the proximity to death, essentially. And because, yeah, you're right. It's the only bush along that row which is brown and slightly decayed looking. There'll be some horticulturalist in chat who says, "Oh, well, actually, no. It's a specific kind of bush that's a different color."
Go away. This is not movie hobbyists. Get out of here. Imagination.
She tells Annie that she saw something behind the bush, and Annie, of course, was oblivious and didn't see it. So she walks over to take a look, and
doesn't she say "Hey perv" or "Hey creep"? One of the two.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how the kids speak.
Hello, fellow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how we speak.
Hey perv. Totally.
What would like a Gen Z version of this movie be?
Honestly, they might say the N-word.
Probably.
Bro over there is sus. I don't know, Annie. Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Among Us?
My
Bro,
God.
that Michael Myers is mold.
Oh my God. Dude, Knives Out had so much of that crappy humor. Zoomer humor. Yeah. Trying to do all that funny stuff.
The best Zoomer humor I've seen this year is probably Mutant Mayhem. Probably.
That's
the best.
Yeah. Makes sense. They were trying to appeal to those exact people.
Yeah.
People who
I heard like the
gap and for real.
Well, I mean, they were trying to do a I guess that's what people don't like about it, but there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to appeal to a bunch of kids that grow up today with their language, but
it was fine.
I guess. But this is not. This is just this is bad.
Speed kills. Shit, I asked Mega Geek once. I don't remember his answer. Why they always wet streets in old movies?
Oh, it's to make the shots more dynamic.
Right, it's
if it were dry, it would look really flat. You also get some
raining
weird
in the previous scene.
Right. What's going on?
Well, all the scenes, like
This happens in movies all the fucking time.
Yeah,
in like 70s, 80s, 90s.
When we first see the first shot with the main character, everything's damp. So they just do this to they do it to make it look more dynamic.
Please don't show me something and then now I see it everywhere. I hate when that happens. Somebody points something out.
You'll start seeing it.
That's the worst thing ever. I'm like, I went my whole life without seeing it, and now it's because of you. It's your fault. I'm noticing it everywhere.
Someone tuned in late.
Peter Cho, is this what we're doing? We're circle jerking about how we all like this movie.
We hate this movie.
2 hours and 5 minutes of us saying it's actually a really good film, but there are some problems with it. You tuned into the bit where we have some problems with it. It's like, no, we hate the film. No. That's not
0 out of 10.
If anything, we're circle jerking over something we like, which is the way it should happen.
Why doesn't Michael just kill her already? Is he stupid?
This movie's dialogue sucks, and it was made on no budget. There's no gore. 0 out of 10. Waste of my time.
Goodbye.
It's weird though because her dialogue is good, actually. She just delivers it well. It feels like she's written differently. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, because her dialogue matters, and so like it's to establish a consistent character. They clearly paid attention to it, and whereas her friends are mostly there just to fill time and space, and so they didn't pay much attention. Also, it was written by Deborah Hill, and so it just didn't go particularly well. I think we probably skipped past the point where it's the books scene which really stands out to me as the most obvious example of filling time with dialogue, because there has to be the long lingering shot as she thinks there's something up. And the other girl who says, "Oh, I don't care if you've forgotten your books. I always forget my books. I forget my textbook. I forget my math book. Who needs books? You know, like books are shit."
Who needs books anyway?
Stop it! Stop speaking.
Just get it on the iPhone.
But you're right. Her dialogue is much better. But that's to establish an important character, and I think they probably just paid more attention to it.
Also, the sound of one man laughing. Vex is on a flight home, so she wasn't going to be able to make it, she said. But I also told her she wasn't invited because she doesn't like the movie.
Oh, man.
You're banned. Goodbye.
Man, we talk about things we like on this episode.
Also, to speak on the dampness of all the scenes, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like every single Halloween near Illinois, it's always either raining or just wet everywhere. So it fits the Midwest style.
Lately, oh wait, Illinois? Oh, maybe
Illinois is
okay.
where this is set. It's just always wet there for Halloween.
I'm East Coast,
so
I am Central Time, and I'll never leave East Coast time. Like my body is I'm just East Coast, man. I'm just stuck. I'll never get used to Central Time.
It's funny.
But yeah, so to reinforce the fact that it's Halloween, some kids are trick-or-treating. And Lori sees them. So she goes inside, blah blah blah, and then bam.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I was gonna say, ironically, the best trick-or-treat scene is not in this movie, but it's in E.T. Remember when they were all ghosts, or E.T. was a ghost, and he looks over and there's Yoda.
Oh yeah.
This was like doing an homage to George Lucas in E.T. Like, I thought that was funny. Remember, don't people think that E.T.'s in the same universe? Is that even?
Yeah, because didn't George Lucas put the ET race in the Galactic Senate, and I think it was Attack of the Clones?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Thank you.
3 of them. He did. So I don't think it's actually canon, but they're both Easter eggs, basically. I just love that scene, the trick-or-treating scene. E.T. is a masterpiece, by the way. Oh my god. Anyway,
again, Brittany hasn't seen that, and I purchased it so that we could watch it. I know.
Oh my god, I just watched it recently again. Yeah. Music is incredible, dude. Early Spielberg. Oh my god, there is nobody like that today. We don't even have anyone close.
No. I'm gonna pause this before it gets up to it, but yeah. So she's home. Goes up to get ready. She's gonna go watch Little Lindsay Wallace, or no, I think she's watching Tommy, and across the street Annie will be watching Lindsay, and so those two will reunite. But I love this scene when she looks out the window, sees him standing there. I love the shot.
Yeah.
And for whatever fucking reason, again, this is like an artistic choice. And it works for me. But yeah, she never looks away though.
Yeah.
So she knows where he walked off.
No,
she
blinked.
Where he went.
She blinked.
It could be, yeah.
She blinked and he dived into a bush.
Within a millisecond.
Yeah, it wasn't even like some evil thing. He just dove
alive
into a bush.
He just walks away.
Amazing.
Yeah, that always, I don't know, all these things like
it couldn't have been
in
like
my head with this movie, but it never detracted. It's like all the positives were meant so much more than these little, these little flaws.
B-movie stuff.
Yeah. And now this scene was always fucking weird to me too, because her phone's ringing, she picks it up and she hears chewing and breathing and she gets freaked out. She hangs up the phone and then it rings again and she picks it up and it's her dipshit friend who asks why she hung up on him or hung up on her. And it was because she was chewing as she was calling. And it always bothered me because I was just like, I don't remember any time ever in my life where I called someone as I started eating my food. So that when they answered, like I couldn't even be like,
Yeah,
like,
but you're not an American college girl, and they just behave differently, I think.
I guess.
They do silly,
just
weird
built
social things. They are just built different. They think different. They act different. Everything about them is weird and
quirky,
wrong. But I don't mind that because I like the sort of the setup payoff thing because the same thing happens later on, and because it happened here, she thinks that when her friend is actually being murdered, it's just she's just playing another prank again. So it's a good way of sort of establishing that sort of uncertainty.
Chris Nicholson for $5. Thanks, Chris. Why is it in every movie in this series that they always do an establishing shot showing kids trick-or-treating at 10 in the morning? Kids do that. I asked that too when I was a little kid, and they said that my parents they told me that like in some areas of the country, kids go out earlier because it's dangerous at night. But I remember thinking like, yeah, but this is supposed to be Illinois, like a suburb. It's not supposed to be.
Some kids have early bedtimes.
Yeah.
Well, they're still out later in the movie.
6 o'clock.
That is true. They just got it. Maybe they just got an early head start at this one.
I always started.
I mean, that is a good
during the day. I would start during the day and then end. Well, we're a little rebellious, but we would just go out all night. But I would start at like 6 p.m. I think.
I'd wait until it gets dark, and then go.
Yeah.
Which varied, of course, because it was fall. But yeah, so again, another situation where besides the Michael Myers out in the clothing line thing,
right?
Not much going on. She goes home, gets her shit, and now she's going to be picked up by Annie, and Annie gives her a joint. My goodness. And this entire scene is written by Deborah Hill, which means the dialogue is like not amazing by any stretch. The one thing that I remember about this though is that they constantly talk about a guy named Mike Godfrey. I knew a Mike Godfrey growing up. I didn't like him.
Was he killed by Michael Myers?
He wasn't killed by Michael Myers, no. But
he was killed by somebody else.
No, he was not. I think he still lives in the town I grew up in, though. And now we cut to Dr. Lumis, who is with the I don't know, what do you call these people? The
cemetery manager.
Cemetery.
Sure. the grave tender.
The cemeterian.
But yeah,
they're going to visit the Myers. Is it his mother's grave? Is it they're going to visit?
Sister, the one
his
he
sister's
murdered.
grave.
Judith, yeah.
And then they find the headstones up, and the Undertaker guy's like, "Oh, these damn kids stealing these headstones again." I was like, no, it wasn't the kids. You can't blame kids. I don't think kids could actually lift a gravestone. They're really fucking heavy.
Yeah, they're really goddamn.
Load it up to the tractor and just steal it.
Groundskeeper Willie.
That's the one, groundskeeper.
Groundskeeper.
The best part of this scene, I think the reason why it exists besides the gravestone thing is that it's showing this guy tell a really kind of fucked up story about a murder.
Yeah,
and the psychologist is already so desensitized to it because he knows Michael Myers, that he's just like, oh, this is nothing, just shut up.
Yeah.
I like that little dialogue. I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, I actually do like that too. This scene is pretty good the entire way through. Because the groundskeepers, he starts lamenting about how sad it is that this boy decided to kill his sister for no reason, and then he starts talking about this other person that he knows about that also murdered someone for no reason.
He's like, and they got a saw and they hacked the limbs off, and then it's really brutal. And normally the person would be like listening to it, but
he excused himself from the table and kissed his wife and two kids goodbye. And then he went out to the shed and got himself a hacksaw. And then that's when Donald Pleasant's character interrupts him. He's like, where are we?
He's like, shut up. We're dealing with pure evil. Do you even know? Do you even know?
Pure evil.
That's funny.
But yeah, the groundskeeper does the classic 20. Judith Myers. Goddamn kids.
Yeah.
That's
a small grave. They used to just
a manager of a cemetery by Google's standards.
Well, that's not the grave, it's the headstone.
Yeah. Oh, headstone.
He didn't steal the actual body. He sold a headstone.
Oh, right. Okay. So I got the dimensions wrong. Yep.
Yeah, that would be like, damn, he killed a baby.
That is a child.
He actually killed a baby. This is, they're kind of building up Laurie's character more, at least, informing the audience more about like where she is in school and what her actual social life is like, because Annie's giving her shit that she's not going to the dance or the prom or anything with a person because she's too much of a pussy to actually go. And I believe it's Mike Godfrey, that name that keeps popping up. But as they are driving, they drive into town.
And, one thing about this is like they
drove right by Michael Myers.
Oh yeah, they drove right by Michael Myers, who was went ahead of them.
Yep.
So he went ahead of them and then knew they were going to come and then parked, and then I think that's what happened, right?
Well, what he's doing is he's actually watching the crime scene that he just where he committed the crime.
Yeah, because they drive past the convenience store. They drive past, and her friend's dad is the police officer, and they've broken into this store. And it's another one of those damn kids moments that really shouldn't be those damn kids moment, because he says, what's he say? He's like, oh, well, probably they stole a mask and some rope and some knives.
And a couple
obviously, that must be kids. No, if you're telling me, it's like someone, they stole some duct tape and they stole some rope and they stole a hatchet saw. Who else could it possibly have been?
That's fine.
Well, I'm not thinking that's kids. I'm thinking that's probably a serial killer.
Nah. They're just trolling.
Nah, dog. This is a quiet town. That don't happen around here. What I also find hilarious, it's clear this is supposed to be the store where he got all of his gear from, right? Well, he had the fucking mask on at the beginning of the movie in the morning when she was walking to school. This is like 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. That fucking thing's been going off since the morning, and the police are just now getting to it, apparently.
I guess.
No, cops aren't efficient.
What bothered me is that they show up here, the girls, and they're like, "Oh, we're smoking weed. Put that weed out. Put that weed out." And then they just decide to, like, they could just not pull up.
They could just not stop, right? They could just keep driving. Be like, I got shit to do, Dad. Sorry.
If I have weed, I would never say hi to my parents. Hi. I would be like, up, go the other way.
Hey, what's going on?
Also, wouldn't you have been able to smell it from miles away? Because this stuff reeks, or is it just so much stronger now that it smells worse than it used to?
So.
No, because this is like old school 1970s, like skunk shit.
I don't know, but I doubt it. But he's just cool. He's a cool dad, but he's just kind of oblivious. Some kids just stole a sharpened killing equipment.
So who do you think it is? I don't know, Dad. Maybe the fucking guy who escaped from the mental ward who killed people before.
Well, they
Maybe
stole
that
some
guy.
barbed wire, a dildo, and a shotgun. Those damn kids.
Yeah.
That was Johnny Silverhand. Oh man.
This is not the first time we actually see him in the movie. It was a very brief when they were walking home beforehand, before she picked him up, before Lori got home. She bumps into him because she lives pretty close to Annie, and this is Annie's father, which is why they are compelled to stop. Even though it makes no sense to stop because you can just keep driving, instead of potentially getting caught smoking weed.
But Myers sees them do this.
Yes, he's watching them,
and then he follows them,
Mhm.
right? Yeah.
Yep. Because I'll try and see if I can catch it up. So they drive off. They got to go do their babysitting thing. And Dr. Loomis has finally made it to Haddonfield, and he's going to meet with the sheriff to try and explain the situation, which he's going to have a very, very difficult time getting through to him. But I'll see if I can maybe capture. Yes, right here. So Sheriff Brackett excuses himself as he's going to continue taking care of this, and he'll be right back. As Dr. Loomis is waiting right here, Michael Myers decides to peel out. He was right here the whole time. And I love that because even though a lot of these scenes can drag on, you can, like, I don't know. I've always had fun trying to search for things that I haven't seen before because they do have them in the background. I remember I didn't see this or recognize him driving by until I was like in my 20s, I think. And I think I first saw this movie when I was like, 12 or 13, something like that. So
it's quite a good little sort of broader loss of innocence theme at play as well, because the cop is, he's the lawman in the county. He's seen presumably all the bad stuff there is to see in this place, and he cannot possibly believe that there is anything seriously dark and evil going on. And so he is naive. The worst thing that's ever happened in this community is some kids stealing some shit, and that's all he thinks. That's all he can think. And Loomis is the one who's actually, well, he's seen the darker side. And he keeps trying to say, no, it's not going to be kids. It's not innocence. This is actually evil that's entered your community. And the officer is just in pure denial about that. And so it's sort of broader environmental storytelling, I guess. It's like this place itself is innocent and peaceful. And now something has entered it that does not belong.
And it gives the audience a sort of participation thing where a lot of people live in a sort of normal town that nothing ever happens. And it's like, well, what if this happened to my town? So it's kind of fun for the audience. And then also, that's just a thing Carpenter does. If you watch The Fog, the first part of the movie, that this lady's, the lady goes, this town has been the boring and irrelevant for 100 years. And then all of a sudden, everything starts to go wrong at midnight on this one day. And it's like, it's the same idea of evil coming to this small town to disrupt it, and then it's like so unsuspected that nobody even believes it's happening.
Yep.
And it's like a really cool concept. I mean, Stephen King kind of embraces this a little bit too with It and like some of his other stuff, but I like it. I think it's fun.
I mean, it's like Michael Myers did for small towns, what Jaws did for the water. Like, oh,
the water's
I
fine.
don't want to. Yeah, well,
you can go in.
I don't want to, dude. In high school, when I was like, I think I was a senior in high school. This is a funny segue. It's worth it. Our neighbor at the time, we lived in a very rural area when I was growing up, and like my high school was in the next town where people actually were. And our neighbor came down who was friends with my mother, and she had a daughter who I think was like 2 or 3 years younger than me. Yeah. And my friend and I were like at the house just watching, I think Halloween 2. And she's like, the mom comes in and she's drunk and she's like, hey, my daughter's home alone. You should go scare her.
Jeez.
Like, okay. My friend had a Michael Myers mask. And he had it like
get you killed today
in his car. So we threw the Michael Myers mask on, and like he had the whole like attire because it was around Halloween time anyway. So we drove up, and like the house is back from the road, probably like 40 or 50 feet. It's like pretty deep, pretty far back actually. And so I'm like just hanging out by myself, and he's in the outfit. and he goes and stands in the field, and they have like all windows, like this old, it's a farmhouse, so the windows are huge, and he throws a rock to like catch her attention. She's on the phone, and I see her just losing her fucking mind. She's like freaking out, and he walks around the house, and she's freaking out, and then we ended up leaving her alone and going back home. And when we get there, the mom is laughing her ass off. She's like, yeah, she's freaking out, man. She wants to call the cops, but I told her not to call the cops. She wants me to come home. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go home and unlock the door and leave it unlocked for you.
Oh.
So she does that. She comes back and gets and tells us to go back. And so I put the costume on this time, and we have like this enormous like fake butcher knife. And so I get her attention, and she starts freaking out again. And she like is calling her mom and shit. But her mom's convinced her not to call the police. And her grandfather also lived next door, and like he totally would have fucking killed me and shot me. Oh. So he told so she called him to make sure, like, it's Matt, don't fuck with him. But she did. She left the back door unlocked. And so I go into the house, and I hear this girl fucking screaming, dude. She's like screaming at the
You're
top
mean.
of her fucking
You are so mean.
She's upstairs, right? And so I'm like tapping shit on the walls, and I start stomping up the stairs, but very, very, very slowly. And it's just like the fucking actual first movie, dude. I get upstairs, and she has something like braced against the door. So
a coat hanger.
Yeah. So I just like fucking like push it, and I smash all kinds of stuff. And she's in the closet, just That's like wild. Laurie Strode is That's in wild. The actual fucking original movie.
I would never do that.
And dude, this girl is screaming bloody fucking murder and like crying.
I'd be afraid to die.
And I finally just like, I got right up to her and just ripped the mask off, and she's like, you piece of shit.
And she's still in therapy to this day.
Therapy.
Thank God she didn't have a gun.
This is entirely her mother's fault too. But
yeah, nowadays guns are you got to watch out.
Yeah, I know. But
you just open the door.
Although I don't know. I don't know where platoon where you are. I don't know about the gun problem, but maybe you have a knife problem. I don't know. You got to be careful because people are violent. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Jay Goodwin, you did this in a rural area. It's a great way to get shotgun pellets uncomfortably installed in your skin. Yeah, I know, but that was the thing. Like the mom like made sure that everyone around her was informed so that I wouldn't be murdered. Get your damn right.
Yeah, right.
Like out in my area, yeah, everyone owns like 20 weapons apiece, I think. Something like that.
Amen, brother. Amen.
But yeah, anyway, so that's a crazy.
Are you from the South, Andrew?
No.
Oh, okay.
From Michigan.
Oh, from Michigan?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm just wondering. Oh, shocker. This woman was single mom. Yeah.
That's actually pretty true. Anyway, back to the movie.
Lens flare.
Dude,
this actually had some lens flare.
Yeah, dude, the camera work is really good in this. And the wide angle lens and all this stuff is just super nice. By the way, I'm rewatching the Texas Chainsaw Massacre tonight, I think. And I'm looking forward to it. I remember when I was like 15, I watched it, but I don't remember
the original.
Yeah,
nice.
That movie is supposed to have really good photography, also, and I don't quite. I'm probably gonna be impressed by it again. Hopefully, it's been a while since I've seen it, but I can't wait. I'm excited.
Yeah, the original Texas Chainsaw is something. I'm interested to see what you have to say about that.
I still haven't seen that one. I've seen the second one with Matthew McConaughey.
That's the fourth one,
or the fourth one, yeah.
The next one was generation with Renee Zellweger.
Well, what me and my brother are doing, we're doing original and then remakes. We're just doing like a couple of those, like The Hills Have Eyes, and then we're watching the modern one and like doing a little comparison thing. And then a couple, like maybe The Fly, the original, and then the remake, and then it's a fun thing to do.
I've seen The Hills Have Eyes. I don't think I've ever seen the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I've seen like 3 episodes of that god awful Netflix thing, which was.
Oh yeah,
that fucking
that was not good. But I keep being told I need to watch the originals. And The Hills Have Eyes I have seen, and I thought that was excessive. But maybe that's just my priggish sensibilities.
Are you talking about the 7? What was the original first one? The first Hills Have Eyes. 70s, right? 77.
Oh, maybe I've seen the remake then.
Because there's 3. That's like that's like there's a original 1977, The Hills Have Eyes. Then there's the 2005 remake, and then
I think I've seen that one. I think I've seen I don't really know, but it was definitely not the 70s, so I'm assuming I must have seen one of the remakes.
It is excessive, yes. It's brutal. It's brutal. It's pretty brutal. The 2001.
Yeah, the Texas Chainsaw movies have had some pretty big stars in it, which is hilarious. Viggo Mortensen was in Texas Chainsaw 3. Dennis
crazy.
Hopper was in Texas Chainsaw 2. Renee Zellweger and Matthew McConaughey were in part 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Next Generations made me actually uncomfortable watching it. I hated that experience so much.
Then the original will definitely make you uncomfortable.
I don't know, because it's maybe depends. I'm okay with like body horror, but the way that Next Generation did it was, I don't know, it was more disturbing, probably because the movie was also just terrible. But
chat, if you like The Hills Have Eyes, if that's like a thing that you guys like, that sort of genre, like hillbilly genre, like Deliverance or Bone Tomahawk, stuff like that, on YouTube there's a real life documentary that is even more terrifying than all those movies, in my opinion, called The Whitakers. It's called The Whitakers. It has 40 million views on YouTube. It's really popular.
Wait, is that about the inbred people?
It's the inbred people.
Yeah.
It's not even supposed to be scary, but just watching them exist is terrifying.
He's made multiple videos with them too. He just released another one where they went to the fair.
He got them haircuts.
Yeah.
He raised a GoFundMe for them, but it's called The Whitakers Inbred Family, and it's just I can't imagine approaching this family the way he did and not expecting to die.
Well, the entire town was said to be super protective of them too.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying in the first video he made when I was watching it. It's a channel called, if you guys are interested, it's the channel, it's really popular. I think it has like 7 million subscribers. It's Soft White Underbelly.
Yes.
And most people have probably, he was on like Joe Rogan last year too. So I think that's where it really started taking off. Yep.
Disturbing.
But we definitely got sidetracked because this scene isn't great.
Yeah,
it looks great, shot great. Just kind of anticipatory. Yeah.
One of the shots was jarring to me just because the road that it was specifically shot on, I've never seen anywhere in Illinois.
Well, is it that single lane road that's weird?
Well, it's double lane road, but it's concave, and there's like that one just like section of cement going through it in the middle.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's
weird.
Barely anywhere in the Midwest.
No worries, Lefty. I love this part of I know it's weird to like this, but it's cool to see him be like human-esque.
Oh yeah. He's doing
and
things.
even this, like doing things, but just something as simple as getting out of the car and getting into his stalking mode, I find interesting because he can be human here and then just disappear completely in the shadows like a shape. So love that shit. But
also, we barely ever see the front of the mask while he's doing this. So
yep. It's all Resident Evil 4 style, over the shoulder, baby. So Annie is set to be watching little Lindsay Wallace, and across the street, Lori is watching Tommy. Jay Goodwin, he just walks so nonchalantly, and he does. That's how John Carpenter told what was his name? How did I just forget his name? Nick Castle. That's how he told Nick Castle to walk. He's like, just walk. I love that. And now we flip
Spooky
over
house.
to the spooky house, the old abandoned Myers house, where once again Dr. Lumis is just struggling to get fucking Officer Brackett to listen to anything he's really saying.
Also, the real estate sign in the front of the yard, still keeping continuity.
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is where he discovers where he's been eating. There's a dead dog.
Yeah. So is that no? That's he kills a dog later that we see.
Yeah, you see him kill a dog later, but this here he says he's been feeding.
It's another Terminator similarity as well. Dogs are always a threat to the Terminator, and the Terminator will always kill the dog first because the Terminator detects the dog detects the Terminator, and so it has to get rid of them. And in this film, there's a couple of dead dogs because I think in both instances the dogs have probably been alerted to something about him that isn't quite right, and so he's had to off them.
I think Jay has a point. And this is where we get this fucking fantastic dialogue. It's so interesting that it can go from horrific dialogue to classic. His entire monologue here, where he's talking about his first meeting with Michael Myers, and what's lying behind that boy's eyes is purely and simply evil. The blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. This is just fantastic dialogue. And I love how Sheriff Brackett just blows it off too. He calls it fancy talk. More fancy talk. But
yeah, the music is really good too in that scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a fucking phenomenal scene. It's just funny too because you can tell this was written by John Carpenter and certainly not by Deborah Hill. Yep. The only thing to break the tension is to actually cause you some anxiety because I think a piece of the a piece of the house comes. Yeah, I think there's a gutter comes smashing through. Yeah, right here. And that's when it's revealed that Dr. Lumis.
I don't know.
Dr. Lumis may not be an American, but he has a gun like one. God damn it.
Amen, brother.
Amen, brother.
It's a good way of showing how serious he is about all this as well.
Yeah.
It's not just fancy talk. So actually, it's a good juxtaposition. The sheriff thinks it's all just fancy words and fancy talk. And actually, when there's a jump scare, immediately he pulls this gun, which shows that no, it's not fancy words and fancy talk. He actually believes everything he's saying. And he is the only one who really knows what threat there is out there.
Yeah, this is the start of the actual dialogue pitch. Whatever they paid him like 20 grand for 6 days worth of work. Worth it?
Yeah. For this alone, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, right. For this scene alone. I like that now that we cut back to Laurie, I like that he reads comic books. I love that even when I was a kid. Always looking for fellow fucking nerds, dude. I don't recognize any of the characters that she says, though. If anyone in the chat recognizes or even remembers some of the characters that she...
You might have the same problem I had earlier.
It might not be real.
They must be real.
No, they are.
Right?
I don't think they're
not.
Real.
They're completely made up. God damn it.
Yeah, I do not believe these are real comic book characters. They're definitely bargain bin comics, whatever they were.
Every time I see that woman, I want to kill her myself.
Annie?
Yes.
Lindsay! Oh, God. I'm stuck. So here she's just honestly really continuing the dialogue that they were having in the car, which is just insulting Laurie about the fact that she doesn't have a date to the dance or the prom or whatever.
Loser.
I think that this might be the phone call where she starts to try and blackmail Lori into watching Tommy as well, so that she can, or watching Lindsay as well, so that she can hang out with her boyfriend.
Yeah, hasn't she set up some sort of double date thing that's going on here?
Yeah, I think what she does here is she, like, Annie says, like, if you don't watch Lindsay for me for a couple hours, like, I'm gonna tell this guy that you like him. And Lori's like, oh, God damn it, don't do that. You son of a bitch. And she succumbs. She succumbs.
Then she actually does do it, doesn't she? And then so later on she says, well, if you watch him, I will tell the guy on your behalf that you're not that into him.
Yeah. And Michael has picked Annie first to stalk. And while Lori's on the phone with Annie, Tommy's watching out the window and he sees something.
But it's another of the overarching sort of themes of the thing is that actually the childish sense of good and evil, and the childish fear of evil and monsters in the night is actually correct. So the kid knows way before anybody else does that there's actually something out there. There's something wrong out there. And everyone dismisses it as a mere folktale because, of course, nothing in the real world is ever that bad. And so, in a way, he's the least surprised of all of them when something actually goes wrong. He always believed in the boogeyman. Everyone else always denied it. And whenever he sees, as he does here, through the window, this sinister figure, and he says, it's the boogeyman, it's the boogeyman. And everyone says, no, it's not. There's nothing wrong. Just, go back to watching the TV. But it turns out the kid was right. So it's a play on your childish fears and your childish imagination in a way that really sort of plays up the truth of those things, which is, it's not unique to this film. Quite a lot of horror films do something similar, but it's particularly effective in this film, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And just this shot alone is another classic shot. Like I've seen this on movie posters. I've seen this on VHS covers of this movie. And it's also the shot I think of when I think of the color palette of the film. Just blue, blacks. You see a little bit of a yellow
That's
here.
interesting. When I think of this movie, I think of the daytime shots because
really
it's weird because he operates in day and night. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't.
So I think of the really kind of idyllic neighborhood sort of stuff, and there's a lot of modern horror movies that kind of, like I said, It Follows does some of the little bit of that. It's not always, doesn't have to be dark, but you're right, the dark the nighttime stuff is also iconic in this movie. The Exorcist has that obvious, like, nighttime, street light kind of iconography. But this movie has like nighttime and daytime creepy shots, which is really interesting, I think.
And that's just shout out Dean Cundy for being a fucking genius. But yeah, he's the cinematographer on this. And I really wish that I did have some super clear stills from the movie because it is beautiful. It really is beautiful.
Yeah.
So he finally starts freaking out and says the boogeyman's outside, and she just absolutely doesn't believe him. Of course not, because she looks out the window too, doesn't see anything.
Well, it's like annoying. It's annoying. I'm sorry. The kid should just be smarter with his word choices. Now, maybe I'm thinking maybe I'm thinking of the wrong scene, but there's one scene in particular where the kid's like, the boogeyman, and she's like, no, there's no one there. He could have been like, I saw a man carrying a dead limp body of a lady inside of the house.
That's later.
And it's like, if he just said that, she would have been like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, am I wrong? Maybe she still wouldn't have believed him.
I don't know. She probably wouldn't have, because she immediately goes to try to call Annie, I think, after that anyway. Yeah. And that's when she becomes suspicious, because she's like, oh shit, I know it's answering. Yeah, I guess either way it would have led to the same thing.
Dude, this scene did drag on quite a bit with her.
Yeah, this stalking scene, I hate her going out to the whatever the little laundry area they have. It's not in the,
not only that,
in the house.
She's in here. There's a back and forth with her in here. Then there's a back and forth with her in the laundromat. Then they come out of the laundromat. And then she goes back to that. It's like, it's a little bit too many back and forths, I think.
No, yeah, she's here. She goes to the laundry room.
Yeah.
She comes back here. She
Comes
keeps
out.
talking. She goes to the car. She goes back in the house and then goes
And
back to the car. Yeah. It's a lot. Yeah.
But again, they're doing that thing where he could be anywhere at once, right?
Yeah,
and like they're trying to build suspense, and they do a good job with it. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, the interesting thing about how we are interpreting it, it's like, I don't know, 50 years ago, people's expectations and what they like. I can see myself in a theater in the 70s just like fucking glued to the screen with anxiety of just waiting for something to happen, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
I loved this shot too. I wish we could, this shot here.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Is that just because she's taking her clothes
off?
No, other reason?
Nice
no, it was it's the plant pot falling. I liked it. Yeah, it's cool. Apparently it's
there it is. There it is.
Get out.
Get out. Ooh, Z brick on the wall.
Yep, Z brick.
But that was like him purposely, like he's just fucking with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
See, I thought that was an accident, and then so like he's stalking, and then knocked it off, and then quickly ducked away because
that's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was an accidental reveal or almost reveal.
I feel like you can go either way. Ever since I first saw this movie, I always wanted to believe, I guess, that he pulled that down on purpose to fuck with her, like.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of does fuck with people a little bit, but I could see either way.
I never got the sense that he was that much of a tormentor, though. That he's stalking people because he's morbidly interested in, and fascinated by them.
He does it later, and
he fucks with people later. Like he shoves people's bodies in closets that will open and terrify people.
Well,
but he can't have known that they would discover those right beforehand. So he's.
I don't know. It seems like it's always set up that way.
I don't. I wouldn't be. I'm not sure that's deliberate. Like, I don't think that's him fucking with people. I think that's technically it's just for the jump scare, right? But in terms of his mindset, I don't think, because how could he possibly have known that someone would discover in that house?
Well, you never. Right. If we're talking about actual,
well, these people have been calling each other. Maybe he just assumes that one will call him, not get anything, and then just go over.
Well, what I was talking about was his
he sets up the headstone on purpose later.
Yeah, but that's to do with his family, isn't it? That's not to do with scaring other people. I thought that was much more to do with his weird, perverse value set.
I'm just trying to figure out why he doesn't act on his inclinations like immediately, and why he is very patient. It could be that he's just enjoying it. Maybe I don't know.
But he's a watcher and a stalker, and so
right.
I think to support the idea that he's directly manipulating people and trying to terrify them, the shot we just saw would have had him fiddling with the plant pot to drop it, and it doesn't. He walks into it and it falls.
And they show him run away really fast. So it's like, I think you're right. I think that was like a quick accident, and he's just like easily gets away. But like, yeah, I think you're right about that actually, because that's how I took it, and that's how I still take it actually.
But it is kind of, I guess with Michael Myers, it's kind of tricky just because is he that consistent a villain? I think maybe it's a function of the fact that we don't know that much about him, is that you can interpret it in both of these different ways. And there are certain things he does which support the idea he's deliberately toying with people. And there are a number of other things he does which just suggest he's watching, and what he's really looking at is the person and not trying to terrify them. I always got that impression from this film. I think maybe in later films things might change a little bit, but for this one, I just thought that particular plant pot instance was an accident. The gravestone thing was about his weird sense of morality, because he kills his sister, but he's not taking the gravestone to set up in a specific bed to scare people to a specific house to get them to see the gravestone, because if that is the case, what the fuck is the point? But I wonder whether that's just because the villain isn't that fleshed out in this instance.
Yeah, I think the gravestone thing could just be his own sadistic kind of what you're saying, like his morality. There is a villain in a horror movie that is very all about manipulating and scaring people on purpose. Have you ever seen Terrifier?
I love Terrifier. I'm so glad
Art
this came
the
in right now.
Clown.
Art the Clown's crazy.
All he does is intentionally scare people and fuck with people. That's his whole purpose.
Yep.
And it's literally Terrifier 2 is the best version of this. If you don't like gore and nonsensical gore, like over the top stuff, you might not enjoy the movie.
It's probably the most extreme gore I've ever seen in any movie ever, but it's also so fucking over the top that it doesn't even remotely make me squeamish. Like,
no, it's comical.
It's unbelievably over the top, especially Terrifier 2.
Yeah, but it's also an artistic movie. Like the movie has some very evocative images, like with her as an angel and with her descending into hell. It's a fantastic movie, and the acting's good. And but some people just brush it off as gore porn or whatever. I don't think that's what it is, but there's a greater discussion to be had.
Yeah,
for another time.
But I appreciate the Terrifier movies. Shit, I recommended it on Mr. Brown's show last year, actually. It's like, hey, it's Halloween.
Yeah.
You guys need to see Terrifier.
Yeah.
And so the scene goes on.
Yeah, this goes on for a while. Make a popcorn. She's an idiot, this girl.
Oh, she's fucking
she's a horrible babysitter.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Terrible babysitter. She's irresponsible. She's overly obsessed with sex.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, isn't this the same girl that came back and fucked that guy, or is that a different girl?
High school wanted to be horny though. Yeah.
I know, but she wanted. Okay, so I get them mixed up. They all just want to have sex.
Yes.
Yep.
But and then she's terrible with irresponsible. She's oblivious to her surroundings. She's spilling shit on her. She's making popcorn, which is just like, what do you? If she wasn't, I don't know. Just I don't like her. Don't like her.
Do you dislike Annie, or do you dislike
I like this girl. I like Sigourney Weaver. I mean, fuck.
Wrong film.
Lisa, whatever her name is. Yeah.
Laurie Strode.
No, Kathy. No, Kathy Lee Griffin. Fuck. What's her name?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Sarah Jessica Parker.
Everybody has 3 names. Stop it.
Just name the women. You'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
Sarah Tonka
I like
Parker.
Jamie Lee Curtis a lot. I think she's fine. She was just in. What was she nominated for? Oh, it was.
She won for
everything
everywhere all at once.
Yeah. There's a fantastic interview with her and Colin Farrell. I highly recommend it. They do an actors on actors interview. It's Jamie Lee Curtis and Colin Farrell. Really interesting. Kind of now, it's kind of a little bit. The whole concept of that is pretentious. I hate that. Like actors talking to each other with a camera set up. Like it's awkward. They know it's awkward. They don't even like doing it. But because it's like, oh, people really care about what we have to say. But at the same time, I did care what they had to say about what they were talking about. So I just recommend it. Colin Farrell's a very genuine person. I really like that guy a lot. Yeah. Another tangent, but yeah.
So the scene carries on. I feel like I don't know. I keep going through this. I'm like, well, there's got to be stuff to add. I'm like, not really.
Nah.
Just some nice references in the scene. But I think we talked about those at the top when. So I think we've skipped over the bit where they're watching the thing from another world. There's another horror film I think they're watching as well. Pretty good movie night for the kids. Ones. If it weren't for the serial killer being out there, then it would be a really good Halloween.
Yeah, that's true.
They're watching the thing from another world, I believe.
Yeah. See, I never saw the original thing. Does that thing actually get out of the and fly around the saucer in the movie, or is that a different movie that they were watching?
No. So in the thing from another world, which is it is the thing, but it had the extended title. So they discover it's a really, really great setup for that film as well. So there's a team of scientists that are on an expedition, and they've discovered something underneath the ice, and they try and blast it out using cordite. And so they put this huge ring. There's a fantastic scene where they're trying to work out how big it is, and they're all standing on the ice, and they form a circle, and they walk out and out and out and out and out and out and out, and then they realize A, it's huge, and B, it's a perfect saucer with this wing sticking out of the ice. They try to melt it out using cordite, and that goes wrong. But they are able to recover a few samples, one of which being the thing itself. which it is a man in a rubber suit, so it doesn't look impressive.
Oh, that's okay.
The spirit of discovery in that film is probably greater than it is in the remake, and the way they all come together to fight it is really charming. And some of the setup, some of the character work is fantastic. I'd really recommend watching it. It's like Body Snatchers from the 60s. Is it the early 60s, the first Body Snatchers? It's very, very similar in terms of the difference between those and their remakes. But the thing from Another World is pretty nice.
But in Halloween, they show us a scene from it, and it's flying around. Is that the same movie? The saucer's flying in the sky and stuff.
And maybe it's right at the beginning. They might show the crashing scene. I can't remember. Maybe they do it at the beginning. I don't remember the beginning of the film very well. It might be a pre-credits
maybe the
thing.
kids moved on to another Alien movie that I wasn't aware of, because I thought it never came out of this. Well, I thought it was just
there is a sequel.
Maybe.
Sorry, what am I talking about? There is a second film, is what I meant to say. They're watching two films. Right. So maybe it's the second film. I don't remember it flying around in the thing from Another World, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, the remake is more about the thing and not about the alien spaceship. But I need to watch. You're right. I should watch it because it sounds awesome. But it's different a little bit, I guess. I don't think the remake of the thing they don't even talk about the alien spaceship, do they? It's been a while since I've seen it. But obviously, I'm
trying to think how they discover. No, it's the dog, isn't it? So the opening shot's the helicopter coming through and the dog they're chasing. So they don't find they fly off at one stage and they find the Norwegian expedition, which has been doing research, and I think they found the ship.
That's right, they found it. Yeah, they reference it and stuff. That's about it. But this
is one of the only good things about that thing they did in 2011. It was, which ends with the first shot of the thing from 1983 or whatever year that came out. I liked that tie-in. I thought that was quite clever. The rest of the film probably could have done without, but that tie-in was quite nice.
Look, Rubber Suit Man, don't care. I can put myself into a mindset where it's like I enjoy that campy stuff, like Creature from the Black Lagoon. I love that movie.
Yeah.
It's like I don't care about that.
Fan, so.
Godzilla even. Some of those movies are not great, but yeah, King Kong. Like I don't stop motion. I don't care about any of that stuff. If it's done in service of the style of movie that it is in the decade, that I can put myself in different mindsets and like watch movies differently. But Rubber Suit people, I don't not care. Like we just happen to do them really, really, really well now. Like The Shape of Water, Hellboy. But it never bothered me, even when they're done poorly. Except for Planet of the Apes with fucking those people with what is it, Tim Burton. They did not. I didn't like those suits. They freaked me out a little bit. But
that movie was
generational thing.
Trash.
It's just not.
No, because the film itself is really good. It's just that some of the effects are so dated. I think it takes out. But for example, my dad's of the generation where that was still kind of groundbreaking. I guess it's like people who were born after a certain year looking back at Star Wars from the 1970s. Yeah. And for him, that was Star Wars. So like from when was Planet of the Apes released? Was that 1960?
In the 60s. Yeah.
65, I guess. I'm bad with dates. But for him, that was Star Wars. And so like he didn't mind the effects because at his time, the time he was first watching them, there was no jarring juxtaposition between that and something better. And so he has an easier job watching it than I do. I still think the story in that film is really good, but I agree the suits for the apes in particular there's a little bit too much uncanniness that goes on there for me.
Yeah. I'm stand by this. I've said this many times. The remake trilogy has the best stop motion ever in movie history. I mean, sorry, not stop motion capture. Let me clarify. The Andy Serkis, Caesar, and Koba and everything is unbelievable. I think that's an example of CGI done really well, and I love it. And I think it's better than the practical effects apes. Some of the script writing is not great in the trilogy, but I still like that trilogy a lot. The new one. Like I said, the motion capture is incredible. It's up there with Gollum, and Avatar in terms of the best motion capture I think I've ever seen. The hair, everything about it, the apes is you just believe them. They're better than the humans in those movies. They're way better. And the orangutan, they look awesome. Anyway, gushing. That's I love that trilogy. It's fun.
This shot right here is cool because again, it's another situation where you can see him in the background, especially when it's actually playing and not a still shot. You can see him just
the camera. Oh, is that the camera?
No, this is Michael Myers right here.
Oh, Michael Myers. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, when it's actually in motion, you can see it's him.
Jeez.
Yep.
Didn't notice that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like throughout the whole movie, this is a constant.
Awesome.
So when all else fails, when the dialogue fails, look for Michael Myers in the background. Keep yourself engaged. But for whatever damn reason, she gets stuck within the confines of the fucking laundry room and can't get out. The phone's ringing and little Lindsay Wallace picks it up, and it's Paul, Annie's boyfriend, and he's asking where she is. She has no idea. And Annie's been stuck in the laundry room for a while, calling for Lindsay to help her. And this is how she finally engages.
I thought it was funny that she's like, what's her name? Annie? The kid?
Annie's the woman, and this is Lindsay, the little girl.
She's like, Lindsay, help! I'm in the laundry room. I'm stuck. And Lindsay's just watching the movie. Yeah, Lindsay's just watching the movie. And then like minutes later, she gets a phone call. And the guy's like, where's Lindsay? She's like, oh, she's in the laundry room. She's just... So the whole time, Lindsay actually heard her screaming and just fucking ignored her like a boss. Just like, nah, I'm not gonna go help her. Fuck her.
Or did she tell Lindsay she was going out to the laundry room?
They never said that. They never showed her tell her that. I just think she heard her through the window. I don't know. I don't think she said that.
Well, all she had to do was, it's really to kill time in the movie.
Yeah. You can even skip this part because nothing happens. It's just her getting stuck in that outhouse thing. And then
I mean, like more of the stalking situation, like you see more of him. I don't know. What do you guys think he is doing then, since you guys don't think that he kind of fucks with his prey? Is he waiting for the right moment? Like, what is he doing?
I think he's sadistic. I think he's waiting. Well, if you think about it, this is the first time he's ever been free, so he's probably just enjoying himself.
Yeah, so he would be kind of walking around, fucking around a little bit.
But I think that's more curiosity than sadism. I think waiting.
I agree with that.
Better.
Yeah.
Because he likes to see what people do.
He does, and so he's learning about them, but he's also waiting for the right moment in which to do, something to them. He won't do something to them until he knows where they're going to be, what they're going to be doing, who they are, essentially, like why are they worth killing, whereas any other stranger on the street is not necessarily. So I think from him, it's more of like a passive curiosity, like a cat watching the thing it's about to viciously murder, which is why I like cats so much. But from the film's perspective, I think it's probably still trying to juxtapose sort of this sense of normalcy with the abnormal. So it's supposed to be giving the audience simultaneously a distrust of what's happening. Like how much of this is to do with Michael Myers, how much of this is just normal behavior. But also, and as it builds up towards sort of the finale of this moment and her death eventually as well, it's like the audience has to sit there thinking, I know what's going on and you don't, and you're supposed to be really frustrated, you're really invested, you're supposed to be shouting at the screen, but he's right outside the fucking window and you're not paying attention to him. So I think it's meant to be a tension driving thing and a frustration driving thing after a point, but it probably does go on a bit too long.
Yeah.
And she finally decides to fucking move the platform to come inside.
It might also be a case of, well, look, she's so fucking annoying that we want you to really enjoy it when she dies. So we're going to make her more annoying. And then when she dies, you'll have a really good time, which I did.
I love her death, but I hate the actual acting within the moment. Well, you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm sure you'll remember as soon as you see it. You're like, remember laughing at that. But she's Paul's convinced her, like, hey, I want to come hang out. So, something really weird is said later in the movie too, where they talk about like tearing off the clothes of he says, then you tear Lindsay's clothes off.
Oh, really?
Lindsay's a child. Yeah.
Who says that?
Yeah, her boyfriend. I'll show you.
I missed that shit.
Holy shit! Yes, so yeah, you're right. He does.
Yeah, he does say that. It's fucking bizarre.
Because I think I must have tuned out that moment. I assumed he was talking about Laurie as opposed to Lindsay, but
thank you. See, never not nervous. Bob and his awful dialogue.
What?
Yeah.
I watched
Can't
this
imagine
last
why
night and
they
I missed
thought
it.
that was okay.
Totally missed it.
She goes, because she goes, well, you know what to do, right? It's like, yeah, you tear my clothes off, I tear your clothes off, then we tear Lindsay's clothes off.
Was that supposed to be a joke? It's just like a funny haha joke?
I think it was meant to be a joke, but
that can't be
that's crazy.
A promotional thing for
the only thing I ever
the 70s
thought
was a really
that,
different time.
70s. That's true.
The only thing I ever thought was like, okay, this movie was shot in 20 days and they probably didn't even know which character was named Lindsay.
Dude, is that
like in that moment? They probably thought it was the blonde friend.
What if that guy was supposed to be like an allegory for like Roman Polanski and that's why they killed him? Like what if it's like 40 chess where they just like he says something creepy and then they kill him?
Was Polanski even a criminal at the time though? I thought that was a bit later.
Might have been in the 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the opposite of An Innocent Time.
Yeah.
Or if you're in France, then he never did anything wrong.
Yeah. That's funny.
But we're not in France. We're in Illinois. Yeah, she's talked to Laurie and or is about to actually. She's going to have Paul come over, or she's going to go pick up Paul, and she needs Lindsay the fuck out of there because they're going to be doing the hibbity dibbity. So yeah. Laurie's going to be watching Lindsay now. And they scoot across the street.
Oh, maybe that's the joke. Like he's trying to demonstrate how impractical her suggestion is while Lindsay's still around, so she needs to get Lindsay out of the picture in order for the thing to work.
Maybe it's really delivered. Here's the thing. I watched it on Shudder. Maybe they cut that out because I don't remember that at all. Is it possible they censored that? No, I'm just wondering because I saw it on Shudder. Maybe they censored it because I don't remember it. But Shudder has some classic. If you guys don't know, Shudder is a pretty decent app for horror movies. There's some classic.
I have Shudder.
There's some good new stuff. Really good. There's some really good new stuff actually on Shudder.
There was this horror movie on Shudder called dude, I tried to watch that. I fucking got through a half hour and I was done.
Yeah. I don't recommend it. It's an acquired taste. It's a weird style.
That is the most pretentious fucking shit I've ever seen in my life.
It's not made for but it's not pretentious because he wasn't making it for everybody. He's just doing it for people that like that kind of stuff. But
who likes it?
I loved it. I think
Isn't
it's terrible.
The definition of pretentious though. It's not for you. It's for the select few.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's an acquired taste.
He made it for people who get this sort of thing.
Like, I don't know. I mean, Tarantino makes violent horror movies, and he tells people that don't like that kind of stuff to fuck off.
But the amount of people who like it are a significant amount.
I guess. I like Skinamarink. I think
like $150 million movies.
It's when own the label. I own the label of pretentious. I am definitely pretentious. It's a point in my favor. Most people are wrong.
Well, that's good then. That's good. If you own it, you that's cool. Reclaim the word. I saw a movie last night, movie title called The Angry Black Woman and Her Monster. It was like, let's reclaim the term angry black woman for all of black people and make a movie about it. Call it The Angry Black Woman and Her Monster. That's the title of the movie.
Hilariously bad. Is it any good?
It sounds terrible. Nope, didn't even click on it. I don't know. So
Dr. Metal Blood. There are tons of old horror movies on Tubi. Tubi's actually really useful. I use it to watch a couple Godzilla movies that you cannot get anywhere else.
Yeah.
Tubi is useful.
I have all these.
But yeah, so these two have sat down together and now they were both watching these old horror movies separately. And now they're doing it together.
Yep.
Are we? We are. Do you know where we're heading towards?
Yeah.
Yep.
So she's about to go pick up Paul. She's dropped Lindsay off. She's safe and sound with Laurie.
Whoa!
Can't do that yet.
Yeah,
can't do that yet. No. So she goes to what we skipped over here. She goes back to the house.
And then, once again, you're looking for Mike Myers in every room.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. You're looking for open windows.
hate
You're
these
looking
30-second
for
fucking
dark shadows. Is he in the fireplace?
Also, the lighting here is still pretty
It's-
good.
Yeah.
With the blue light coming in,
Yeah, it's nice.
Mhm.
and then contrasted by the lamps.
The lighting is good. I agree. I love it. John Carpenter lighting is incredible. The fog accentuates the lighting because of the fog. Oh, dude, they can do some crazy stuff in that thing with the silhouettes. Oh, it's so wild. And then
Alright.
Assault
So
on
not
Precinct
ever
13.
doing
Oh, here it is. Jeez.
Yeah, so she goes anyway, since we can't capture it with stills or with shots because every shot takes about 45 fucking hours.
I wonder if you could play
what? Play it?
I wonder if you
it's
could
an
play
old
this
movie?
part until he pops up, because even at this point, I was like, at this
like 30
point,
seconds
it's
long,
it's
right?
been so. Oh, well, yeah.
Who owns this movie? What production company owns this?
If it's
Is it-
Netflix, you're fucked.
The
Don't do it.
original, the original movie, some other company besides Miramax owns the rights to
yeah.
the original film. I don't remember who.
think
But anyway, so what happened then, since I can't actually show you, she goes out to get in the car, door's locked. She forgot her keys. So she goes back inside and retrieves the keys. But when she goes back out, the door is now unlocked. And she doesn't even notice it because she's been oblivious as shit this entire movie.
Yeah.
And
Also,
when
isn't
she
she
gets
drunk?
in, no, not yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's
When she
noticing the
gets in-
fog
Yeah,
on the
she
window.
finally notices something.
Notices the fog on the
This.
window.
Yep.
And watch this. Watch this. It, so what?
See,
So
how
what happens
hot is Michael Myers? Just as a question.
Oh,
Because
Dude, he's a
that's
mouth
lot of-
breather.
Yeah, but that's a lot of fog.
I don't
for
even
one man
know.
to generate.
he's from hell.
I don't even know if it's
He's from hell.
if he's a mouth breather, because I have a Michael Myers mask, and when you're breathing through it, you just breathe really loud.
Your own air. You breathe your own shit
So-
back into your face like a fucking COVID mask.
What I'm hearing here is that Andrew is the Michael Myers origin story, is what I'm hearing.
Oh God, are you Michael Myers?
I could grab it.
Oh my God.
Michael Myers.
No, it's cool though.
Is
They
she
draw
still
your-
high? Damn.
Well, I think so. I thought she was
Last
drunk because
year.
one time she was like talking and slurring her words or something, but I could be wrong.
That could just be bad acting.
yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
Maybe. No, I thought this is really cool because it draws when she notices the fog, right? It she is like, huh, and then she's touching the window, and your eyeballs are like, what is she touching? So your eyeballs go to the right side of the screen on a very wide angle lens, and then you don't see him pop up until out of the corner of your eye, and it's creepy as fuck. You know what I mean? They did that on purpose.
Yeah.
It's just a really, really, really good suspense moment, I think. It's a jump scare. I mean, it's a traditional jump scare, but
This is the worst fucking acting. No offense to the actress who did do this.
Yeah.
She obviously was told to do it.
Okay, act like you're dead, and then she makes the most
no,
unrealistic
what?
face.
She looks like
it's this face. It's not just that. It's this face, and as it falls, she closes her eyes and then
Opens
looks
them.
Fucking ridiculous.
No
She
way.
opens them back
Here
up
she
and
looks
walks.
like a Mr. Beast thumbnail.
Wait, is she?
Yeah, exactly.
She go
Let's
The
see if
thing
I
that
can
gets
say
me
the
with
whole
this one
I
though
got
is
killed
that
by Michael
when,
Myers at 3
when she
a.m.
gets strangled and choked, so she falls against the window, she slumps, she closes her eyes, she opens her eyes. She's supposed to be doing the death stare, and one of the characteristics of a death stare is that your eyes do not move after you are dead.
Yeah.
And yet, if you watch it, hers quite clearly do a couple of times.
No way. That's gross.
Nah,
That's
they're just
stupid.
in deep sleep.
That's bad.
Welcome back to Mr. Beast. We're gonna find out if Michael Myers can kill one Mr. Beast fan of every age in 24 hours. And close the eyes and open them.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
And
It's
with
fine,
the sound
but
too, it's
just
really
ignore
rough
it. I just
because that's
ignore
when she hits the horn too, and the car horn goes off. and she hits something a little more.
But it's fine. It's one of those things that I will watch and criticize, but actually completely forgivable because it's cheesy, it's corny,
Bro.
it's B-movie horror stuff.
Yeah.
But That's a technical fault, and actually the rest of the film does enough to earn those kinds of cheesy. If anything, they make it more funny, and I like that.
Also,
yeah, it's one of those things where I've come to love it because it's just part of the flaws that I adore.
It's one of the reasons I like films like this way more than something like Saw, for example, because Saw is so viscerally horrible. There's no lightness or real like comedy to it. Well, I've not seen any Saw films since like the second one, but there's no light moments. There's no comedy. It's not something you sit down and think this will be a fun, funny horror film to watch on Halloween with my friends if we just want some sort of light entertainment. It's just visceral gore horror shit. And I don't like that. Whereas with this one, you can sit there with your friends and you can laugh at some of the silliness, but you can also think, no, it's fundamentally quite a well-constructed film, albeit with some amusing cheese in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Completely agree.
Also, there's this thing where we're doing, which is pausing frame by frame. Sometimes that can be highlight things that you don't even notice, or it's you're not supposed to notice, and it doesn't really affect 99% of people. I don't do a lot of EFAP stuff, but I watch a lot of EFAP stuff, and I like it, and it's important. But I think sometimes it can be a little too intrusive to the purpose of watching a movie without slow motion, which is it's just washing over you. Sometimes, does that make sense? Sometimes, like overanalyzing can be a bit of a problem, but
it can. Although it sort of depends on what the point and the purpose of the subject matter is, and and whether or not the thing is intended to be what it is. So, I will always defend overanalyzing, just because I think if you're trying to create the most perfect thing you can possibly create in any genre, in any adaptation, any medium, whatever you like, if you want it to be perfect, then you have to overanalyze. So like I'm writing for Judas at the moment. We want this to be as good as we possibly can. Every single line has to be scrutinized in order that every single line is as good as we can possibly make it be. Yeah. Now, after the fact, say Fallout 3, I had a really fun time playing Fallout 3, largely because of the bugs in that game. The number of times like a character's head would rotate 360 degrees, or he'd walk up invisible stairs through a ceiling. That's funny. And it improved my enjoyment of the game, but actually as a work of art, it probably is a flaw. And in order to get rid of that sort of thing, bug fixing should have been better than it actually was. And with a film like this, it depends what you want. If you want it to be treated as an actually, a really serious and sincere genre piece, a sincere horror film, then really these are flaws that should be gotten rid of. But if you want people just to have a relatively casual, fun time with something that isn't too serious, then fine. Yeah, there's no point overanalyzing it too much, because you will iron out some of the flaws that make it as enjoyable as it actually is.
Yeah, it's the intention. I agree. Yeah.
Hey, there's the saucer. Weren't you guys talking?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's not the thing. That's a different film.
That's
I'm pretty sure it's a different film.
This
is the.
Is this
just
the
I named it earlier.
Planet or something? No, because this thing lands and there's a landing gear that comes out of it, and I don't think it's the thing, man. I think it's a different movie.
No, I forget. It's God damn it! I name dropped it earlier too. How did I forget it already?
He's reading Howard the Duck, though. It looks like.
Well, that isn't whatever she said it was. She was like naming off of these crazy fucking superheroes she was just making up. Pretty sick that he was watching reading Howard the Duck, though.
Forbidden Planet, apparently.
Forbidden Planet?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Thing from Another World. Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Thing from Another World.
Yep, that's what it's called. That's Howard Hawks, right? That's the original.
I think so.
Yeah, 51. The Thing. That's such an iconic opening title. Comes through the snow or whatever.
And the soundtrack as well. If we're talking about The Thing from Another World.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have the sort of the burning away of the letters. The soundtrack is just it's simple but very effective.
My favorite is the Alien opening, where it slowly reveals the title with one little like a line drawn around because the font is so unique in that movie, because they can do the title reveal really cleverly, and it's just really nice opening title scene. Yeah, I like the Dune font also. Just a little bit of an autistic thing. I think the new Dune movie
it's a nice font.
Some amazing.
It is a really good font.
It's literally the same thing rotated in 4 directions. D-U-M-E. It's insane.
And the E is just the E's middle line is just a planet.
No, it's a planet with a solar lens flare, and it's so cool.
Yeah.
I love it, dude. It's clever. I love it.
It's a good font.
It's so good, man. I love it.
I think I downloaded that.
Yeah. Somebody on Twitter was like, "It's not centered," and they showed it, and it wasn't quite centered. It was like off center, and then they're just like, "This is how could it get past a graphic artist?"
What the title, the poster,
yeah.
Oh,
it was the poster, dude.
Technically, it wasn't because Paul Atreides was in the center of the frame. So
yeah, they had to fix it. I think everybody's a little autistic about something.
Oh, dude, for sure. I'm told every day that I'm autistic. So.
Oh God.
Everyone has a little.
I'm also drinking, so maybe it comes out of me more often when I'm a little bit tipsy.
I was gonna try and be high for this stream, but they ran out of the stuff I like, so I said no.
I'm drinking Fireball. I can't stand the cinnamon flavor, but I just have nothing else to drink. Don't have anything else to drink, guys. What do you expect me to do?
I know the feeling. I ran out of whiskey earlier, and so I'm on vodka now, which is not a good mix, but you know, it's a mix. So.
Oh no!
Damn.
That's fine. It's still not drinking. It's not going from liquor to beer, which is kind of weird.
Oh yeah, that's horrible. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's probably best that I'm not high because I'll actually talk during this.
You gotta click buttons, dude.
Yeah, that's a big improvement.
Yeah.
Yes.
If he was high, he'd just be down here, just like,
shaking.
just clicking the button. Not
I'd probably look a lot more like this and just clicking.
Just clicking. And then we're just like, yep, that happened. Oh, can you go back? Oh no? Okay.
Yeah, I really like this movie, you guys. You should watch it sometime. But
he shows them on the screen for like 30 seconds and just doesn't care. He's like, guys, look, we're all like, Cynic, YouTube, it's coming for you. It's just like, nah.
No, it's not.
No, man, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Honestly, there's no problem.
The stream just gets hammered. 30 minutes in, just done.
Well, since I'm sober, little Tommy Wallace is looking out the window because he's trying to scare Lindsay, and he sees this.
But that could be anything. It could be a man taking his bins back into the house inexplicably. It could be a man.
I see legs and arms and a head.
I mean, it looks distinctly like a body, but it could be something else. Also, it's Halloween, right? Lots of weird stuff happens on Halloween. Maybe it was a prop he had outside to scare children, and it got ruined, and he's had to take it back inside to fix it, or fuck it if he's that way inclined. Like, it could be anything. But I think the second film does a better job of exploiting the weirdness of Halloween. I think it's the second film where they actually make a point of the fact that a lot of people are in costumes, and aren't some people in Michael Myers costumes as well? And
there's one guy ends up getting, well, they think he's Michael Myers, and they start calling him out and like pointing him out, so he gets nervous and like runs out into the street and gets hit by a car and blown out.
That's it, hit by a car and exploded at the same time.
Yeah, because he gets hit and he gets shoved into another car, and that car blows up, and he just gets burned alive.
And then after the fact is that we checked his dental records. Yeah, it wasn't the guy.
It wasn't the guy.
No.
I also love that while he's burning alive, they're yelling, "Is it him or not?" As if that should determine if you should probably put out a fucking burning body. Well, if it is him, let it burn a little bit. Like, I don't know, guys. Go put it out. But yeah, Tommy starts losing his fucking mind. He doesn't even hold it in now. He's just actually has a meltdown and starts freaking out. Scares little Lindsay here, and Lori tries to calm him down. And now we cut back to Dr. Lumis, who's still hanging out at the Myers house. Because when they were there earlier, when he was there with Sheriff Brackett, they knew, they obviously found evidence that Myers had been there. So Loomis decided to stay put and wait until he reappears. I really like this little scene though. I love how happy he is with himself because there's a bunch of kids who are trying to play. I think it's the same kids that were there earlier because it's Lonnie, right? He says, "Lonnie, get your
Yes.
ass
Yeah,
away."
yeah.
Yeah, those were the kids that were picking on Tommy earlier in the film. But they call their friend a pussy if he doesn't go up into this haunted house. And obviously Loomis is there recognizing how dangerous that is, so he wants the kids to leave. So what he
It's the
does
show
is
as well of like Loomis is actually quite a clever guy, so he observes, he
yeah,
listens,
yeah,
and then he can call the kid out by name because he's paying attention. So it's a
yep.
way of bolstering his intelligence. And he looks really happy afterwards. I think he looks happy for slightly too long. I don't think the subsequent scene should have lasted as long as it did because he has to
No,
keep
I
smiling and smiling and smiling more until it gets to this weird facial expression. And then the guy comes up behind him and
yeah,
taps him on the shoulder. Like maybe half the length of his smile, he wouldn't look so weird and it would actually have the same effect.
yeah, he seems so pleased with himself of how clever he is here. I just loved it. But
But they drag it out as well. So like you start, it's like it felt like a 10-second scene. It's a
yeah.
small smile, and then it's a bigger smile, and then
Yeah, and
he's
then it gets
obviously really
really
trying so hard to smile as bigly as he possibly can. Bigly, what the fuck am I, Donald Trump? As largely as he possibly can, and broadly, that's the word I was looking for. And yeah, it just looks awkward. And then yeah, he gets jump scared by the cop from behind. But yeah, maybe half the length of the smile, that would be a better scene.
This dialogue here, this dialogue exchange, it continues to feed into why they aren't taking this seriously yet. And it's like the Jaws thing in a way where he's like, I don't want to cause a panic. He's like, we got families up and down all these blocks, and you want me to, do X and Y and cause a mass hysteria here. He doesn't want to do it. Which I understand, but still, I never understood that kind of plot point. Like, I really have to work suspending my disbelief that people never take shit so fucking seriously.
I don't know. I think in this example, it works really well, though, right? Because he
Mhm.
hasn't yet encountered any other murder, I don't think, that Michael Myers has
He
committed.
doesn't, right? Unless he was around when he murdered his sister when he was like a child, but
Yeah,
he's not
which
that
I don't
old.
think he was. But
Which,
also,
well, no, I
the point
suppose he
being
could
that he
be.
has
Like,
yet seen no evidence at all that anything wrong is happening. He doesn't know Myers is back. He's not seen Michael Myers kill anyone. He's not seen any dead bodies around,
That's
which
my
should
yeah.
actually lead him to believe something's wrong. He's naive and he's innocent because he's been shown nothing to contradict him yet. I quite
Well,
like that as a little plot point.
I think it's fine, but is there a way to okay, the dead body of the guy that he killed with the mechanic guy earlier, is there a way to link that to this thing?
yeah, but
And
Loomis didn't find the body. He
Yeah, he
overlooked
didn't
that.
find the
He didn't
body,
see
and the
it.
oh, you
cop
didn't,
never
that's right.
saw it, I think is the
That's right.
point.
That's right.
Yeah.
From the cop's perspective, he has seen nothing to lead him to think that actually anything amiss is happening. Now, you can then ask the question, then why is he hanging around so much with Dr. Loomis? Because if he doesn't think anything is wrong and still thinks nothing is happening,
Yeah.
then why is he following this old mad kook around? But then again, if he's got nothing else to do because nothing ever happens in this town, why wouldn't he be? So I kind of like the innocence there. I think it works.
It is funny if you do end up going on and watching Halloween 2, how this whole thing flips because Annie's dead. Annie's his daughter.
Mm.
And then it turns into like, I don't believe you. Blah blah blah. You're wasting my time to. I can't believe you let him out. And I'm just like, you're doing another version of not listening to him. He fucking escaped. He didn't let him out. Like, you guys just
Yeah, it doesn't
like,
work as well in Halloween 2 because by that point he should know better. Whereas in this film, he doesn't ever know better until right at the end.
Yeah.
But what we do know that they have out from Michael, at the very least, is an all points bulletin and a couple of roadblocks. And that's all that's mentioned. And the only thing that Loomis had ever had to say about that was like an APB and a couple of roadblocks wouldn't stop a 5-year-old. Oh, this is that dialogue I was talking about. The unconventional dialogue. But yeah, so Loomis is gonna stay looking, and Sheriff Brackett is gonna have a couple of men still patrol. This is the goal here.
Can you put captions on on a media
this
player
is
thing?
a bootleg. I don't know if it came with captions.
I don't believe so.
There's no auto captions.
No.
Oh well.
Damn it. I really want, and yeah, the dialogue doesn't play, huh? The volume isn't working. Well, some really fucking weird dialogue said here.
Oh, that's where it was.
Yes, this is the shot. It wasn't Annie's boyfriend Paul, because we don't see him because Annie's dead. It's Bob.
Jeez.
So I guess the plan was for Annie and Paul, and for I don't know why I forget this character's name, and her boyfriend Bob. I guess they're all going to hang out while poor Lori is watching the children.
Yeah.
But they show up to an empty house because Annie is dead as shit, and Paul, well, he's not here because Annie never went to get him.
Just as a fashion point, though, I do not understand how you could ever bang a guy who wears glasses bigger than like John Majors. They look so awful and dated and horrible, and just like I don't understand how fashion in the 1970s worked.
I don't know. I like that Michael Myers is a voyeur as fuck. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this shit. Fast forward back to Lori, who is hanging out and watching across the way. I feel like Lori in this movie, obviously she longs for the social aspect that her friends have, but whatever she has going
she likes
on
that guy.
is going to serve her well, right? Mike Godfrey.
I have two explanations in the chat because I agree modern glasses are much better. Glasses in the 70s were tools and not fashion. That's true. And also, they had cocaine. That's also probably true. So I guess you don't mind that actually they've blown the guy's eyes up to the size of small saucer plates. But I agree modern ones are better. I just don't get it's the same thing with much 70s stuff. It's like Laurie always looks like she dresses like she's 40, but then most of her friends do as well.
Yeah.
I don't really understand any of the fashion from before I was born. Maybe that's a fact of humanity.
Well, I don't know.
Flare jeans. Make those make sense. Make flare jeans make sense to me. And platform shoes on men. I don't get it. Why was that considered
There's some
attractive?
short kings out there. Platoon.
Short
my
kings,
my dad had a perm, a big afro, literal big afro, bigger than most black people's afros. It was
my dad actually got a perm because his mom wanted to test getting a perm on him, so that then she could do it on his younger sister. So he was the guinea pig.
Oh boy.
So.
Well, so my dad did blackface. How about your dad?
My dad didn't.
Yeah, my dad's cooler.
He did blackface.
It's true. Okay, I told the story before, but there was a talent show, and he did a Bill Cosby routine, and he did blackface.
Oh my god!
It was legitimately, apparently, normal back then. So, whatever.
I have a sweater he can borrow.
Yeah, Andrew's got the sweater, bro.
What sweater? Oh, the Cosby sweater?
Yeah. Oh, he wears it like every BSUP stream.
Damn, dude, that's wild.
Mo Sislak for $20. I love the Mo reference. Very nice. Just appreciating the stream. Well, thank you, man. We appreciate you. So, right back.
Oh, hi, buddy. Hi, Mo.
Oh, is that a regular of yours?
I don't know. I'm saying hi to the guy. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, Mo, we appreciate you, man.
Sislak. Is that
Sislak? It's from The Simpsons. From The Simpsons. Yeah, he was the
Someone should call him and say that they have a huge anus in the bar and they need to speak to
Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken. Anybody? Yeah. They finally. What have I done again?
Somebody said my dad wore droid face to a costume party. Star Wars, I'm guessing. Droid
That's
face.
how he met my mom.
That's how I met my mom. His mom was like, "That's a hot droid."
Someone said I do whiteface just to have some color.
Oh God, dude, Dave Chappelle did whiteface. Everybody thought it was funny. It's not a problem, but somehow the blackface is a problem. I don't know. Guys, I don't know. I'm sorry.
You guys, I don't know. Oh wait, we can't show this. This is not a
boob.
There is no boob here, actually. Not in this part.
No.
Nope, no boob here.
Tragic.
I actually do believe. Don't we see as they're panning across this? We see like Michael's shadow creep across.
Maybe something like that.
Wait. When did that pumpkin show up?
Always been there.
Was that just there?
We've always been here.
Always has been.
Always has been.
The first story that I did for my ChatGPT series is about a sentient pumpkin that falls in love with the person carving it.
What the fuck?
Holy shit, that's dark. You fall in love with the person that's carving your flesh?
Dude, yes, it's fucked up, man. I'm telling you, it's weird. And then he dies. It's tragic. Oh man.
Need to skip past that naughtiness.
Skip past the smoking indoors. Don't endorse it.
Yeah, this is hurting me.
That guy looks like Jeffrey Dahmer right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Kind of does. And this is when he was active, too.
Yeah, that's true. It actually.
I was gonna say, notice how he took the glasses off while he was fucking her.
Yeah, now he's on the sleeping.
The implication being that he really didn't need to see and would prefer not to have seen, and now he's back and he's fine. Now he can see things straight again. But when actually shagging her, having things blurry was probably an improvement.
That is dark. That's some dark shit. Poor girl.
He probably really just wanted to see her viscera. You just want to play around with your viscera, man. I was Jeffrey Dahmer for Halloween last year.
No, you weren't.
I feel like, I have photos. I did a stream dressed as Dahmer.
He did do it. He did do it.
I was Louis,
and I talked like Dahmer the entire stream, and it was like a 4.5-hour show.
You really talk like Dahmer, really the whole time. You just going
really talk like this.
I like to cut animals open and roadkill. I love roadkill.
You're not doing the Minnesota accent well enough.
I don't know how. I could do an Irish accent just fine if I know how to do it. Now, I went as Louis from Interview with a Vampire last year, and it was actually pretty good. I got this wig and some white contact lenses from the store, and that's the only accent I can do.
No, you sound like you're from Iowa.
Fuck.
Iowa.
You don't sound like you're Irish. You sound like you're
I try to do the Irish, and it turns into something else every time I try to do it.
Platoon, you do an accent now.
Fuck.
Actually, the Irish accent's the only one I can even half do, but it's the Northern Irish accent, which is really bad because the only time I've ever been to Ireland, I went to the Republic of Ireland, and like I said before, I can do an Irish accent sort of, but it turns out if you do a Northern Irish accent in the Republic of Ireland, they really fucking hate you. So I had to not do it, otherwise I would have been kneecapped by IRA thugs.
Oh my god!
That just brought back memories of me watching in Banshees of Inisherin. That's the only reference point I have recently of that accent. That's probably a different accent. I don't even know.
You sound like Colin Farrell. That's what
I was going to say. That's what I said. Banshees of Inisherin.
A bit.
By the way, In Bruges is a fucking amazing movie.
That is a really good movie. I agree.
Yeah,
I like that movie. So Bob and what's her face? Not Lindsay. That's the child. Bob and why can't I remember her fucking name? I remember the actress's name, but not the character.
Shirley, Bertha. I don't know. I'm just thinking of
Chat. Name. What is her name? So I don't.
Sigourney
have to look
Weaver. I think it's Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't know. Oh boy. Beta.
Halloween 1978. Linda. Is it Linda?
Yeah, someone said in chat.
It is. It is. With a Y, it says. Yeah. Never not nervous, got it.
Spelling names incorrectly.
So what's really funny here, since we can't play it because it's a little inappropriate.
Supernova says, "What's happening?" They just joined.
We're talking
about Talking about
I have
movie.
absolutely no clue what's happening.
Nominally, it's a stream about the 1978 film Halloween. But we have been going for 3 hours and 38 minutes, and so it's sort of gone off the rails a little bit. But we're still sort of talking about Halloween.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're here.
it's fun.
We're good. This is the second time in this movie where a guy like has an opportunity to have sex and lasts like an additional 15 seconds after they're like, okay, cool, we get all the kinds of time. Because in this, in this, they're laying in bed, they're fooling around. The phone rings and they're like, oh, this is really distracting. And she says, well, why don't you take it off the hook? So he does. And then they're like, woohoo, for an additional 10 seconds.
10 seconds, dude. I watched it. I was like, unrealistic. Come on.
Well, I was just like, what is even the point of taking it off the fucking hook?
That
You're
guy,
like, I don't know, it's gonna ring in the next 10 seconds. Like, it's gonna interrupt my flow. It's gonna interrupt my mojo. Okay.
Yikes.
But she convinced after they have sex, she lights up a cigarette and makes her simp Bob go downstairs and get her a beer.
Now, at this point in time in the history of movies, is this a trope? Would this be considered a trope? A girl having a cigarette in bed after sex and then getting killed? Like, you see that all the time in, the Scream or whatever, Friday the 13th, however many sequels. Like, it's just a trope at this point. But at this point in time, maybe it wasn't a trope.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's one of the things that Scream makes fun of.
Scream does make fun of
like,
it. Yeah.
If you're like, either you are promiscuous or you've lost your virginity and you're immediately going to die after the fact. So I guess it would have been a trope around this time. I don't know whether this is in the earlier part of the trope or
no. I don't think so, because the slasher
right.
heyday hasn't happened yet. Because that's the 80s. And then Scream came out in 96, which means it was written in, I think Kevin Williamson wrote it like throughout the early 90s, like drafts of it. So he had the satirical take on the tropes created by the genre. And I think that was really generated by like Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th. And Friday the 13th is a direct, and the guy, Sean S. Cunningham, who created Friday the 13th, he has said multiple times, he's like, I was just trying to rip off Halloween.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like, well, I need to pick a holiday. Well, Friday the 13th, that's a spooky day of the year that everyone knows. Well, I'll do that, and I'll have a killer that's in a POV format, and just it really was. He's talked about.
So this is like
this is
like Clint Eastwood channeling Kurosawa, and then everyone thinks that Clint Eastwood came up with all this.
Yeah,
shit.
I think it's like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like I don't think yet these tropes were there. Like maybe it had happened 1 or 2 times, not enough to call it like this is ingrained in our cultural zeitgeist yet.
Interesting.
So Bob comes downstairs.
By the way, there's whole documentaries about all this shit on Shudder. I will say there's documentaries talking about all this kinds of stuff we're talking about. It's good app.
Like as a in a specific sense, like they're going over these movies, or just like they're talking about slasher genre as a whole.
Yeah, there's a whole I think there's a slasher documentary, but like there's really good documentaries on Shudder about the history of horror and like what so I gotta go watch some of this, but I watched one of them. It was really good. But good app.
This is this is the scene that really had big Terminator vibes for me. It's effectively the same scene. So when her flatmate's boyfriend comes round, they sleep together. She sends him out to make sandwiches or get milk or something, whatever the fuck they do. And then the Terminator comes in and fights him and kills him first. And then she comes out wondering what the hell's going on and kills her as well. So it's so similar that I really would be surprised if it isn't a direct either homage or, put impolitely, theft.
Right.
And again, it is James Cameron, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, sure. And it could be too, because the Terminator, I mean, it's a science fiction movie, but I mean, he is a fucking villain, man.
Yeah.
So what better way to make him terrifying than copy Michael Myers?
Yeah, honestly, the Terminator is scary not because he's a future robot, but because he could be a robot or not a robot. I don't care. He's just he embodies sort of this kind of unstoppable force. You know? It doesn't matter if he's a robot or not, or whatever.
I'll probably play this as much as I can. It'll let me.
Jeffrey Dahmer getting his due.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer versus Michael Myers here.
Yeah.
Who would really win?
All
right, man. If I win, I get to eat you, though.
Bro, watch this. Wait, can you play a little bit more now? Are you gonna get?
I think you have to like give it just give it a few seconds.
A little bit,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, you got to give it.
I'm curious if you can find the frame of him hanging on the.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I love that frame. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
He is technically obeying the rules because you're not meant to hit a guy with glasses, but there's nothing to say you can't choke them out against a wall.
Right. And then stab them into the
true.
wall and leave them hanging there.
That's true.
I'd say that's enough time to let it go
Yeah,
again.
that's fine. That's fine, I think. So
Picking 'em
this
up.
is so cool. Dude, I've seen so many people do something like
And-
this. Where you here we go.
Give it another thing. It's just good
So,
stuff.
The lighting is still really
like,
good.
Dragging
So
somebody
good.
up, holding them and pulling them up in the air is a very iconic thing that happens a lot.
Mhm.
And it's like, maybe there's a movie that does this prior to this, and there probably is. But it's like, it's such a cool, it just shows how tall he is and how infinitely strong he is.
I don't think there has been something like this yet at this point, like in
A
1978.
giant person pulling somebody up against the wall and then just killing, like, he's immortal. He's at this point, well, I guess at this point maybe I'm wrong. At this point,
You don't know
maybe
he's
the
immortal
audience,
yet.
no, maybe the audience still thinks he's just a really strong guy. Because I watched this with a different perspective last night, knowing who he is. But what do you think? Do you think the audience at this point is like, oh, this guy's just strong? Or is he a monster?
I think it's supposed to trail the fact that he is something more than human.
Yeah.
So obviously the
Yeah, I
payoff for
think
that is right at the end when he does get shot multiple times and then disappears. And this is sort of the lead in to the idea that he's maybe more than just a serial killer, more than just mentally fucked in the head, to use the polite terminology. He's actually a bit more than that, and we don't yet know. Nowadays, if we watch it, given how much we've seen this again and again and again, it's just generic villain stuff. But actually, it does thematically tie in with what Michael Myers is supposed to be. So it's not just generic evil strongman villain. It is supposed to convey something a bit more than that. I think it's our first hint that he might be more than merely human.
Yeah, and it's the dangling feet. It's actually a really creepy shot.
Mm.
So
I think there is that same shot in Terminator, if I remember rightly. He does at one point lift him up against a wall. I think I'm right about that.
I think you're right. I think I've seen Arnold do that in something, but I just don't remember.
Then he throws him through the wall, which in fairness Michael Myers does not do, but he does stab him into a wall, which is kind of the same thing.
Wait, go to the shot of him. Go to the next shot. Here it is. It's coming up. Coming up.
And
This is creepy. That's
Tozy
creepy as
Wozy
fuck.
tangle.
It's so good. I love this. Except I don't like that. Okay, I wish the knife was deeper in his stomach.
I know. I hated that too. Yeah, because I'm like, dude, that is like a fucking.
It's like it's not even attached to the wall behind him. It's
exactly.
It's in his body, but there's no way he's standing up.
They needed a bigger knife for this shot, I think.
Well,
Yeah,
not
they
only that too, but his torso
sword.
would have hunched back over because it needs to be up higher, like in his chest.
But here's the deal. Here's the problem. Watching this scene, I was like, I turned off by this. And then immediately I looked at Michael Myers and immediately was terrified. Totally, my brain shut off. I was like, and then I turned and looked at him because he's doing this weird head turn, cocking weird thing. And it's so fucking scary.
I think Jay Goodman in the chat made the same point that he does the head turn, but also then if you go to Terminator 2,
oh my god,
I'm pretty sure the Terminator in that does the head turn, and certainly in Terminator 3, the evil woman Terminator does the head turn as well. But it's supposed to be this weird sort of inhuman curiosity.
Yep.
Again,
in the Matrix, Agent Smith does it in the Matrix, by the way.
He does, yeah.
Yes, he does. And but yeah, it's this inhumanness of questioning what, like, sort of pontificating, like, what you're looking at from a demonic perspective or from a non-human perspective. Like, what interesting, this guy's up against the wall and he's impaled. This is kind of, it's like a kid like picking like the legs off of a little like cricket or something.
It's a great way of showing the inhumanity of the thing, is that like he's not horrified, he's not revolted by his own actions. He's like, what have I done?
Yep.
Yeah. He's still a kid, basically. It's weird, man. It's so good. I wonder whose idea this was. Was it the actors?
It was John Carpenter's. Okay. Yes, John Carpenter told Nick Castle, just stand there and tilt your head.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah.
It's so iconic.
It is. No, this is fucking funny.
This is all right. We got to be careful here because this is where the boob is.
Yeah,
one boob.
Chat, look away.
I'll be back. This is
one boob.
This reminds me of ET. Like ET was under that ghost. They didn't know it was an alien under the ghost costume.
Yeah, and again, you can't tell me he doesn't like to fuck around a little bit.
Well, look, this
we're
is
real
very
close to the.
Whoa,
we're very close.
Careful. No, look, this is a very long stare. You're correct, but I don't know.
Am I? Wait, if I hit 30 seconds, am I going to land on the boob?
Do it.
Yeah,
do it. Let's find out.
Nope.
Oh, there we go.
This is a
ghost man.
Now, again, you cannot tell me he doesn't like to fuck around.
Maybe.
I love
look
this.
at him. He's fucking around right now.
But look,
he got the scissors out and everything.
Yeah, but I guess my problem is that this doesn't
he put
really
the glasses
fit.
on.
I know he put the glasses on, which is fucking hilarious.
That's actually funny. I forgot about that.
It's really funny, but I don't think that actually fits his characterization, which is why this scene annoys me.
Oh no!
It does.
What do you mean?
Why?
Oh,
He's
no.
been doing this the whole time, and he does it later too. How
He's
can you
not
say it
been
doesn't fit his
donning like
characterization?
disguises and wearing glasses over ghost costumes. That's
Well,
not what he's
it
been doing
makes
the whole
sense
time.
here.
Wait, Platoon, does this take you out of the immersion? Is that what you're saying?
This bit kind of did, yeah.
This got me way more into this.
I love this fucking part.
So I think
loved it.
The way you can read it is the previous scene when he tilts his head. He's observing and he's noting the guy is wearing glasses, and so he wants to masquerade as the guy, so he thinks the glasses are important. However, he then dons the ghost costume, which, yes, I guess is supposed to shield you from it, but then why is he doing that when his only objective is to go into the room and kill her? I think
his objective is just going and fuck with her a little bit.
I don't think it is.
Before he kills her. Well, he like
mind you, I mean, I guess
fuck with, it's not like you were saying earlier, it's not like with actual evil intent. He's curious. He wants to see what people do. And that's also why, like, since I was a little kid, I thought he pulled that plant pot down because I was like, oh, he wanted to just see what she would do.
Well, we don't see him do that. We just see him walk into the plant pot. No, I
know.
A characterization of Michael Myers, which is that effectively, he's been incarcerated and in a mental institution since he was 10, and a characterization which portrays him with the intellectual curiosity of a 10-year-old and also the moral sensibilities, the entertainment sensibilities of a 10-year-old. That's believable in this instance. I just don't think that's what we've had until this point. This is the first moment of just
reversion.
He's doing a lull. What's he doing?
I don't know.
He's being a goober.
Enjoyed this scene.
Yeah.
I also find I'm like, this is the first Halloween movie, so I can't really say like, oh, that's out of character for him. I'm like, well, this is the movie that creates his character. Like it's
yeah. It's
Supernova. I think I was here for BSUP 6 so long ago. This chat is so much smaller. I love it. Yeah, I knew this was, if we're doing a horror movie, it's going to be a much, much, much more niche topic. So we anticipated this.
Yeah. This ghost thing is, I think it's just him doing that so that he knows she will think it's the guy, and he knows that. And he's just sort of wondering basically when he should kill her. He's just like, when should I do this? Yeah. It's like, I don't know. It goes on for a long time because he really draws it out, and she goes to make the phone call, and then he waits till the phone is answered because I guess.
What was his plan going to be if the phone didn't ring?
No, but is it just to do the sexual gag where she's like moaning, but she's actually not having sex? Is that the only reason?
Forgot about that. I think that weirds him out. Like in other movies, like later on, like he's clearly disinterested in anything sexually related, which is interesting. Like when stuff like that happens, he's just like, he just doesn't understand.
Also, it wouldn't necessarily make that much difference, would it? If because she would have picked up the phone either way, wouldn't she? Regardless of like if he hadn't entered the room
went to call Lori. I for a second I thought Lori called her. She gets up to go call Lori.
Yeah. I suspect this is evidence that they don't actually yet know what they really want Michael Myers to be as a character, and so they can have him do a number of different things. The actual consistent characterization comes in subsequent films. I don't think they really know yet what Michael Myers is, and so they are able to delve into a number of different potential sort of causes for his behaviors, which creates inconsistency in this film, but also inconsistency in the films that come afterwards. Yeah, I just don't think this is really good.
I think it's
don't know. I totally disagree. I think this is I like a joke a little bit, but yeah, it's kind of like peak. This is a iconic scene. Even him in the like the ghost thing and everything. I don't know. This always felt like it was totally in line with Michael for me. So I don't know. It's hard for me to.
Watching it the first time last year, first thought was this is a little stupid, but as it plays out, I think it plays out pretty well. It actually got me more into the movie. Was this just because of how absurdly funny it was?
Yeah, it definitely was supposed to be a little amusing at first, and a little bit like, what the fuck is this?
Because he's just standing.
Yeah, he's just standing there. It's weird.
He has the glasses on.
Yeah. Let me go through these super chats real quick. Mo Sislak for another $10. Thanks, man. He's imitating his surroundings. Halloween outside. He probably saw someone in a sheet. Yeah, because Bob brought in the sheet, right? So he's been and he's been watching Bob and what's her face like this entire time.
I could buy that. I don't remember him watching them do that, but I could buy that he is imitating his surroundings. Definitely.
Oh, thanks, Mo. I appreciate you, man. David for $5. Thank you. I'm glad I caught this. Hope there's a lot more to come. Keep it up.
Oh yes.
BSUP is regular BSUP will return, but these breakdowns will also return.
There's so many horror films, and it's October. We have to do a lot of them
every day.
That's my plan. Film Comics Explained was that Australian? Is that right?
I think it was $.
Oh, right. True. That's what we said it was. For $. In the 50 amount. Hey, Platoon and Cynic. Great to finally see BSUP back and breaking down a classic and the pioneer of the slasher genre. Would love to get you guys on the FCE podcast for a film commentary video sometime. That sounds cool, man.
Give me a shout.
Yeah, I think I said in my last video too, is like if you want to come on the show and have anything like that, we don't do like super hardcore investigating, but if you have like a podcast or a channel or anything and want to come on BSUP too, send me a DM, and I can check out your channel, and we can get you on the show too if you like, assuming that you have a good show.
Assuming you have really awkward if someone gets in touch and you just never reply to them.
Yeah, like,
oh no, what does he think of my channel? Oh no.
No. But thanks for the super chats, you guys. I appreciate you. Oh my fuck! I was so close to Titty.
Oh, I thought there was.
I think we're hiding it with the chat, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we might be hiding it with the chat.
Don't get rid of the super chat. There we go. Now you can get rid of it.
All right, now I got it. Perfect.
Well, that's a good approach going forward. If there's going to be tits in the next scene, just put up a chat just in case.
Yeah.
And you can be our censor.
Shit. Anyway, have we gotten to... No, not yet. Okay, so she decides, well, fuck you. She thinks it's Paul. No, not Paul. She thinks it's Bob that's under the sheet and everything. And she thinks he's just fucking around. And he won't take the sheet off or anything, so she decides to get up and give Lori a call and just see what she's up to or whatever. That is when the shape decides to walk over and get in on some killing action. I think there's a titty again. I'm gonna pull up a chat here. Let me find a big.
Not big enough. Get the $50 going on.
Again. Yeah, get that one back up.
Wait, this might be my favorite shot. Hold up. Oh no, not yet. I don't.
No.
No.
We're good.
He is just choking her to death.
Oh.
So, I mean, again, this goes along with it too. When he picks up the phone and just hangs it, and he's just like curious and just kind of like everyone was saying, like taking in his surroundings, almost like trying to understand. Like, oh, this is a phone. Fucking hell.
It's so funny to me.
What the mask and
phone.
holding the phone?
Yeah, just the slow, just hello.
But Lori was listening to her friend getting strangled to death, but she's not aware that that's actually what was going on.
Which is good because it was set up earlier that her friends played such pranks on her, so it's understandable she wouldn't immediately assume something is terribly wrong because, well, she's heard it all before. I like that. That's a good little setup and payoff there.
Mm-hmm. But it has piqued her interest enough where, or curiosity at least, where she's going in, checks to make sure the kids are good and safe in bed, and she's going to head on over across the street and just see what the hell's going on over there. And this is fucking hilarious, dude. This is always driven me crazy. Lumis, back to Lumis. He's hanging out by the Myers house, just awaiting, and decides to look at the same area he's always looked. And there's the missing car that Michael parked.
And how did it get there without him noticing?
Right. And where in conjunction is the Myers house with where Lori and Annie are watching the kids? Because he parked the car and then walked out across the street and started stalking Annie immediately. Like that car is parked across from Annie's or Lindsay's house where Annie was watching her. So where the fuck is this now? And we've seen Lumis look that way down the street multiple times. So it's I don't know, that always bothered me. That seemed like it was just he needs to know where. We need the final part of the movie to get set in motion. Lumis was too distracted looking for kids to scare to death. Yep. That could be true. But anyway, so he finally notices the stolen car, and he's going to be on his way. Andrew.
What?
Tell me about the lighting.
It's good.
Yeah. It's real good. I don't know how you can watch this movie and just not think of the color blue. I mean, Christ.
Yeah, even searching images when I made a video about it like a year ago, all the images that come out or that are on like Google are all blue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm back, by the way. I'm back. I agree with you. I'm back because I went to the bathroom and I saw that the Phillies won their first World Series playoff game. So congratulations to the Phillies. I just had to shout that out quick.
I do not know what that means, but good.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
British.
No, it's not, because no one likes Philadelphia in America.
Oh, the Phillies are based.
No one in America likes Philly, except Philly. No offense.
I guess.
I mean, dude, I was a New England Patriots fan for like my entire life, so I had to deal with a lot of hate.
People hate the Patriots where I'm from.
Oh, people fucking hated the Patriots. I loved it.
I like Tom Brady.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, if you're a Philly fan, everyone hates you, and you guys don't win anything. It's the worst.
Hey, we won in 2008. I was at the parade. We beat the Yankees. No, the Eagles don't. The Eagles don't win much. That's true. I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm a Chargers fan, but that's football. Anyway, fuck.
Anyway,
definitely not football either. But anyway,
football. Whatever, guy.
Whatever, British guy.
Where do you do you live in the UK, or you just have are you from there?
Or are you pretending?
No, I'm just curious.
Is that accent real?
Like, is it like 6 a.m. for you? Like, I don't even know.
1 minute past 4 in the morning for me.
Oh my god. Is your sleep schedule okay? Are you okay? I hope you're okay.
Evidently not, but thank you.
Oh man, I hope you're okay. Oh,
he does this normally. He was
okay.
He was in my chat the other day at like 8 p.m. and I'm like, dude, go to bed.
That's good though. I'm up till 5 every day. That doesn't matter.
God damn.
I will be
Just
pulling an
that's how it
all-nighter
is.
because I have editing.
Look, when you don't have to work a 9 to 5 job, you can stay up late.
Yeah,
You have
I
your
know,
own
but I don't know.
stuff going on.
I
I'm an
like
AI.
that the
I don't
people
need
I
to
work
sleep
with.
at all ever.
You're an
I
AI.
don't sleep.
Oh, I was going to ask you about. So you have this, you know, the moth head on your thing. Are you a big fan of the Silence of the Lambs movie, or do you have a take on like the TV show? Like, are you a big fan of all of the books? And I'm just curious.
Yeah, all three of the above.
Nice.
Silence of the Lambs is really good. I think Mads Mikkelsen is the best Hannibal.
I agree.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's
Yes.
go.
I'm with you.
But the Tomotaros books are also really good. The first time I read them, I was funnily enough over in Italy drinking Italian wine, eating fine Italian food while reading about Hannibal Lector.
You got to be kidding me. Wait, what part of Italy?
I was in, where was I then? It's a tiny little wrecked village called Latano up in the Alps.
Nice.
So that would be in, which district is that in? It's near Chiavenna.
I've always wanted to go to Florence. It just looks like the most beautiful place on earth.
I was in Florence 2 weeks ago. It was very nice.
Is it nice?
It's very nice. Oh, yeah.
I love just everything about it from pictures and videos. That's the cool thing about movies, guys. The cool thing is if you watch a lot of foreign international films, you sort of can travel without having to go places. Like, it's like, if you want to experience like Hong Kong, you just watch it. You know, I don't know, something about like, I love international movies. I watch, I just do it on purpose because I want to know what it's like in different parts of the world. And I think that's fun to experience that through movies. And
yeah, it's a really good vicarious way of traveling. Certainly, if they're really good, if they're overly westernized or overly Americanized, then you sort of lose a lot of the cultural impact. But you probably know way more good foreign films than I do, and so yeah, you get at least a taster of what life in those places is like, and it's a good introduction to them. And then you go there yourself, and you think, actually, yeah, that accords with what I've read or watched. It's nice.
Unless it's like a period piece, then you're like, well, it's totally different. Yeah. I watch a lot of Hong Kong, like 90s Hong Kong films, like Wong Kar-wai and Zhang Yimou before he did like his wuxia, like Hero and Crouching and House of Flying Daggers. He did a lot of Hong Kong stuff that was like small town villages and stuff like that. And then it has a different vibe to it. And it's like, I want to go there, but I can't because it's like a different time period. I don't know. It's funny. I don't know. I'm a little drunk.
That's all good. So am I. But no, it's you watch Kurosawa and you think, oh, I really want to go to feudal Japan. A bit too late for that, sadly.
Dude,
but,
I did though. But I did. I spent 2 weeks in Yokohama, and I went to a
I'm
castle.
very jealous. I've always wanted to go.
It's nice. Very friendly people. I went to like a old ancient castle, man, and it was like everything was behind glass, and it was fine. But it's weird because in Tokyo they have. Imagine in New York City, if or London or wherever you probably wherever you're from is probably way more old than 200. You know, America's like a 250-year-old nation, but in Japan they have 500, 700-year-old castles in the middle of downtown Tokyo, and they're walled off, so you can't like breach them. It's like a sort of a monument, and it's wild, man. It's like. Yeah.
Listen, here in America, we see a building that's 20 years old. We just tear it down. We don't care.
Yeah, bro. Build that shit out of drywall so it comes down.
My nearest town has a Roman fort in it, so
no way.
Except that it's really just a hill with some bricks. So it's not that good to look at, but it's still there. We still call it a Roman fort.
Damn, dude. Wow.
Do you have any like remnants? Uninspired. Uninspired has a bunch of like Roman architecture around them.
Jeez.
I like mocking my walls.
Oh man.
Someone's mocking your walls?
I'm not gonna
uninspired reviewer was. He's like anymore. You Americans don't like actually build anything that stays up longer.
I wonder if this village in the movie, if this town
Oh
is
yeah,
the
there's a
same as it
movie we're
is.
talking about. Shit.
Yeah, I wonder if this town is the same as it was. If like you can go here, because I went to Savannah, Georgia, and I went to the Forrest Gump, like the
I did
shooting
that
location.
too.
Did you really?
Yes.
So it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's
In Savannah,
gorgeous.
yeah. So if you've seen Forrest Gump and you're like, oh, it's a beautiful house. They have those in Savannah still, and you can actually do like ghost tours and things like that. And
Yeah, I did
I'll
my
just-
own tour.
yeah, it's cool. Like I don't know about this specific little neighborhood. If it's like was an actual, did they build it? I don't know. Like probably not.
What for Halloween?
In Halloween, like, is this an actual place you can go and like drive down the pretend you're
Oh
like
yeah.
stop your car
They
real
did.
fast in the middle of the
It
street,
was
like Michael
it
Myers
was like 15 years ago, but they did a documentary revisiting it, and it looked the exact same. I mean,
That's
that
awesome.
granted that was 15 years ago, but still from like
That's
1978
so cool.
to 2008, looked the exact. It's
That's
pretty
really
neat.
cool. Nice.
But yeah, so Lori is finally deciding to go across the street and take a look at what's going on because things are they're getting a little weird. Apparently she can't go in the front door, so she's gonna go around to the open back door. That's what she said. Yeah.
Was that an anal joke?
No.
No?
It can if
No.
you want it to be.
No,
we're just doing
absolutely no way.
There's not going to be any anal jokes in this anal cis that we're doing, so it's all good.
An average viewer for $2, you guys should consider inviting Deep Focus Lens. I don't know who that is. If they reach out, I'll check it out.
I'll check them out.
Yeah. But thanks for the super chat. Much
I like
appreciated.
meeting new people who are into like movies. It's just I love it. I love talking to people about movies and stuff. So I'll look into it.
Lori goes upstairs, and this is a really cool shot as she's slowly walking into the room. There's a lot of tension being built, and she finds Annie sprawled out on the bed, and that is the Judith Myers is Michael Myers' sister that he murdered in 1963. Oh shit.
It's one of those things I think, though,
Yeah,
as I was saying earlier, like evidence that they don't really know what Michael Myers is or what he really wants, is that at this point in the film, I just felt they were doing stuff solely for jump scares or vague thematic effects without really tying it into any kind of character or motive. And so, like, stealing the headstone, killing some girl, putting the girl in front of the headstone on a bed is a bit too, I don't know, vague, generic, maybe. And I think that Michael Myers arguably is improved in later films, although some later films absolutely ruin him. It's too early for them to have a really clear idea of what they want to represent.
Yeah, what is this? Like, this is the
I don't know.
only
This
time...
is the 15th anniversary, right? Yeah, this is the literal 15th anniversary since he murdered his sister. Earlier in the film, Lumis said that he believes Michael's been staring at the wall, looking through the wall, looking past the
waiting
wall,
for
and
this
looking
day.
at this night, this very night.
Okay, but this is the only time we see this in the movie, period. And it's never
because he stole he stole the headstone. We saw that.
I know,
earlier.
but after this, it's just hide and seek the rest of the movie. It's like there's no like deeper understanding of what's going on at all.
Yeah,
but there doesn't
question,
need
the question
to be.
being asked is like, well, what would be creepy? And that is creepy. This is creepy. It's visually very effective. The question, why is he doing it, is a different one. And I don't think it's one that the film yet has an answer to. So I don't really understand why Michael is doing any of this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it would help if Carpenter had like a clear... maybe. Do you guys take like what directors say seriously in terms of like,
It depends. Well, it depends on the director.
Well,
if it's Zack Snyder, no, I don't believe anything he says.
I mean, Ridley Scott's take on Blade Runner, and it depends.
That's a really difficult one because like Ridley Scott's had several different takes, hasn't he, on Blade Runner?
Well, there's
I take directors seriously. So when there are questions of intent at play, Barbie's a really good example. When lots of people came out and said, Barbie is a satire of postmodern feminism. Then I think it's fair to go to Greta Gerwig and see what she says. And lo and behold, it's not a satire of postmodern feminism. It just satirizes itself unintentionally. That's an instance where going to the director is helpful. And I take directors seriously when they want to convey a message. Ideally, the film should stand on its own, though, without recourse to what the director had to say about it. So the audience can take something completely different away from a film because that's what's actually in the film. The director's headcanon might have changed it. If John Carpenter came out and said, this is what this scene is supposed to convey, I would absolutely listen to it. Right. But I don't think that would be represented in the film itself. And so I wouldn't necessarily incorporate that into an analysis of the film, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the most I can really come up with, honestly, is just that like he just wants to kind of what we've already gone over. He's exploring and kind of trying to understand people, and he wants to murder because he's just pure evil, and he's also kind of in an anniversary celebratory mode.
Yeah, a little celebratory.
So he has no values because he's evil, but he also wants to celebrate very specific things because he's evil.
Well, he's evil, but he also wants to explore and understand and fuck with people.
I kind of get both sides. I don't know.
Oh, I've owned this movie on like 3 different versions on VHS. One said it was the clearest and the most crisp visual ever.
VHS, man.
David, don't you collect? Don't you have all your top 10 favorite movies on VHS? I'm pretty sure.
Me?
I remember you saying something about that. No, David in chat.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure he said something about owning all of his favorite
hilarious.
movies on
That's crazy.
VHS. I think he does. I think he finally got his last one. He told me the other day in chat.
There's it's funny watching. I remember watching the first time Apocalypse Now on VHS, and then I watched it again on 4K like a year ago.
Blew your mind.
And it did blow my mind, but it also like it made me think. It made me question reality because the movie looks like it was made today. If you and that's that's Coppola just being a genius, but it does help. You cannot deny the difference between watching a movie on VHS or on YouTube in 40p and then versus like 4K on a big TV or even a movie theater. Something about it is weird. It's just immersive is the word I'm looking for. Immersive, much more immersive, and how it's supposed to be watched probably. But
I was about to pull this same chat up. Well done.
Yeah.
So I'm also slightly confused about the sequence of events here. So he takes the tombstone. I assume he's been carrying it around with him.
I assume it's in his car. Yeah.
Truck. Yeah. So did he kill her, grab it from the car, bring it here? Or did he bring it here, kill her, put her in that room? I don't think that can work.
No, I assume
we were shagging in that room about 5 minutes ago. So
yeah. What I think happened was like he's putting up like his shrine because she's a brunette, like his sister was a brunette or whatever. So I assume he stole the headstone, kept it in the car. The car's just parked outside. And he's like, yeah, I remember this. I did this, X amount of years ago. This was Judith. She looks like Judith, just like we were saying earlier, that he's kind of like a kid or just kind of more like an animal and just trying to understand things and has recognition of certain things. My thought process when I was watching this was like, yeah, she must remind him of his sister. This is the 15th anniversary. I don't think it's deeper than that. And me, I'm not one to hold back criticism of even a movie I enjoy. Like in 5 minutes, we're going to be talking about a scene that I'm going to shit on because it's completely fucking contrived. But in this circumstance, I don't know. I never overthought that. I just always thought, like, yeah, she reminds him of his sister. This is the anniversary.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is also his second kill, right?
Third, well,
of a woman. I mean,
oh no, because he killed. Oh yeah, this was his second kill because he kills the other one after her. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just interesting that he picked this girl to display the headstone over, or was it meant to be seen by somebody? I think it's a little ambiguous and unclear, but
yeah, and
that's just my
I think it's one of the things that they do actually develop and do a little bit better in 2. I've not seen 2 for a long time, but from what I remember, his goals, his motives, the reasons for him killing specific people are much clearer than they are in this. From what I remember,
it's
I
just
could be
he kills
completely
his
wrong about
family.
that, but yes, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
and
a
so
clear
like
goal in mind, and so he's not just setting up very convenient horrorscapes as this scene is.
Yeah.
That's the frustrating thing, because I like elements and dislike elements of both like story types, because there's the new trilogy that's a sequel to this movie, or a sequel trilogy to this movie.
I don't like it.
Laurie is not his sister. Well, I hate Halloween Ends. That's like the worst fucking movie ever.
I haven't watched it. I watched Halloween Kills and I despised it, but
I liked it just because it was just like so fucking hyper violent and over the top.
Yeah, just very predictable. Very
oh yeah, for sure. It was hyper predictable, and the acting was fucking terrible.
Yeah,
and it just felt like they really thought they were doing something deep here. And I was like, no, you're
they
not.
did the same jumping on the car thing too. They just did the same exact thing. They're just like, let's do it again.
Fucking fuck you.
Do it again. But
the Halloween Ends is the worst Halloween movie to date, and it's not
no. Okay, maybe.
Yes,
but I know people that like it for different reasons.
Well, they're wrong.
Yeah, maybe they are. It's
True.
probably terrible. It's probably terrible. I don't know. I haven't watched it.
It's awful.
But
I watched Ends and I was just like, all right, I'm done with this new trilogy. Or no, Kills.
I
Halloween
think
Kills.
It Follows
I haven't watched Ends,
was a better Halloween remake than any of the one Halloween Kills. Didn't like it at all. I thought It Follows was a better Halloween aesthetically, homage. And it's like I want a Halloween movie that does this slow burn really, really, really well. The slow burn, the cinematography, the small town stuff, the looking over your shoulder, looking for not the hyper violent stuff. That's not why this movie's even good. Like the kills in this movie are not even the best part of the movie. It's just and that's what they did with Jurassic World. It's like, oh, let's take the stuff that's really not the best parts of the original Jurassic Park movie, and let's make them the prime. Like in Dominion, they're like, oh no. In Fallen Kingdom, they're like, well, we gotta have an underground market, black market. It's like, no, what the fuck? That's not even why. And then in Dominion, they're doing this chase scene through some European city and with the raptors. They got the wrong idea of what that made the original thing good. And then I think that's what happened with Halloween. And I think Evil Dead, the new one, actually captured some of that chaos of the original Evil Dead and comedy a little pretty well. It could have been more campy for sure, but I like the new Evil Dead movie. I thought it was pretty good. Evil Dead
Rise.
Yeah. Evil Dead Rise.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Evil Dead Rise. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
Cosmic X Tropics. Crazy timing, but I just finished this movie for the first time. Probably one of the worst horror movies I've ever seen.
Oh no.
The Thing remains Carpenter's best horror flick.
Ban him.
Some people think this is probably boring and slow. I get it. I'm assuming that's what he was talking about.
I don't know. He likes The Thing.
I didn't think that at all last night when I was watching it. I still think I'm fascinated by the tension and the mood. But the thing is just better, man. It's just more entertaining. It's there's so many more things to applaud in The Thing, like the practical effects, the acting, there's just more happening. Oh fuck, what's happening? Andrew advocates bans. Andrew advocates bans for bad takes. Someone's been taking their irony supplements. I'm trying to do the Irish thing again. I'm failing.
Pip 911.
I'm right, Jay.
What is your guys' favorite horror game? Horror games.
Dead Space.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah, the original Dead Space was amazing. I know you guys probably won't count it. Yeah, I was gonna say, but RE4 doesn't necessarily count as a horror game at this point, maybe. But yeah, I loved the original Resident Evil games, RE2 specifically, and then RE4 really changed the game. I like that one a lot.
RE4 to me is a masterpiece. RE2, I like all of them. I'm sorry. Resident Evil 0, Code Veronica. They're all
It was
great.
made on no budget, bro. Like you gotta have the context of why they do what they do. It was made with $300,000.
No, they didn't reuse the same shot of the houses 10 times.
Yeah, I actually don't think they reused shots.
If they showed it from the same perspective, which is fine.
It's called establishing shots, and sometimes you show 1, 2 times.
No, nobody's gonna ban you. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna. Yeah,
no,
we'd never ban you.
We like different
I highlighted
opinions. I like different.
I highlighted your comment because I thought it was, it's just a different take than what we have going on. So.
The game though, if you want a thing that's people aren't gonna say, everybody's gonna say Resident Evil, but if you want a different thing, I like the game Condemned. It's a really creepy fucking horror game. Condemned and Condemned 2, they're both good. Recommend them.
But what about FNAF?
Yes, they're Mickey. FNAF, fuck off. Fuck off. Now this is creepy.
Yeah, this is the stuff where I was actually going to get into it. I was like, you guys are talking about the Annie and the, in the fucking headstone situation. This stuff is awfully convenient. Yes, where this is all for shock value.
Horror house, haunted house.
Yeah, the horror house type of deal. She's walking by, so of course the body falls down and starts swinging. And then for whatever reason, this opens up. And for whatever reason.
Wait a minute. Didn't a chair move on its own earlier in the movie?
A chair?
Am I thinking of a different movie?
I think you're thinking of a different movie.
Oh, I'm thinking of fucking. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of The Fog. I watched them in the same night yesterday.
Yeah, wrong movie.
The Fog has supernatural stuff. This does not. But this door opened awkwardly.
Hang on. I gotta stand up.
I feel bad. We're keeping Little Platoon up past his bedtime. I feel bad.
He agrees to this stream.
No. My bedtime is several hours from now.
Oh no, that's awesome. Are you a vampire?
Nocturnal animal.
Yes, I am a vampire.
Based.
That's why I'm so.
Are you a vampire? Based.
I love vampires.
I'm the only person who could spend a week in an Italian heat wave and come back like blindingly white. I am very much undead.
I've done
it. God.
Do you burn and then just go back white? And
I don't even burn. I just reflect. That's all I do.
I've gone outside for 15 minutes and then gotten like really burnt. Like it's insane.
Man.
Yeah, Platoon, you just came back as we were talking about the actual jump scares that really are there just for the sake of it, it feels.
Yes.
Because the haunted house thing, the body comes down, swings, she's standing next to this cupboard, and it just opens completely on its own to reveal the dead body here.
It's a bit disappointing. It's the most generic thing of the film, I think.
Yeah, I
and given the amount of creativity that goes into the rest, in this segment, it feels like they've said, well, it's a horror film and this is how horror films are meant to end, so that's what we're going to do. And it doesn't really accord with rules or world building or character. It's just jump scare, jump scare, jump scare. And you get the point they're going for, because we're supposed to now see the culmination of all of this tension building stuff.
Yeah,
they don't, she does not discover these things; they discover her, which is
that was my problem with it too. Because I'm like, oh well, of course I understand. You're like, he created this mayhem. Lindsay has to, or Lori has to discover the mayhem. But like you just said, it finds her. She doesn't really find it, which is the problem. It's almost like on fast forward mode,
Well, maybe they were trying to shock value the audience back then, which is something that maybe this was like, I don't know. I know I'm not old enough, but like maybe this kind of rapid fire, boom, boom, scare, one after another was like really intense back then. Like, I don't know.
I'm trying to think of other films around the same time with the same reveals, and inevitably Black Christmas is the one I go with. And I think there is a segment in that film where a number of these previously murdered people are effectively brought in front of the camera. And so I would guess that's where they're taking it from. I don't know how common it was though to horror films this period. It's just it's a bit cheap, which is annoying because they did so much really good work getting us to this point, and then we get to this point and it's a bit meh.
Well, like, look, I'm not gonna knock a jump scare when it's a good one, but like for example, if they did one of the 3 of these, it would have been fine. But not
I think the Annie body
the
situation would have
bed
been enough.
they did the bed thing, then they did the guy falling from the closet, and then they did this one, and then there's just 3 of them. Now, a great example of this is the Jurassic Park one where Samuel Jackson's hand comes down on Laura Dern.
Oh yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, thank God, doctor." And she turns, and it's a shock, it's a jump scare. But it very, by the way, that's a clever jump scare. There is no jump scare like it. I can't even think of another example.
It's a doubly clever jump scare because that one is the body horror one, and it's immediately followed by the actual traditional jump scare of the raptor jumping through the bars at her. So like that moment is you saying, "Oh my God, that's horrific," and then immediately after that, it's, "Oh my God, it's still here." It's such it's such a brilliantly done film.
It's so good. The pacing, the editing, so good. This is just like one after another of the same thing, and it's like, I think her reaction is good, and then her state of mind is essential for the next part of the movie, which is, I think, fine. But yeah, I think we're nitpicking a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
Well, maybe, but
I guess like this
fair,
is
though.
It's fair.
Because we've seen this so many times, like the discovery of the bodies and the jump scares, like when the bodies find the lead character and not the other way around.
Yeah,
this is still like a really classic sequence of those tropes.
Yeah.
Like even when the film is busy doing things that we're not agreeing with or don't make any sense of, it's still like, oh yeah, but that's still a classic moment though, isn't it?
Yeah, I just don't know how much of that is nostalgia or if it's, I don't know.
Yeah, I think what it's doing is the Psycho reveal. So in Psycho, you have that moment where all of the various different plot strands and threads are brought together by a process of horrific discoveries, culminating in the turning around of the chair in the basement, and it turns out to be the skeleton of the mother that he's been referring to this entire time. But that works contextually because all of these things are based within the same house, the same place, the same building. That makes sense. Like you would discover it naturally in that process. I think this scene is trying to replicate what happens at the end of Psycho, but it hasn't really earned what it's doing. In other words, it's placed all of these different ending points for the various plot threads in one place without those necessarily being well, their placement isn't demanded by the story. Their placement is demanded by what is most shocking to the audience, whereas Psycho does it diegetically. Psycho actually has everything culminate in this one place, this one cellar, essentially, and it makes a lot more sense. This one doesn't make sense. It's a kind of a pastiche of what Psycho did at the end, including the acting. Even it's everything about this is a bit of a pastiche as opposed to original thought. But the real crime is that nothing that happens should happen in this place at this time, which is annoying because the rest of the film is pretty strong, and this feels cheap by comparison.
Right, like the door opening, the body falling, happening, a minute earlier would have been the same thing, but like it wouldn't have been on camera. So it feels like it's just for the camera, really. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, it opens the question: why would Michael Myers have brought all of these different people murdered in different places to this same house solely for the purpose of scaring someone that he's only really known about for the last half an hour?
Yeah. Now, I still like the lighting in this scene a lot, and I think it's not the worst predictable jump scares I've seen. But I think we agree.
I know the thing is like I can't put myself every single time.
This is creepy.
In the context of 1970s, like I can say it's cliche or that it's right or whatever. I'm like, but would I have thought that like 50 fucking years ago? Like, was it back then? I don't know.
Well, enthusiasts maybe would have picked up on it. Like people, like the Twilight Zone does a lot of jump scare stuff like that too. Even like before that, and then like Bunny Lake is Missing and a bunch of like 50s horror films. But but here's this shot here is terrifying. Look at it. Look at this.
Yeah, this shot here is really
good. And this is fucking brilliant right here too, because was watching a documentary and Dean Cunny was talking about this, and this piece of light right here, he slowly starts to turn it so that you can see Myers.
This is a great.
This right here, she leans up.
Oh, I hate faces that appear.
Yeah, right.
It's so good.
Yep.
Oh,
I know that they
Fucking brilliant.
tried to replicate that in the 2018 Halloween.
They tried.
And it was really bad.
Yep, I remember it.
Which,
Yeah.
Even then, though, given that we know this guy is a pretty skilled killer, he can nail people with knives pretty easily. How did he miss her at such close range?
Yeah, I know. She like
Yeah.
turned at just the right time.
Yeah,
or
they never
what?
explain that. They don't explain it.
Yeah.
No.
But the lighting was just enough to know what that was.
Mhm.
It wasn't too bright.
Well, could it be fate? Could it be fate? Is that a possibility?
Oh, that she
Ooh.
survived?
Yes. Because
Or it's just evil. That's all it is. Evil did not demand that she died in this specific moment, so evil kept her alive.
But isn't this whole thing based on sort of a potential fate conceptual?
Yes,
Like-
it is.
So, and she also survives again, another stab later in the movie. And it's like, at that point, it's like, well, are they just saying that this woman is not supposed to die? Like,
Yeah,
I
because
don't
they
think
say the classroom scene earlier doesn't specifically talk about evil. The main takeaway is that evil can be something which preternaturally exists in the universe, but actually the language used is of fate. Fate is set. It's not just that evil is set,
right.
it's
Okay.
that fate itself is set. So I think you're probably right. The
Yeah.
argument could be that actually it is fate that keeps her alive, just as
Right.
it's fate that determines what Michael Myers is and what he does. So fate
Right.
determines that she survives. I don't know how well supported that is by the rest of the film, but it is supported by that one specific scene.
Also, it would help to know how much of the series John Carpenter had laid out ahead of time. I just don't know.
None
I'm
of it.
guessing none. Absolutely none.
Absolutely none of
none.
it. He was writing Halloween 2 because they paid him a ton of money to do it, and he refused to direct it.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's hard.
He did not.
I would not want to
plan
be
on
that
it.
in that situation.
He had a really simple concept. He was just like, I want a guy who's basically pure evil to stalk fucking babysitters on a memorable holiday. Well, how about Halloween? Yeah.
Like I'm writing an outline to a hypothetical comic book that I might hypothetically someday do a fundraiser for. But I'm panicking because I'm like, how far in advance do I have to plan out the story? And it's like, well, do I want it? I probably am doing overboard shit nonsense. But it's like I got to know what happens 3 chapters from now. I just have to, and I have to know actually how it ends like 7 chapters from now. It's like, well, when you're making a horror movie like this with a cinematic universe, it just plays out like Saw is probably the same thing. They didn't plan all this shit out ahead of time. There's no way.
Fuck no. The Saw movies, dude?
Yeah, no.
Didn't plan any of that shit out.
So,
I'd always say that planning is ideal if you can do it. However, you don't have to. So in A New Hope, Vader is not Luke's dad. In Empire Strikes Back, Leia is not Luke's sister. And yet all 3 of those films do end up coming together pretty well. Now, I think the last of those changes is probably the worst of them, but you can still make the lack of planning work as long as you actually have a mind to what you've written prior to that. So it does still make sense, even if you didn't think of it at the time. Ideally, though, I would always say, plan as much as you can in advance. Have a clear idea of where you're going, and everything leads up to that point as much as anything, because it allows you to structure everything you're writing around certain specific key moments, and you don't run the risk of contradiction in the way that a lot of these films do.
Man, that Star Wars thing is brutal, isn't it? That is an interesting. Oh man.
Yeah, he said he was drunk, like he had just like down like a 12-pack, and he was sitting there trying to finish the story, and he's like, this fucking movie, he's talking about Halloween 2, and he's just like, this fucking movie is just a bunch of randomness. He's like, Michael Myers just fucking killing people. Why is he stalking her? Fuck it, I'll make her the sister, he said. And he said it like those exact words too. Fuck it, I'll make her the sister.
Hey, that's fine.
Yeah. And I mean, it worked. It created iconic, like, honestly, I think part 1, 2, and Halloween H2O make the best series.
I think so.
And and she's the sister, you know?
Right, but that's what authors do anyway. But some of them do that process first and then make the thing. Like, it's all about discovery, and it's all about, like, if you can make a person related to another person on the fly, then you can make it work. But a lot of, some authors will just do that process way ahead of time so they can just have a safety net, right? And it's like, it doesn't necessarily. Sometimes it doesn't matter because you get away with it. Is what That's the takeaway.
Well, a huge part of it is what you're writing now in accordance with the rules you've set out in the original thing you wrote. So if you're doing book 2, you'd never plan to do book 2, but you find yourself in a position where you have to. Are these the logical extensions of those characters, that plot line? Is this where it's meant to go? Or are you trying to force in a huge number of plot twists and random contrivances and breaks with the imagination which cannot be supported at all? As long as you're following the internal logic of your world building and your story, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And that's often how sequels, unplanned sequels, work. And the ones that do work actually do pay attention to the rules that have been established. It's really about following the internal logic of the story, as opposed to trying to over-plan things in advance. The more you can plan in advance, the better, but you don't want to be in a position where you're saying, well, either I have to break the story to meet a plan that no longer works, or I have to break the story to meet no plan that I ever had. As long as you're not breaking the rules, you'll be fine.
And it just sucks when you have a really, really good idea and it just fucking contradicts everything. So then you're like, fuck, I guess I'll just contradict it. Like some people
or is it worth retconning?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Is the idea so goddamn good it's worth retconning? Yeah.
But I like I said, I've only seen the original Halloween. I don't like sequels to slasher movies. Fuck that shit. I will not watch.
Same.
I'm just not gonna watch.
You don't like sequels to slashers, dude? If you like slashers,
no, I don't like
need
slashers.
to.
I don't really like slashers.
All right, well then I understand why you don't like the sequels to them.
I feel like they're a waste of time. It's like I don't know, man. It's like a
not.
hobby. But here's the thing: slasher genre is a genre within the horror genre that has like a hobby of its own. It's like people love that genre.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm gonna waste my time diving into all of the sequels to the Friday the 13th or the. It's like most of them are probably terrible, and I don't even want to waste my time, man.
They are, but it I don't know. It depends on whatever your taste is. Like I love, like here's the thing.
It's an acquired taste.
It is like Red Letter Media just posted a review of essentially the Friday the 13th franchise. I would love to do a review of the Friday the 13th franchise, and it's not good filmmaking, but I love the movies, so I would like lovingly shit on these movies.
It's a whole hobby, man.
It really is.
There's people who watch those movies all the time. Godzilla is another one. People love those. Like,
you're basically talking to the person who loves slasher and Godzilla movies. Yeah.
Okay. That's not me. That's not me. I like original horror movies that have a sort of a standalone vibe to them. That's just like my preferred. Now, there's
I like those too.
Right. But I'm just more limited than you. You have a bigger brain than I do.
I doubt that. I think I have a autistic brain, which is why I love slasher movies. Oh, they made a 15th Michael Myers movie.
I don't even like it. Dude,
let's go.
I have horrible takes. I don't even like Aliens, to be honest. I think it's okay. I think the original Alien is the only good Alien movie.
I like Aliens.
Aliens is an 80s action movie with like really corny, like outdated special effects, but it's fine. It's good.
I'm gonna disagree with that. I think Aliens is about as good as a sequel you could get from that franchise.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And I like James Cameron. I undersold it. It's really good. I just think Alien to me is a way better movie in terms of. Wow, that's hard to say. I just think Alien is like a 5 out of 5 masterpiece. I think Aliens to me is like fun, and awesome.
Yeah,
but it's not.
Aliens, I think, is a more complex film, certainly on the character level, because it's a psychological horror more than anything. Aliens comes around and it's an action horror, and as a genre piece in the action horror genre, it's a really, really good example. And I do think it does add substantially to the lore. I think it does extend from the lore as we know it in a completely believable way, and I think it's a really entertaining film. I think Aliens is a really good film, but if you're looking at, say, the more complex character works, well, even then, I'm not sure, because so Ridley's attachment to Newt in Aliens is a really powerful bit of her backstory, especially in the director's edition, where you find out that she had a daughter who died. Which is, I think that really does add stuff, but the rest of the film isn't hugely character driven in the way that maybe Alien was. But I still think both of those films are excellent. I'm not sure which one I prefer, though.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's better than Alien 3. And no, I love Alien 3. I do. I think Aliens is like
almost everything is better than Alien 3. But Alien 3 is better than Alien 4 and AVP 2. So, you know.
Look, one of these days I want to debate somebody who hates Alien Covenant, and because I actually like Alien Covenant. I think that would be a fun debate.
Why do you like Covenant? It takes
everything
that
it brought back the actual alien.
The few good things that were good about Prometheus, it said, fuck it.
No, it brought back the alien. Dude. It has a really cool homage to Jurassic Park in the beginning with the weeds, the chase scene in the weeds. It has gore. It brought back the alien, the xenomorph.
You're describing bits of a film, not the film itself.
Michael Fassbender and David and himself arguing was like amazing. I don't know, like a lot of the movie's really good.
Wait, no, that was Prometheus. Oh no, sorry, you're right. No, it was Covenant. Yeah, no, you're right.
And it just does a better job. I think. I don't know. Prometheus to me is very boring.
It is, but it had some interesting ideas, and the fact that it introduced those ideas, which were then dispensed with in the opening shot, effectively of Covenant, means that the author did not trust his own best intentions. Prometheus was a really shit film, pretty much. Yeah. Really beautiful visuals, lovely soundtrack, pretty shit film. But then Covenant took the best bits of the story and the world building and said, "Fuck it, we're gonna go back to generic kind of alien monster horror."
That's better. I don't need the mythology. No, look, Tarantino said it best. It's so awkward if you go watch it. It's Tarantino talking to Ridley Scott.
Ooh.
In a director's roundtable, and Tarantino's like, I was so excited for Prometheus in the theaters, and you could tell he could not be honest about his opinion because Ridley Scott was right next to him. And it was.
And I thought it was shit. It was such a disappointment.
I thought it was shit.
But you could.
To be honest,
he didn't.
If you were telling me like, what's the ideal film franchise in which to explore the meaning and origins of life, I would not have picked Alien. And I don't really see why Ridley Scott did pick Alien.
Seems like
that should have been a completely different franchise.
I don't know about that. I see why he picked it because it's about alien life and the origins of
he picked it because it was a monetizable proposition, and so it was the easiest way to get that film done because it was linked to Alien. Now there are ways to make a film like that, but I don't think tying it in with Alien was the one.
Right, it should have been called Prometheus, and it's just Prometheus by itself without tying it in.
Why would you not make the thing that the ship crashes on at the end? Why would that not be LV-47? Why would that not be the planet where they find the ship in the original Alien? What's the point of having the same ship crash in the same way on a different planet in order for the main character to be killed off screen, in order for your android to make the aliens out of experimenting on the corpse of the main character from a film nobody wanted? And even that's not fucking LV-47. Like, oh yeah, that's a frustrating couple of films.
Oh, the FX series is gonna hopefully go back to its roots, but I don't know. I just trust Noah Hawley. I'm a big fan of the Fargo series on Netflix. It's really good, and I like his book. He's a good author. He's a good director, and he did Fargo really well. So hopefully they go back to its roots with the Alien series, and Scott's producing it. So. We'll see.
Could be good.
I hope so. Isn't there 2 Alien properties being made right now? There's another one. Holy shit!
I saw the TV show.
Yeah, there's something else though. Anyway, I'm sorry for derailing shit.
Oh no, you're good, man.
He's staying at the top of the thing. Now he's coming down the stairs like an old man.
Oh really? He's coming down the stairs like he's casually.
Yeah. No, chat doesn't care. We're just dude, it's October. We can talk about anything horror related. Nobody gives a fuck. So look, he's like casually doing his thing. He's a woman. I'm just joking. This
keeping it casual.
This scene was confusing a little bit. Was she trying to unlock the door? Is that what was happening?
Yeah, she couldn't open the door because he had set a rake up against the handle, so even if it was locked or unlocked, she couldn't force open. So she has to punch through the glass to move the rake.
Dude, I don't know if I could do that with I have a similar back door. I don't know if I could punch through the glass in one shot.
Well, don't worry, because this is clearly fake glass, because the one panel is the one glass panel does not look as clear as the others.
That's
as
true.
you can see. Yeah.
He is terrifying.
He is.
Yeah, dude. He's like, he doesn't even care to pull his hand back through. He's like, yeah, I got through. Here I am. Now, as you can see, this glass is very punchable.
Yeah.
Because it's not real glass. So
just like your face, right? Punchable.
Yeah, my face is not made of real glass either. You're right.
Yeah, if you make me edit another movie about the Flash, a video series about the Flash, I have to use the clips from Barry Allen. I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Did I mention the Flash in the last video?
I don't know. I used a couple clips. I'm so sick of downloading shit from that movie. It's so cringe. Anyway,
you didn't need to.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I think this is back when they still used sugar. I think they still use sugar glass as their fake glass. I don't think that was.
That's amusing.
You think so?
Yeah,
sugar.
I think it was
sugar
glass. Yeah,
instead of sand.
Nope, for fake glass. Yeah.
Oh, geez. There she goes.
She is running down the street and screaming, and these neighbors don't give a fuck. They turn on their lights, see that it's a woman screaming, and like, yep, and turn the lights back off.
That's interesting.
It's one of the things I think the second film did a little bit better. Again, I think I mentioned it before. The fact that they play much more on the fact that, well, it's Halloween, so people wear crazy shit and people do crazy shit. Therefore, we can't believe random stories we're hearing about an actual serial killer. In this film, I don't weirdly for a film called Halloween, this film doesn't actually spend much time on the Halloween mythos, and so no one pays attention to it. I'm assuming because they assume it's another Halloween type jeeper, like kids are doing kid stuff. But the second film would have made that, I think, a bit clearer. The fact that she's not being believed because it is Halloween, people are screaming. Why should we pay attention? Eventually, though, she ends up in the house she has to go to. But yeah.
Yeah,
that's why I assumed they were turning all their lights off too. It's just like, oh, it's Halloween. People are crazy. Fuck this. And here he comes.
Speed racer.
Sorry, I'm doing the thing where we don't get demonetized.
Jamalama says that they're disappointed that we have a lack of booba.
A lack of booba.
We need more booba.
We do.
No booba for you. She throws the potted plants up there to get.
Someone said the VTubers are arguing. Oh God. Oh yeah. It's literally Napoleon versus Hitler.
But that would be unfair because my software's glitching, so I'm going to be slower than you are. That's not helpful.
See, the nice thing about this movie, at least, is they gave a reason why she can't necessarily run away. A, she has to protect the children, and B, she fell down the stairs, so her legs hurt pretty bad. So
yeah,
she can't just multiple reasons why she can't just bolt out of here.
Yeah, just like Laura Dern in Jurassic Park, she's limping at the end of the thing.
Yep.
And somebody in the chat said Dr. Metalblood, Legion was a good Noah Hawley show. Yes, Legion was like X-Men. Okay, Legion is a really I recommend it. It's not like tied into the MCU, but it's like basically mutants, and it's just a fantastic show. I think some of it gets a little feministy, like in season 3 or whatever. But good point, David Metalblood. Good point, Dr. Metalblood.
I never thought anything of this. Like some Halloweens once in a great while, like I was babysat, so I had a choice. Like I could go out earlier or just not go out. I just didn't want to go out. These two kids also just don't seem like the type that give a shit about that sort of thing.
Yeah. They're watching The Thing.
Yeah, they're watching horror movies and stuff. They don't care about going out.
I barely went trick or treating as well.
Yeah, I think I
really.
I definitely had a few years, but it was not all the time.
Wow, dude,
I think I've gone 3 times.
Oh,
and then other than that, I've gone to friends' houses. So
gone like 8 times. It's wild.
Jamie Lee Curtis's boobas are right here, as you can see. Okay.
There you go, chat.
There you go, chat. There you go.
This is
where'd it go?
Boobage.
There we go. Jamalema. Boobage.
Jamalema Ding Dong. Get it? Shamalama Ding Dong. That's what Tarantino calls M. Night Shyamalan. He calls him Shamalama Ding Dong. It's such a
call him
thing.
Shamalama Ding Dong.
M. Night Shyamalan. Shamalama Ding Dong. It's like, I don't know. It's funny, but some people say it's racist.
M. Night Shite, but you know.
M. Night Shite. No,
What are you talking about? He gave us Avatar.
Sometimes he's
Airbender.
Awesome. It depends.
I hate
50-50.
I watched that movie. There are so many weird cuts in that movie.
Avatar?
That movie is awful.
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
The Last Airbender specifically.
No, stop.
Pete.
They're remaking it.
Pete?
They're remaking it. Don't worry.
Man, when does that come out?
Netflix.
When does it come out?
Dude, Netflix is remaking it. It's coming out like next year or something. It's already. I saw screenshots.
I thought that was coming out this year because I thought it was announced the same when One Piece was.
Oh no. A little bit later. Yeah.
Let's see if I can actually play this. So she realizes that the window is open, and I can't show it. But the funny thing is, like, it's supposed to show that the window's open because there's a bit of a breeze coming in.
Mm-hmm.
He's already inside.
But you can actually see the fan that's blowing the thing. It's just a little fuck up. But yeah, he is inside. He made it through, and ta-da, shwink. Sewing needle right to the neck.
Nice.
That'll
Critical
do the trick.
hit. Dead.
It's a headshot. When he pulls it out to it, it makes this
Yeah.
there is a clicking sound. But yeah, he drops on the floor and she pulls the knife that was stuck in the couch out. That thing is fucking enormous. That's what she said. There's also a fuck up here that I'll show you guys later too. But the knife is laying right here.
Oh, okay.
And there's, well, I'll show you when we get there. But, Lumis finally runs into Brackett to discuss that he found the vehicle and they need to go up and down the block and look. Lori goes up the stairs to tell the kids that the boogeyman is dead and everything's going to be okay. But surprise.
Yo.
It's not okay. It's not fucking okay.
It's
but
such a
anyway.
good blocked shot.
Mm-hmm.
And when it moves. Really good blocking in this film as well.
And notice too, he has the knife in his hand.
I guess he just went looking for it for a couple minutes.
No. I'll show you later. It's still back there, basically.
Oh, okay. He got a new knife. He went to the.
He got a new knife. That's exactly like the old knife. Yeah.
But anyway, so
this is very reminiscent of the situation I was telling you guys about earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. So she has the kids go hide, and she dives into the closet and slinks back, and he starts rat-a-tapping on that door.
When in the earlier scene when they arrived at the crime scene at the shop, didn't they say he stole a mask, some rope, and some knives, or a couple of knives?
Yep.
So he does have more than one.
I guess, but it's supposed to be the one that's in the couch.
Yeah.
Like it's 100% supposed to be. But yeah. I mean, he could have left a knife stuck in what's-his-face's chest.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
And he used the rope to tie up what's-his-face because he was hanging from the ceiling and swaying.
True.
I think there's an idea in.
I missed it. Fuck. Hey, go ahead. Sorry.
I think there's an idea in Halloween Kills where there's a scene where he's just killing an elderly couple, and then he takes the husband and puts him on the table, and then starts testing out knives. That was like one of the only good scenes in that. I was like, hey, I like this idea.
Oh shit, I forgot about this super chat. Sorry, Mo. Most is like for another $5. Thanks, man. Why are there so many closets in this house? That was referring to the house with Annie that Annie was in.
Mm-hmm.
Was that normal in the 70s? That house was fucking huge. That looked like a 5-bedroom house.
Yeah. My friend rented for a couple of years a house that had a lot of closets too. But they weren't that size. They were like, it was like a hallway, and there was just closets on the entirety of one side of the hallway. So it is possible.
She bends the coat hanger, and that's
She makes a quick weapon.
Boink. In the old fucking eyeball.
Good editing too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this movie, like I was saying earlier, it's just like no gore in this movie, really.
Mm-hmm.
Just no gore. He drops the knife, chink, and she uses it to stab him right in the old chest. And again, no gore at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks awesome. Like you totally understand what's going on. There's no need for any of it. And that really was all budget constraints, but in the end, it's a great example of how less is more. This works way better than if this movie was hyper gory.
Yeah.
And the evil, well, we all know he's not dead, but the evil's sleeping. The evil is sleepy. She crawls over the body and goes and tells the kids that they need to go down to the Mackenzie's house and call the police. And why do I know that it's Mackenzie's? Because the original 1996 Scream movie is really a massive homage to the original Halloween. And at the beginning of the film, Drew Barrymore's character, Casey Becker, I think is the character's name. She's killed. She's the first person to die in the Scream franchise. And when the parents come home, they talk, and he tells her to go down to the Strodes. So it's like this nice little callback to this movie too. Yeah. I don't remember if he says go down to the Strodes and call the police, or if he says also go down to the Mackenzies. But there's it's like a million homages from Scream to the original Halloween. Kevin Williamson, who wrote that movie, he said that's his all-time favorite horror film is the original. Adam Gray, welcome into the closet. Oh, dude, this fucking shot is so good. 5 hours deep, and I'm still going, yeah. It's like it's such a good fucking scene right here. Here it goes. No sound when this happens either.
I think it's just a note on the piano.
Yeah.
For the song.
And he turns his head a little.
Hello.
So fucking good. It's fantastic.
Did that inspire the Undertaker from that wrestling?
100%.
Like?
Yes.
Oh.
He says that. He has said that before. Absolutely. This is completely his gimmick, and specifically the rising up. 100% Michael Myers. Yeah, because you said the Undertaker is the only one that you knew, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think same.
Also, which is the one? Is it Kurt Angle where the theme music was like "You suck, you suck"?
Yeah, that's actually what's really endearing about him too. He was a wrestling heel, so he was mostly hated. So that was like a fan chant that was totally organic and built into when he'd come out. The music was very triumphant, like hyper American, like
yeah,
da-da, da-da.
Yeah, that's familiar.
And in between, they go, "You suck, you suck."
And then Rey Mysterio, who does the 619, which is one number removed from fun.
Yes, it is. I just watched him wrestle. He's still wrestling. I watched him wrestle in person. He was
Isn't he like
he was at the WWE show. No, he's 49 now.
Oh.
Yeah, he started when he was really young. But yeah, he was wrestling at the show I went to. At the WWE show. But enough about awesome stuff. Let's go back to Halloween. But yeah, again, another situation where a character is just oblivious to Michael behind them. Oh, and this is probably the only time in the entire franchise I think you actually get a clear shot of Michael's face.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm not sure
yeah,
that helped at all. I think maybe they shouldn't have done
no,
that.
I don't think it was. I think it was unnecessary too.
Keep the mask on, keep him mysterious.
Yeah.
How does, because she rips it off, right?
No.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
choking
Or how
her, and
does-
she manages to get it up over his face and get away because he's
Okay.
like compelled to pull it back down. Yeah,
I think
show it
it's
here, I think.
fine.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Like just to get him away from her. Yeah.
I think they should have kept it
and
on. Which is the film later on when he seemingly dies when he crashes in an ambulance, I think it is. And then
H2O. Yeah.
they retcon it
Halloween
by
H2O.
saying, "Oh no, it wasn't him. It was the black guy who was driving the ambulance that he put the mask on."
Yeah, so that dumb fucking movie is Halloween Resurrection. So in Halloween H2O is a satisfying ending. She chops his head off. That's the ambulance situation, all that shit. And then in Halloween Resurrection, because H2O made so much money, they had like a built-in, get out of jail free card. And they're like, oh yeah, the paramedic found Michael and he was alone with Michael. And Michael jumped up and crushed his larynx so he couldn't talk. And then he switched costumes. So that's why the guy in H2O didn't talk when Laurie was chopping his fucking head off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, isn't that excellent?
Why is it called H2O?
Because it's the dumbest name ever. It's Halloween 20 years later. Yeah, it's supposed to be Halloween 20 years later.
But to any sane, sensible person watching, they would assume, wait, Halloween water?
What? Yeah, that's
right. What Halloween, the way of water.
No, exactly. And it's called Halloween H2O 20 years later. So it's called Halloween 20 years later.
Yeah, for the idiots who didn't get that it was a reference.
Right.
Which is understandable given that you've made your title a reference to water as opposed to,
Yikes.
the film.
Water.
Oh, my goodness. Second worst decision after Halloween 3.
The interesting thing about that, sir, is that H2O is actually a good fucking movie. Like it's a worthy conclusion.
I heard it's better than 2 and 3.
I like part 2, and H2O is a sequel to part 2, so it does go
2
1
is okay.
Yeah, 2 is okay, and
3 is irrelevant.
3 is totally irrelevant. 4 through 6 is the druid cult fucking storyline. And then part 7 is H2O, which is yeah, I know you don't give a fuck. But we are on a Halloween stream.
Look,
I asked this question. I don't give a fuck.
Look, I just want one Dracula movie. I want one Frankenstein movie. I don't even care about Bride of Frankenstein, which is apparently really good. I don't care. I want one story.
That's how I am with Scream.
You don't have to watch sequels. You can just like make up your own headcanon and be like, you know what? This isn't an official movie.
What
the
you
only
should do,
movie
though,
that really counts is
you definitely should go now and watch Halloween 3 and try and work out how that connects to everything else.
Yeah.
It's a special experience. I recommend it, definitely.
Why are you hiding my face, dumbass? I'm joking. I don't
say how you should have another drink, Lefty.
I had three fireballs. I'm fine.
It's fine. Have 7 more edibles and you'll be on the same level as the rest of the stream normally is.
Edibles.
Yeah.
No,
bro.
I can't. I have PTSD from Flashcast. I can't drink when I'm streaming as much as I used to. Holy moly. Holy moly. Don't remind me of that, which I just reminded myself, but whatever. Oh, man.
That is true. Sitting up like that does take. He didn't use his arms or nothing. He just leaned up forward. Pure ab.
Man.
I want to see his face here. Oh.
Yo.
I had forgotten this was a scene when I watched this again earlier today. I'd completely forgotten this happened. I do not think it helps in any way.
I don't either. It's unnecessary. It would have been cooler without it. More mysterious.
And also, the geography of this scene slightly confused me. So he shoots him there. So I'm assuming the cupboard is opposite the hallway, right? And I guess that off screen he stumbles into a different room
Well,
and
he
Lumis
stumbles
follows him
back
in?
into the room where the closet was that he was attacking Lori.
But
in.
door
Lumis
to the-
just came up the stairs.
No. Lori was so right here is the room where she ran into, and the closet's over here. Like
You're
back
not
here,
changing
but it's-
anything on the
Just
screen,
play
so
it.
that's not helpful at all.
If you
but
don't
okay.
play it, you're a pussy.
Oh shit! Sorry, I was on the wrong thing. This
I'm
here, my bad. I was on the
You don't
wrong.
get
display.
We're in the
demonetized.
closet at the moment, which is a familiar position.
No. She pushes. The closet is on this side of the wall. This is a
Oh,
wall, and the
okay.
closet is over here.
That's
Is
not
the
a wall.
room.
That's the entrance
This is
to
a
the door.
room, right?
I
This is
thought
a
that was-
whole new room.
Okay.
This
Wait.
here is the room where they were in. Where
Can
she
you
was in the
skip back
closet.
10 seconds and
Yeah.
illustrate this for me, please?
Sure. So stairwell here ish,
Okay.
Yeah.
right? And
Hallway.
this way and this way is into the bedroom.
It's a new
where the
room,
closet
okay.
was. Yeah. And so she walked out of that room.
Yes.
He
Into the stairway.
walks out of it. Well, there's that like hallway here, and the stairs are on the other end. Yeah.
Are the stairs in the same room as they are currently standing? Is my
Yes.
question.
Right now, yes.
It is. Okay, right. So the stairs are
On
in this
the-
room.
On her left side, on the far end of the room. Yeah.
Okay. Then
Coming up.
he
So he
comes out
comes up
behind
yeah.
her, chokes her.
Choking her.
Yep.
Yep.
Guy comes up the stairs.
Nope, that's not helpful.
Which, yeah, that's not going to help. is
Okay,
it?
that's the one. So he's okay in the hallway. He's
Yep.
doing that. Yep, good.
Yep.
And he's looking, and now
This
he's
all
behind
makes-
him.
No, he's not. He's
But he
to his
is.
left.
This is the other end of the hall.
Yeah, this makes total sense. The
Yeah.
stairs are about right here. He's
the stairs
aiming
come
down the
up.
hall.
The stairs come up facing south, and he's facing north. So they come up to the south end of the building. Now he's facing the north end of the building where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
No, but I'll take your word for it. It's all good.
They do break the 180 rule a bit here.
That's fine.
That
just
might be
to-
what's confusing me, I think.
which is why it's confusing, probably.
Yeah.
And
And he
I've probably
shoots
seen
him.
this movie a billion times.
He shoots
so I
him-
know.
Okay. Have you ever been
He
shot
shoots him
and
there.
fell
So-
to the
so-
left?
Well, he's shooting him in the back, right?
No, it looks like he shot him in the
he
face.
shot him in the
him-
front.
He shot him on the left side of like his shoulder and left shoulder. 'Cause he
But
was
it's in
aiming-
front
Or in the front, sort of. And he
because
falls,
he falls backwards. So it must be shot in the front because he's falling backwards.
Yeah, see, okay. There you go.
That's a good.
So came up the stairs and he runs this way.
I think the confusing thing is he's been shot in the, and so
Side.
he's facing to the left. He's shot in the shoulder. He falls backwards, and
Yes.
Lumis is running from the left, which makes it seem odd.
It does seem
Hmm.
odd.
Yes.
He shoots.
Well,
him
it's gonna
on,
get
like-
worse because he has a 6-round gun, and I think he unloads like 8 rounds into him. So
Now-
if you want to,
No, the worst part is him falling out of the. I'll just play it. Or skip it. Skip ahead so we can see. Skip.
So from that moment, he was running from the opposite direction that Michael was facing in the previous scene.
No, he was
Huh?
running from his left.
no, because the stairs go this way.
Someone pull
So
up
Lumis
Microsoft
would be
Paint.
facing this way when he got up the stairs.
Then
Michael's
Michael,
standing right
my,
here.
my question is, Michael falls to his right, to our right. Lumis runs from our left. How are they meeting?
Back.
Well, Michael backed back
Huh?
into the bedroom, and so this is where Lumis is following him.
Okay.
Yeah, Justin
Yeah.
Justin Lundy. This is literally the JFK assassination analysis. I agree.
Where's Lamoni?
There was a second shooter, right?
Yeah. Now he's
Hello?
fine.
And yeah, this is where it gets all fucky. He already shot him once. He's got a 6-round revolver.
Okay.
One. So all right, so we're at 2 now.
Okay.
Okay, two now. 2,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5, 6.
5.
Oh,
I saw 5.
I think there were more.
There were 6 shots. I watched
yeah,
it last night. There's
we
6
have to
total.
Hear the
There might be
shots, yeah.
7,
Yeah.
including sounds.
No. 6, including the first one on the stairs.
Okay.
See, if we
I
had
counted
Halloween
it.
2 loaded up, he actually says, Abe, I put X
I
number
shot
of
him
shells into
6
him.
times.
Yes.
Is it
That's what
6
I said.
times? Okay.
Yeah.
He goes, I shot him 6 times.
That's what I said. Yeah. So now here's my point. If you shoot somebody and they fly backwards really, really, really far, look, watch where he lands. Go
Oh yeah, this is good shit. Yeah, he lands like 80
He lands
feet from
so
the house.
far away.
Yeah,
Now,
he lands really far.
this
from the
reminds
house.
me of Cowboy Bebop, when Julia, fucking never should have happened anyway. But for some reason, Julia shoots Spike out the window, and he flies backwards with one shot. Nobody ever gets shot, and then fly with one bullet with a tiny little gun, and then flies backwards and breaks a window. That's not realistic. Terrible show. Don't watch Cowboy Bebop on Netflix.
I won't. Perfect.
Anyway,
One Piece, on the other hand, was a pleasant surprise.
I agree. I like that show.
I don't watch nerd shit.
Wait, you
a
watched
wholesome-
One Piece?
I did. All of it.
Nice. Did you finish
whole-
Arcane?
Not yet, no, but I
Oh
will.
my god.
Uh-oh.
How
I'm
much
getting
more?
them, right? I'm a busy guy. I will finish it eventually.
busy guy. Shut up.
One Piece is good to watch, though. It's very wholesome. It's nice.
One Piece cured my Ahsoka depression. So,
Yeah. I mean, lots of problems, but it was still like this film, funnily enough. Lots of problems, lots of things you can pick apart, but actually the good outweighs the bad to such an extent that you can kind of forget some of the bad.
Yeah, I forget. I don't forget some of it. Some of it, they fucked up the cat people pretty bad, but that's okay.
Also, Nami's hot.
Yeah,
It's more the episode 3-4 thing where the evil butler guy has infinite opportunities to stab the people he wants to kill and doesn't stab them.
Yep.
And that really got annoying by the end of that.
And he
then
also
the
has
rest of it was
super
fun.
speed.
No, you're right. 3-4 was not good, and then the rest was fine. The rest was actually really good.
3
Yeah.
was okay for me until episode 4 when it just like was like, oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
just don't like the weird fat SJW looking fat cat people hissing at everybody.
I was fine with them if Zoro was able to kill them. Like
It didn't
they nerfed
translate very
Zoro.
well.
They nerfed
Also-
Zoro hard in that scene.
But the
when he was
redeeming
fighting
feature is
them.
that everybody else is really nice to look at, so it's all fine.
Yeah.
Amen.
Now, Platoon, you don't know this, but I'm assuming you don't watch One Piece. But they got rid of that cat butler guy. Had a whole ass pirate army that they just decided to not include in the show. And it makes way more sense when Usopp is running around telling everybody that pirates are coming, and nobody believes him. It doesn't make any sense in the show, in the Netflix show, because there are no pirates coming. But in the anime, he has a whole gang, and they show up, and then he actually kills his own fucking people. It's actually epic.
Well, then
But-
the Netflix one was definitely playing on the whole boy cries wolf thing. So he's not believed later on because he said it so many
Yes.
times. Except that the question then is, why did he start staying it? Like my major problem with the whole Netflix one was it probably took about. It could have done with about twice as many episodes to actually flesh out a lot of the stuff it was doing. It over condensed, I think, in large part.
I could have done with one more episode at the least to and like just have that be an episode where they're just sailing.
Also,
and talking on the ship.
Usopp saves the girl that he loves, right? He saves her life in a really cool way in the show, in the anime, and they took that out. So they made him more of a beta male, weird, character. He actually has a cool moment with her, and they took that out. So they condensed a lot, man. But other than that, you're right. Great show. The other stuff was better translated for some reason, but we're just going way off topic. Cynic's fault.
Sorry.
I'm blaming Cynic.
I was gonna say I'll get us back on track, I guess. Lori asks Lumis, was that the boogeyman?
No, doesn't she say what is the boogeyman? I think she says.
No, because he says he answers
Yes, she
as
does.
a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, wait.
Or did she say was that the boogeyman?
I think she says, was that the boogeyman?
I thought she said, what is the boogeyman?
I thought she said what is, and then he says, as a matter of fact, that was. Which still works. It's just a bit clunkier.
Yeah.
If only we could hear it.
If only.
But Lumis goes out to investigate and let's see if I can catch it here. Might be. Why are you crying for? It's not a big deal.
Not a big deal. I was just attacked 3 times by a rising from the dead person.
Come on, I want to show. It's not going to do it.
Well, now I don't even know where we are. So that's after he shot him out of the window.
Yeah, well, he shot him out of the window.
I think this is after she's asked
peek.
the question about the boogeyman, and then she starts crying, and then it goes back to him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking out the window, and Michael's gone now. and he has no idea where he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So he just kind of stares off like, of course he's gone. The cool thing about this finale is it was discussed in a documentary, and Donald Pleasance was alive during it, so he was able to actually give some interviews, and John Carpenter too, and they discussed the ending of the original film and how it was going to be how they were going to play it. And Donald Pleasance was said to have given John Carpenter like his first real clue of like what working with a professional actor is like, because he said Donald came up to him and told him, I can play this multiple different ways, but I've come down to two, which is just like, do I look out the window and I'm shocked that he's gone, or I look out the window and of course he's gone. And he said Pleasance let him choose because he was the director, but he knew all along that of course he's gone was the way to go. And I just thought that was really cool. That was like John Carpenter instinctively told him the right answer, but Donald Pleasance let him pick it, even though he was far more seasoned in the industry than he was.
Pleasance also knew the question needed to be asked, I guess, which if you watch everything before Halloween that John Carpenter did, so Assault on Precinct 13 comes before this, doesn't it? And if you look at some of the acting in that film, it's pretty dicey. And I don't know if there are any established big names in Assault on Precinct 13 even. Carpenter evidently did not have the knowledge at the time to start directing his actors in a way that elevates what they're doing. Yeah. He works with someone like Donald Pleasance in this film, not, I don't think, coincidentally, when he does, say, The Thing after this or any film after this, all of a sudden the acting does generally improve.
It does. It does.
And it might well have been a fact of he's finally got a chance to work with someone who knows what they're doing, has learned from him, and now knows what to look for. And Pleasance asked him the question, and the question was the right one to ask because it got Carpenter thinking, well, okay, what do I want actors to do as opposed to where do I want them to be?
Yeah. And Assault on Precinct 13 has very bad acting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why I don't like that movie at all, it's just not believable. But I just don't like that movie. I'm in the minority. I think it's extremely overrated. But The Thing has incredible fucking acting. And even The Fog, right after this, a couple years later, it's the same girl. It's Jamie Lee Curtis. But her surrounding people are really good. If you watch it now, it's kind of night and day.
This is the end of the movie here, and I think it goes to like 6 or 7 different shots, while some the theme is playing and it's rising, and the tension is building again as it's actually leading to the end credits. It's showing all the places that he has been and almost like where could he be, and you hear Michael Myers breathing the entire time. And John Carpenter did say like he didn't know how to end the movie because he's like, I can't just kind of end it on Pleasance. Like I can't just end it there. So what he decided to do was take shots that they've already shot to just kind of say, because he's pure evil, you don't necessarily know where he is. He could be anywhere, or he is everywhere,
He could be there, he could be there.
He could be there, it could be anywhere.
He could be there, he could be there, he could be anywhere. What's that song?
And there's the knife right here that I was telling you about. Because they went back and used an old shot.
Yeah.
So yeah, the very, very, very ending was just put together in the editing room. But I think it makes for an effective ending. It makes sense. Like Michael is pure evil. You can't kill it, and he's gone, and you don't know where he is because he can be anywhere next. And Halloween.
Love it. Nice.
Damn, for an hour-and-a-half movie that only took 5 hours and 22 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, David.
How normal I am.
I would get the 4K of this, dude. This movie has been really well taken care of by archivists and everyone who works on it. And every transfer they've done from like, I remember even thinking when I had the VHS, I was like, holy shit, this looks amazing. And then the DVD looked amazing. And the Blu-ray looked amazing. And then the 4K looked even better. They're doing an amazing job at keeping this film just looking the best it possibly can. So, Mr. Brown style says Princess Fiona.
It's been a long stream and the host is yawning.
Yeah.
Fail.
Ratings on the movie? I don't like doing ratings, but I feel like that's appropriate when you do these.
Well,
I
question.
I give movies 2 different ratings, like, because I don't like to do it when I actually do like video reviews. I guess like an objective one and then my personal one. I'd say my personal one's probably a 9, and my objective one is a 7.
So that's interesting. Yeah, sometimes I'll do that. Normally, I'll just give it a generic rating. Like I think this is like a 7 out of 10. I agree, actually. But I do have a contextual thing, which is I always keep updated my top 100 favorite horror movies. Currently, it's rated 72 on my top 100. 72, and I watch a lot of horror movies, so my top 100 is stacked. Like my number 99 is The Howling, which is a really good horror movie.
Dude, The Howling, holy shit! I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
Yeah. And then so
yeah. What's your number 1? Do you have it like an actual order of like?
I do.
favorites?
I rank them. I spend a lot of autistic time doing this stuff. My number 1 is Alien.
Oh yeah.
And then I have my top 5: Alien, The Fly, The Thing, The Innocents, which is a ghost story from the 60s, and then The Wailing, which is a South Korean movie.
I need to rewatch The Fly. It's been a long time. I never really got on with it when I did first watch it, but it was a long time ago. So it might have just been sort of a visceral.
I just heard a cat.
That was me.
Wow. Scary.
That was me.
No, The Fly is
not me, but a
not
cat
for everybody,
in my
I will
house.
say. I heard it too. No, The Fly is not for everybody, but I think it's a masterpiece, and it's just if you like David Cronenberg, if you don't, you won't like it as much. But it's like saying, do you like the movie? Do you like David Lynch? Some people think David Lynch is amazing, and other people think he's like weird. But
yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think both.
I'm not a huge fan of David Lynch. I think some of his stuff's good, but
I keep hearing cats. Where is this coming
me.
from?
It's just Andrew's cat.
It's in my room, just yelling
just
at me.
Surrounded by pussy.
that really just describes Andrew every day.
Yeah.
That's
this
hilarious.
mustache? Are you kidding me?
You fucking kidding me, dude? This mustache is Riz. That's what's up.
It is Riz.
Riz.
Andrew, what would you give this as a rating? I don't remember what your rating was last year. Look it up and see if it matches.
I have no idea. I think I would give it a 7, probably. I think a 7 is fair. Yeah, good movie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was surprised it was this good when I watched it last year.
Wow. Nice.
In Platoon. Have you ever given a movie a rating?
Not in this sense. No, we've done it on Browns with like episode ratings, which is easier because then you can rate it in the context of With this one, I'm tempted to say 6, but not because I think it's shit or even average, just because I think there are a huge number of much better films and films that do more for cinema than this, and an even larger number of films which are worse and do less. So 6 is kind of good, actually. I'm going to say a 6 just because I think there are maybe even better films within Halloween as a genre, but there are better horror films. Well, 2 sticks more in my mind than this one does for some reason.
See, I watched 2 today. I've always found 2 to be more plotting boring than part 1.
It has been a long time since I've seen 2, but for some reason it's the one that I remember more.
The ending of 2 is really good, though.
I think it's a good film. I think it's like, especially for the time and for what it does, it's a really good film, in fact. But there are many ratings above it which it didn't reach. I think it's a little bit too derivative for all the innovation it does do. and there are much better horror films out there. So 6.
Would you
not
be
because
proud if you made this movie? Would you be proud?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Oh, I think it's pretty
Yeah.
it's a pretty, like, I don't even think I would change much. I just think it's not.
Not really. The things
It's
I would change would be so minuscule just
yeah,
to
there's a
like
couple,
make
yeah, like
things make sense
some
a
of the
little more.
some of the stuff we picked on, but it just works really well as what it is, and
Well, the major change I'd make, and the thing that I think keeps it below a 7, is that we don't really know what Michael Myers is, what he's about, what his motives are, and that leads to these sort of these really pivotal set pieces toward the end of the film, which are there to shock, but I don't think follow from character or motive.
Do you need an
So
answer for pure evil though?
I don't think you
Isn't
need
that
an
like
answer for
you can
pure
use it
evil.
as a crutch or a scapegoat, but at the same time, like you could also like utilize the concept in the way they did. I think that
I
works.
think you can lean too much on pure evil as an undefinable thing. So it's always the way when you say something is infinite or something is pure or something is ultimate, you're really saying via negativa, you don't know what it is. And that gives you an immense amount of license to do whatever the fuck you want to do for nothing more than audience shocks or scares or enjoyment. I would
Is it
want to
as
have
egregious as a multiverse though?
no, fuck no, absolutely not, no.
No.
But I do think that Michael Myers, if Michael Myers had been better defined in this film in terms of goal set, in terms of mentality, even if you want to call him pure evil, and that's the explanation for him being unable to die, for example, you can still have a more diegetic deployment of pure evil than simply, well, what would be scary in this scene? Oh, corpses out of a cupboard and then gravestones on bed. I think that sort of lets it down. But I do
It
really
sucks.
like the
That's the
film. It's
one
just that
spot that spoils it.
Yeah.
That one spot that really spoils his like
yeah, that
motivation.
and the dialogue of the fellow friends, and the who really cares about books and Leslie and all that shit, and the bullying scenes. So there's a lot of clunky stuff in it, but I really like the film. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think
Yeah.
Hannibal Lecter is a better villain. That's my
infinitely better. Yes.
Oh, that was the stream last year that I was Jeffrey Dahmer. I was dressed up as Dahmer for like 4.5 hours. It was a horror movie villain tier list, and it came down to Michael Myers versus Jaws.
Really?
And Jaws won on the panel, and that's when I fucking revolted.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, Jaws is a better villain, but Jaws isn't a villain in the same way. Jaws is
that was my argument. I was just like, you can't fucking compare these two. This is
Jaws
not...
is a villain in the Jurassic Park sense, where the villains aren't really villains; they are nature.
Right. That's what I was arguing. It's
yeah.
stupid.
But there's no competition between.
It's not even the same one in the fucking sequel. It's a new shark. It's a different shark.
Yeah, but
between
it's named
Michael Myers and Hannibal Lecter, though, Hannibal Lecter wins in every conceivable way. Hannibal Lecter is actually a fleshed out character with motive, mentality, intelligence. Michael Myers is nebulous, and I don't think that really helps.
Yeah, I think
people don't
we had like the criteria we were using wasn't just necessarily like, well, does he have a good story? It was like everything culture. We were judging cultural impact
favorite
and
or
like
whatever.
aesthetics. Like, does it look cool?
Even
I don't know.
then, I'd
Michael
say
Myers
Hannibal
looks
is better.
cooler than Hannibal.
I don't know. Like, if you've seen
the
like
Mads
Mads Mikkelsen
Mikkelsen
as Hannibal,
maybe.
I mean, he looks fucking suave as fuck.
Yes,
so
he does look pretty suave.
But also on this theme of like what pure evil means and how you can translate that, Hannibal season 3, they sat down and Mads Mikkelsen said, "What if, because we've been doing biblical allegories all the way through, what if we make Hannibal Lecter the devil? So you have God the devil and the Great Red Dragon from William Blake. Yeah. What if we do this play on William Blake and Will Graham is the lamb, Hannibal is the devil, and sorry, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Hannibal is the devil, and then you have the Red Dragon as well." So what he wanted to do, and the actor consciously suggested this, and the writers and the directors said yes, was to have Hannibal as the embodiment of the archetypal pure evil. Hannibal is the devil. And even so, he has character, motive, wants, lust, love. He has all of these things. He just has no morals. He has aesthetics. That makes him a way more interesting character than guy kills people and we don't know why.
Yeah. And too bad they couldn't finish that show, but
oh yeah. But the Reichenbach Falls
fucking,
moment at the end was as good as you can get, I think, to an ending without an
it
actual
is
ending.
a fantastic ending.
I didn't finish season 3, so stop talking.
That actor is fantastic. The guy who plays what's his face? The Red Dragon. He's in The Hobbit. He's actually Thorin.
He is Thorn. It's Richard something, isn't it? Richard.
Oh man, he's so good.
Something.
As Jost Dollarhide. Dollarhide. That's Francis Dollarhide.
Yeah.
The actor. The character. And anyway, that's such a good show. Everybody, I've seen that show a bunch of times. The psychology of that show is the best part of it. Of trying to figure. Every time you watch that show all the way through, you're like reevaluating what everybody is thinking of the other characters, and it's just way too deep, man. It's like, what's happening compared to other shows? Like,
it's beautiful so awesome. As well. It's such a beautiful show. Season 3 really encapsulates the entire ethic of the show. There is no ethic, there is aesthetic. Season 3 is just aesthetics.
Well, takes place in Florence, Italy, and
now I'm gonna fanboy over Hannibal. No, we can't do that now. We will do it later. But
have me on, because I love talking about that show. It's amazing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Hugh Dancy is an underrated actor, man.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a movie with him. He plays an kid with Asperger's called Adam. He's very good in that. Actually, that's such an underrated movie. It's called Adam. He plays a guy with Asperger's, but he's so good in that, man. Oh my god, he's like a much better Pirates of the Caribbean. What's his name? Orlando Bloom. I think he's a better looking and better acting Orlando Bloom. That's just me.
Well, most people are better actors than Orlando Bloom, but
yeah,
better looking. I can go with that. Yeah,
I think so. Anyway,
shit.
Your rating. It's your turn.
My rating? I already told you.
Did you?
I said a 7 objectively. Oh. My personal, a 9. Yeah. My personal. It's one of my favorite movies ever. I just
yeah, I really like it. It's a really good film.
Yeah. So this is the first time breaking down a movie, and I think next week we're going to break down a movie we hate, or next time, whenever that may be.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well, I was thinking. Planned? I knew this was a good choice. I told Platoon, I said, I think we should break down Rob Zombie's 2007 Halloween.
Oh no!
And I put it on last night, and Brittany hadn't seen it. And after about 5 minutes, she said, "Yep," and got up and decided not to watch the
movie. Oh no!
So that's how awful that movie is. So
I've never watched it.
I've heard horror stories of that movie. I haven't seen it yet, but my friend has told me things and shown me clips.
One of the lines from the movie, like right in the beginning, one that actually really got Brittany. She wasn't very affectionate towards the film after that, and he's like, "Well, maybe I'll choke the chicken and purge my snorkel all over them flappy ass tits."
What the fuck?
It was like right at the beginning.
Oh yeah,
that's a line in the film.
That's a line in the film, right at the beginning too. It gets better.
Yikes!
Yeah, it gets way.
You
better.
should break down. You should break down like 28 Days Later or something.
I haven't
that
seen
movie.
That since it came out. Wow.
Yeah, that movie I think is a little polarizing. Some people revere that movie, but I think it has a lot of flaws, and I don't know. Maybe I'll do it if you don't do it. But I think that's a fun movie to talk about.
It did help ruin zombies and turn them into he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. All right, boys, it's our stream now.
Ruin zombies and turn them into super speeded infected things.
A little bit, yeah. Also, the whole ending is like Cillian Murphy takes on a whole band of actual like military veterans somehow, like a Sam Fisher. It made no sense, guys. Trust me. Watch that again. It doesn't make any sense. It's like a whole stealth scene at the end of the movie.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it, but it's been so long since I've seen the film.
Yeah, I like Danny Boyle though. Sunshine is a better film.
Sunshine is a good
really
film.
Good.
Well, again though, even then, the end kind of lets it down.
Hey, Penbacker is a badass villain. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know it's a third.
He's a badass villain, but in the same way that 28 Days Later suffers from implausibility, I think Sunshine suffers from that as well. He's a great villain, but they should never have got to the point they got to where they have the fight where they have it.
Nope.
Yeah, that's true. I think he's awesome. That movie has so many.
It looks so good though. I mean, Sunshine's I really like Halloween. Like there are big flaws, but I really do like the film.
I agree, man. It's probably like a 7 or 8, but I think I love it. Another one of those movies that's like not great, but it's amazing is Reign of Fire. Have you ever seen that?
Oh my god, yes.
I forgot about that fucking movie.
So
Matthew McConaughey and Christian Bale.
There's a Reign of Fire reference in my Mandalorian video when it gets cleared from copyright. There is.
No, wait, that's copyrighted? Oh no, the movie.
It's gonna come out eventually, like within 6 days at this point. But
yeah,
when they build an entire civilization on top of giant evil monsters.
Yes.
And I say, what is this? Reign of Fire?
Yeah, build the city out of ashes or whatever. Yeah, I mean, anyway, that movie is like not the best plot, but it's so entertaining. And it's like, man, McConaughey is like next level main character in that movie. Like he's not even the main.
Recognize him at all.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
he looks more like the techno Viking than he does Matthew McConaughey. You guys know what that is?
Giant buff tank driving, tooth stealing. He's very good.
He is a method actor in that movie. Like totally not even McConaughey. It's not even Matthew McConaughey.
No,
he is a meth head in that movie.
Christian Bale is Christian Bale, which is good. He's good in that. But he's kind of playing himself and same. He sort of has similar Batman Begins vibes actually in that movie. I think a little bit. Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen it, but I always remember kind of liking it despite the problems it definitely has.
Yeah, it's entertaining. That was back in. There was a video game on PS2.
I played that. I played that game.
It was fun with the helicopters. Yeah.
Yes,
it's a fun game, dude. PS2 had a lot of like fun like games you could just never play. You could like just walk by at a Blockbuster and never pick it up. But like
controls were absolute dog shit from what I remember. But
it's fun though. It's a classic PS2 game.
And you can play as the dragons.
Yes. Yep. PS2 had a lot of like shitty fun games like Dynasty Warriors. Oh my god. Dynasty Warriors 4 and Onimusha. By the way, those games are good, but they're short as fuck. The Onimusha games are like 2 hours long. It's actually wild.
Someone is telling me to consume a Transformer. And I don't know what that means. That could be watch a film or eat a toy or sit on a toy.
A battery?
Neither of those things I'm really keen on doing.
Next BSUP breakdown, like Transformers. Just any of the Transformers movies.
Those movies are fucking trash. That would piss off a lot of people. I'm pretty good at pissing off Transformers fans.
So what?
Oh my god. Do Shadow the Vampire? That is. Oh fuck. John Malkovich? Or no, Willem Dafoe. Which one of those? Shadow of the Vampire. Isn't that a Werner Herzog movie?
Is that a Transformers film?
No.
Pretty sure that's
Willem Dafoe, bro. I think. Pretty sure now. I'm gonna think.
It is Willem Dafoe. He's playing Max Shrek from the original, but he's
well, on Transformers, you will never get me to like Transformers in a universe where Gundam exists. So
but you have Bumblebee.
Gundam is so much better than Transformers.
Optimus Prime.
Bro, I'd skip those streams if I was covering Transformers. So. I am fucking tired. I need to go to sleep.
Oh, God.
So do I. It's like 5:40 a.m. So
let's go. Wait, before you go,
I should, but I'm not.
What's your favorite Gundam platoon?
Oh, that's a good question. So, for quality, Zeta probably.
Okay.
For enjoyment and childhood love, it's going to be between Gundam Wing and Gundam Seed. Gundam Seed is just hilarious though because it has Space Jesus. And it's so over angsty, and everyone there's this wonderful moment in Seed Destiny where this guy sits all the main characters down and says, you know, sometimes in war, people make money, and everyone goes, "Oh my god!" I just remember cracking up at the time, but it's lovely. It's a really beautiful, beautiful show. But yeah, Wing for just sheer dick ass. Like the main character, this girl who likes him, comes up and says, I want you to go to the party with me. And he walks up to her and whispers in her ear, I'm going to kill you.
And
it's
I'm going to kill you.
By the way, Wing has the best Gundam designs, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, definitely, yes, yeah. Wing Zero is a beautiful suit. Heavy arms custom, really good.
Tall Geese is my favorite Gundam period.
I really like the Tall Geese. Yeah,
I built him. I have a master grade behind me. I love the Spartan like kind of helmet thingy going on.
Yeah, it's really good design.
Great design.
And limited. It's not like superpower Jesus power thing.
Right.
It's a really good functional
suit.
It's
balanced because he has close range sword and then he has a long range weapon.
Bazooka and the shield, and it's ultra fast, which I really enjoy.
No, but my favorite is G Gundam.
I don't think I've seen G Gundam.
G Gundam is just a very entertaining. It has the best opening, by the way, of any
Gundam.
But
you should look that up.
G Gundam, yeah, and then Iron Blooded Orphans. Let's just. I just think that's an entertaining show, but
I have not seen that yet.
Doesn't get enough love. It's in one of the.
The MS team was pretty good, I thought, for characters stuff. From what I remember.
Yeah. Yes.
We're probably killing everybody else with this chat, by the way. But
no, chat likes Gundam. Chat, if you don't like Gundam, you do now.
If you like Transformers and you don't like Gundam, then you deserve to die.
Yeah.
But Transformers has Robot Monkey.
I have a. David asks, "Can we end the stream with Platoon doing his Southern accent?" I think that would be a great idea for you to read this final super chat.
I can't do it. I can't
Southern.
do it. I am not drunk enough
How can you not
to be...
do a Southern accent? Just go American and
channel
then just go
Woody
Harrelson with it.
I actually can't. No, it will take me half an hour to get up.
Can you even do an American one?
No, because now you put me on the spot, and I have really severe performance anxiety. So no.
Most is like $5. Daybreakers, underrated vampire movie.
Are you doing an Australian?
Someone has to do something, So I said, "Hey, I'll try my British accent," and it sounded Australian.
Accent.
What? Oh, you making fun of my American accent? You Americans.
Accent.
Daybreakers. Underrated vampire movie.
Daybreakers is an underrated vampire movie.
What is this travesty that is happening before me?
Yeah,
right
if
now?
it was Australian, you'd be like Daybreakers.
Night fellas.
That's the same.
Fellas. Night fellas. That's my Australian accent. Night fellas. You gotta get
sounds
like
exactly the same as your British accent.
What you mean?
Really similar, so I don't know what to tell you.
They really don't, but okay.
Just start in
Jeff,
a world
a race of working class criminals. We do not sound like that.
Jeff is not for California $2. Just start in a world gone wrong.
I don't even know what accent that was, but
just start in a world gone wrong.
Mo, you got Mo's super chat. You said Daybreakers is an underrated vampire movie.
Yep.
Yeah, I read it in British.
Crikey,
British
Daybreakers. Hey, crikey.
Crikey.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
This is going to devolve into us just
mimicking
mimicking
each other now.
All right, enough of this madness.
Yes, enough.
End it.
We're out of here. Thanks, everybody. We will catch you next time. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.